So House of the Dragon Season 2 is out. Before we go into the Season 2, we'll talk about Season 1 real quick and our thoughts on it.
I think HBO have done incredibly well in keeping this brand alive. I think while being on the internet, you might feel like everyone hated the finale of Game of Thrones.
I think it's universally hated.
I don't think I've ever met someone in person who was like, no, I'm really pleased with that ending.
I think it's pretty universally hated, but everyone kind of just accepted it. Like, that's one thing we can't do with Star Wars because it keeps sucking. But with this, it's kind of like, we can segment 8 died. Before that was really good. Then it died. And now it's kind of like, oh, we're in a new era.
Yeah, exactly. And then as a book fan holding on to my 5 and waiting for the other 2, they remain perfect and unread. Oh, the great books that will be, or hopefully will be.
God, that'll be a thing.
So I think HBO has done an incredible job in revitalising this. For them to, in one season, they kind of brought the hype back to it. Now it's pick your side, Team Green, Team Black, because this is spawned from a world-building tidbit from the actual novels, and that is that George is like, oh, well, there weren't any dragons or else King Robert wouldn't have won. So he just goes, oh, well, there was a Targaryen civil war.
Yeah.
And at the time, George, when he was writing the book, he just had a list of like 14 Aegons and didn't like think much beyond it and just said, oh, at some point there was a Dance of the Dragons, which meant the dragons died out. But then he's one of these rare authors who is so popular enough that people want the history books.
Yeah.
What they have done with the first season, they have adapted very well the worst part of that. I mean, obviously in the book he neatened it out as best as he could, but there's a definite sense that he's rushing through that section to get to the actual battles and all the cool stuff that will come. So for them to add a characterism to Viserys, for example, Viserys in the book is just a lazy, dopey king who just wants his daughter to be queen, and at the end gets a bit poorly. So for them to make him like this leper king who just wants his family to get on, even George said. So I think season 1 was a really good start, considering they didn't have the wealth that D&D did initially. Like, they had a much simpler, thing to adapt.
Yeah, I think they did a great job adapting pretty much like a bare bone outline. The only thing that held season 1 back for me was they kind of rushed it. It feels like the amount of time jumps and the way they had to deal with everything. I don't know whether it was HBO sanctioned and they needed to get them to a certain point, but honestly, season 1, I just binged over the last 2 days. It feels like 3 seasons. Like, it feels like 3 incredibly short seasons, and I come out of it not knowing everyone as well as I would like to. The big thing that happens at the end of season 1 is Larys gets murdered.
Yes,
gets eaten alive. But we've barely seen Larys.
Yeah, there's
like he probably gets 10 minutes screen time in 10 episodes. Like,
that's definitely the problem. Also, because he's just a name the book is written as a historical document in world. It's been wrote by a maester who's reading the works of a previous maester, Grand Maester Munkin's true telling of the Dance of the Dragons.
But that means they basically had free reign of whatever they wanted to do.
And George in the book is like, who knows why this happened? There's like 3 options. And then Ryan got to pick the option he wanted.
Yeah.
Which often I would say, top of my head, he picked the correct options every time. So for him to actually try and take these names that are just facts on a book, it's written well enough, but it's not a narrative. I really like the change that Alicent to Rhaenyra are friends growing up, whereas in the book, Alicent is 10 years older, is a bit more of a stepmother who doesn't really like Rhaenyra, and then there's even a bit of a Rhaenyra's jealous slightly because Rhaenyra gets fat after childbirth, where Alicent, it shaves right off her.
Yeah.
And that is partly meant to be a bit of Rhaenyra used to be the realm's delight, but now she's just this
makes
fat
Rhaenyra
pig.
feel a little shallow.
Yeah.
I don't know whether it was HBO sanctioned and that's why they felt rushed, like whether they had to get it all out, but I don't really feel like Larys' death at the end of season 1 is any bigger than any other of the moments that they've done. Like, there are several big moments in season 1 that they could have fleshed out more and made the finale.
I think if you could have went back, I guess, you make Viserys the absolute vocal point of that series.
Yeah.
And then when he
like
dies,
his death is
that's
the end of season 1.
So it's like kind of similar to Ned Stark, spoilers, of book 1 and season 1. He is the main character of that book. He's the main character of season 1.
Yeah.
So when he goes, you're like, and then everything kicks off. So you could have had a mirroring of Viserys is the main character.
I don't even think it would have felt too close either. Like, we wouldn't have been like, oh, he's just Ned Stark again, because they're so dramatically different.
So different. The show stretched out a few things, like the crab feeder stuff it's just paragraphs. Oh, Damon did this that one time.
Even that feels too shallow for me, especially because the amount of times the Stepstones comes back so often. Crab feeder war happens before in episode 5, I think. So they probably could have made that season 1. So basically what I would have loved in a perfect timeline. I'm still very happy with season 1. It's still a great show.
Considering what they were coming back from.
If season 1 was just all childhood, and then season 2 was all like her kids are young, and then season 3 is all her kids are teenagers now.
It's just money, isn't it? They want to get to the dragon fights.
I feel like they could have made shit up as long as they don't go against anything that already exists. And because it's so bare bones, they had so much freedom.
And George has been pretty clear on show canon and book canon.
It's not going to ruin people's stuff because the way D&D already changed so much, it doesn't really change too much. That would have been my perfect world, but can't change the past. But we're in season 2 now.
Yes.
You've read all the books. You've seen season 1 several times. So I'm calling you the lore expert in this one. And I'm just
I'm honoured.
The TV show enjoyer.
Oh, I should sit there, mate.
Season 2 kicks off exactly where season 1 ended.
It's episode 11. Like, if you're binging this, you won't even feel the gap in time.
The only thing you'll feel is Jason decided to change his haircut, which is a little strange.
Which I'm really actually glad, because that wig was a piece of shit. And everyone is...
was it a wig in season 1?
It was a wig in season 1.
Interesting.
And everyone hated it, particularly when
it just looked like Bieber.
Particularly when his natural hair fits his biological father's hair so much.
His current one.
Yeah, that's his natural hair.
They should have just had that from the beginning then.
Yeah.
But I'll just say in my headcanon it got really windswept on the way to Winterfell.
Or maybe he was straightening it to try and hide the curls.
The Winter Chill curled it right up.
Sure. I actually, as a fan of Harry Collette is the actor's name, he is the most...
Jawline McGee.
Book accurate Jon Snow.
Oh, fair.
Like, if they were making Game of Thrones today, they would cast him. Because Jon Snow is a secret Targaryen. So, he has the black hair. He actually has a very sharp Targaryenness. So, he's been wonderfully cast as also because House Strong is a very ancient house, arguably from the north, but they moved into the Riverlands in various historical reasons, 1,000 years.
Well, he looks like a Stark or a Baratheon.
Yeah, he looks like it. So he sits really well. We open on
the cringiest voiceover I've ever heard in my life.
Oh,
I hated it. They're doing their best Sean Bean accent.
Well, I
just don't like voiceover. I know that it's technically diegetic, like when they cut.
It's one of those smooth ones.
It's him talking. But it just felt a little bit too cringe considering what we've had.
It was definitely nice to hear the Stark music, the Winter is Coming music.
Within 10 minutes of this season, of this episode,
yes,
it feels like we've been to more of the world than we did on all of season 1,
which is intentional.
I think it might have been an intentional choice, just because I did feel quite cramped in season 1 compared to Game of Thrones. Like, Game of Thrones would jump around so much. So for season 2 to open it up a bit more, give us a few more locales was nice.
The argument would be that we spent 10 seasons with the cause. Now it's time to spread out.
Yes.
And, well, I did like that Otto was sending out all those ravens, because it's very true to his character, and he was sending them out. And a lot of them, if you were opening them, he was just writing down subscribe. As a fan of the books, Criston Stark is definitely a character who I was very excited to see. I won't give away much about Criston Stark.
We're not doing spoilers.
No, we're not doing spoilers at all.
Even though they're probably changing enough that anything you think might happen might not.
In this, they've already cut out. So the book has 3 key sources. You have Septon Eustace, you have Grand Maester Orwyle, who is the black gentleman on the council.
Oh, we haven't. Okay,
that's Grand Maester Orwyle.
I was about to say, have we met any of them?
And then you have Mushroom, who does not appear in the show, although one could argue Mushroom has a slight cameo as the dwarf on the drums at the wedding ceremony. Mushroom is giving his account on his deathbed, and he gives the most salacious accounts of every time. So even though Mushroom wasn't in Winterfell, well, in the book, I will refrain from doing in the book a lot, but Jace spends some time in Winterfell with Criston Stark, and we're told that he rumouredly married Cregan's bastard sister, Sarah Snow, and they made a pact of ice and fire together.
Right.
And so they believed they would be brothers and they would look after each other. And there's even some fan theories that maybe Sarah Snow didn't exist, and maybe Jace and Criston had a little bit of a connection beyond just brotherly love. But in this, obviously, we don't have all the time because we're doing a narrative.
But they could have had all the time.
Yeah, they could have, but he's recently overthrown his uncle, who was trying to keep power in the north, and Criston had to rise up and overthrow his uncle. So he's pretty goated already.
There's a lot of interesting stuff.
A lot of interesting stuff, but we see him at the wall. We are establishing, hey, here we are. We're following on, like we're saying, like episode 11. Oh, yeah.
Because if you haven't watched all of Game of Thrones, they mentioned the wall a fair bit in season 1, and they're probably going to continue to do so forward. So it's a good little, it's quick. It doesn't dwell too much on the evil witch king is coming, which they do,
which
a
also
fair bit
is
too much.
sadly, in terms of show lore, is a big fucking nothing if you're fully caught up on Game of Thrones. So it's weird they bring it up because it's important to these guys that like Rhaenyra's thing at least is meant to be not me wanting power. It's about trying to protect the realm and Aegon's dream, which is canon. Like George has said that he will reveal that Aegon had a dream, and that's why Aegon invaded Westeros. So it was really nice to see. It was also I fangirled out a little bit because he's holding ice, which is the ancestral sword of Stark.
Oh, is he? Right.
House Stark, which kills Ned in season 1 because he brought it with him, and we get reference. It's right there that the Grey Wolves are being. So the old soldiers, the Grey Wolves, will be assembled.
Who are the Grey Wolves as old people?
They are older men who have seen enough winters and who, in order to, because, winter's here, and in this universe, it's summer for years and it's winter for years. So they don't know how long the winter will last for. So in order to help protect the young people, and they're like, oh, well, we don't want to, less mouths to feed, so we'll just go down south and we'll fight.
Okay.
And so the north can be protected.
Yeah. Quick touch on the title sequence from the very beginning. Sorry.
Oh, of course.
I found it just as unhelpful as season 1's.
That's the whole Targaryen history. So you're seeing Aegon the Conqueror, you're seeing Jaehaerys and his good wife, Alysanne.
I think one of the reasons the Game of Thrones one worked so well is because it reminded you of certain places, like it would go to Essos when we were spending some of the time in Essos. It would show us how far things are from each other. It would take you to the river run because they mention a lot of places.
At this point, it would be nice actually because in the preview we saw Damon will be going to see. I'm very keen to see the Elmo Tully and Kermit Tully and all the Muppet children because George is a fan of the Muppets. So we will be going to River Run, and the River Run is pretty important because we're gonna we'll be seeing the Blackwoods and the Brackens. So to be able to get a sense of that space, because you were telling me how, considering how often they bring up the stepstones, it's never actually fucking made clear where they are. I know where they are, but that's because I'm an insane person. Like
even on the maps, we barely get shown where anything is. So I think the title sequence would have been really useful. And I'm like, oh, it's cool. It's different. It's thread. It's a little.
Which would be good to just see who's green and who's black, like in terms of the countries.
Anything, but I could barely pick what characters were meant to be who.
Yeah,
so it doesn't matter. But no. It would have been a nice little refresher, I think.
Yes.
Especially because season 1 was 2 years ago. Even if it retold certain alliances, I don't know. Anything except the vague history of the Targaryens.
Back's tapestry is a long fucking tapestry talking about William the Conqueror and Harry.
Oh, okay. So
it's kind of like inspired by that.
Yeah, I just think it would have been nice if it was useful. But apart from that, it looks cool.
It looks cool. So we get word that Lucerys is dead, so Jace obviously flies back to Dragonstone. But we essentially get just a lot of establishing, like, hey, here's where the characters are right now.
It's pretty much just resetting the status quo.
Here's where everyone is. For me, the book is fairly black leading. Like, it favours blacks, but not quite as much as season 1 favoured blacks.
I think, yes. It's because they had to speed things up and they were doing so many time jumps. Alicent kind of has one big turn where she suddenly goes crazy almost. So it's very much like blacks were the good guys the whole time.
Yes.
And they've never really done anything wrong until, I guess, Damon joins. But the greens are kind of definitely the bad guys, which I hope this season levels them out a bit more.
Which I think it's a narrative choice because I'm not going to go into it, but if Rhaenyra should start in one place and end in another because she's a main character.
Yep.
So it would be silly if we all just started with everyone's a dick and everyone hates each other, then why are we invested? So they've made some right choices there. I didn't like how they got rid of Laenor in season 1, I should mention. Rhaenyra gets the King Arthur moment. She sees the white stag, which is borrowed from the King Arthur myth. It's not in the House of the Dragon. It's not in the lore of Game of Thrones. She gets that moment, which tells her and the audience that she's meant to be. So we're meant to at least align with her.
I liked to view it as she thought she was.
She thought she was.
Even if she actually isn't, she took it as,
she gets the hero moment. And I was quite happy in this because they went with the choice to make Aegon the most debauched version, which in the book, it's thrown that Aegon maybe is a little bit of a whore man, but that's just one option. He didn't have to be. So in this, there definitely seems to be a need to, maybe because of the marketing, like Team Green, Team Black, and they want to maybe go with some fan stuff. But I was very glad that Aegon has actually took a step forward because all we got is that he finally he finally gets acceptance from the people, and obviously really likes having that acceptance.
Even from early in the first season, they talk about the way that he should be king because he's a man. I like the angle that they take where the people of the city really don't give a about anything going on.
Of course
it
not.
doesn't affect them. But when they hear a woman in charge or a man in charge, they're like, man in charge.
Yeah,
like they don't care, but they're like, man in charge.
And he has the Conqueror's name. He wears the Conqueror's helmet.
Yeah. He's easier to market to the people.
And Otto and Alicent in the show, which is better than the book, have been running the kingdom for a decade at that point in Viserys' name. So they just kind of want another puppet king, which they have in their little conversation in this episode where they're like, once an novelty of rule fades away, we'll step in and we'll be just right.
Yeah. I like the Aegon actor, the way he's playing off, that he isn't vindictive. Like, he's not Joffrey or anything like that.
Yeah,
he does
he's a
just
better
want to
king in
fuck
one
around.
scene than Joffrey.
He just wants to make everyone happy a little bit too, like his
Too
dad.
much.
And then Otto's like, God damn it, not again.
Not again. I was really happy that they did that. I mean, obviously there's, I knew it was the, hey, remember everyone, I have a son? A son.
Yes.
I love my son, because he seems somewhat indifferent to them, to the point where some fans were thinking that Aemond was actually the father.
Oh.
And there was a shitload of fan art of Aemond with his sister.
I mean, he does say in season 1 that he'd do his duty if he had to.
And so while I was like, oh, that could be an interesting thing that is neither confirmed or denied, but I guess we'll see. And I think we'll go there with it being neither confirmed or denied. We'll get to Blood and Cheese, which they aren't named as that, but they are called Blood and Cheese in the book. The two, the rat catcher and the soldier, Blood and Cheese is what they're referred to as, because we don't know their names.
Yeah.
But they are just known poetically from like the ballads, Blood and Cheese.
But so Rhaenyra
Is in mourning.
Yes, because she spends a couple of days going to find.
I feel
the
like
body
it's been
of her
roughly
son.
been a week, maybe.
Yeah.
Roughly.
They got to go find her son so that she can grieve. Everyone gets a little bit of a good moment. Rhaenys has been flying around doing her job. It really is just a status quo episode.
Yeah, because we see that Damon is incredibly frustrated as a character. He's someone who thrives in war. He likes to be doing something, and there's that sense in episode 10, he's almost kind of joyful. Like his wife's there, like giving birth to a stillborn, and he's like already running council. So he's ready to go.
Yeah.
So in this, he's kind of twiddling his thumbs.
Vengeance on his brother.
Vengeance on his brother. And he's incredibly pissed off because he's pointing the finger to everyone. Like he's going to Rhaena when she drops off. You could have fucking ended this. And the Dragon Pit, he goes to fucking Eric or Arik, whichever one it is. And he goes, you could have fucking ended this too.
Yep, and to the White Worm.
Yeah, the White Worm.
Yeah, she brings up the fact that you're just mad at me because you're so far away from your actual enemies.
Thankfully, they fixed her accent.
She dropped most of her accent.
That weird Caribbean. It felt ADR to me in that season sometimes, that they had went back and made her do it. The actress herself is a classic English-speaking woman. She speaks...
They toned it down so much.
They give her a bit of... She has a bit of flavour.
A couple of words twisted.
But I don't think that's down to fan... I think that's just when they were in the edit, they were like, oh, that is not playing
What have we
well.
done?
Yeah, that's not playing well in maybe it played well in person with ears. But yeah, that's a small thing.
So the only new thing we get is King's Landing is now getting fortified with scorpions. I didn't know they had scorpions. I thought that was the future thing.
Scorpions are never mentioned, I'm pretty sure, in the book. Because why would they need to defend against dragons?
Yeah, they never saw it coming. They never had time to make them up.
I'm pretty sure
them.
they never exist.
Whereas they make a lot of sense in Game of Thrones when Daenerys is coming. But I'm not mad at their existence because
I'm not mad.
They had a bunch of time to plan. So
I can believe that in Game of Thrones, Qyburn would have went over the text and went, the scorpions from the Dance of the Dragons.
But they built them too quickly. I get that they come up as like a mechanic of we need money, we're preparing for war. But it just felt strange that they already had scorpions in the space of like a week. Yeah.
Maybe you could argue Otto, being the constant planner, was always thinking.
Yeah.
And we actually get to see, they mean call to you, but to me, I was like,
the Smith?
Well, that's you, the hammer, because he's a smith. A very important character coming up. And then we have old mate Corlys meets with
Alan
of Hull, and then he mentions his brother Adam. He's Adam. Alan is spelled Alyn, and Adam is Addam
because Game of Thrones.
They are. But to me, I was like, oh shit, it's Alan of Hull.
They're doing fan service well, because I don't feel like
you'd go, oh, it's that guy in episode 2 and 3.
Like,
but
I don't
for
have
me,
it forced down my throat.
Fuck, it's right there, because I know who these people will be.
Yeah.
Aemond, whatever kind of sense of regret that we got with him killing his nephew, at the end of that scene, we see him like harden, and here obviously doesn't seem to be at all like traumatized by the fact that he
I
killed
really
someone.
liked the fact that they both lost control of their dragons. Arax
was
attacked
scared.
Vhagar, and then Vhagar destroyed him, and you hear like, no, don't, like, fuck.
Yeah,
which is a good character moment, because like, Aemond wanted revenge, he didn't want to start a war.
Yeah.
Whereas here, he definitely seems more on the war side.
I think it's more because they don't bring it, but he's a kinslayer now. It's a pretty big thing, and in the book, which they get rid of here, it's like Aegon like runs a banquet in his celebration. Like, yeah, fuck that bastard.
Because Aegon's a big old wanker.
Big old wanker in the book. So in this, they've definitely... I like that they've tried to soften that. We get to see good old Criston Cole is at work there.
Sorry, do you know the Criston Cole song? Criston Cole is a horse. Criston Cole is a horse.
Oh, Criston Cole is a horse. Criston Cole is a horse. Well, look at her dance like a look at her go like a look at her dance like a horse. Oh!
Okay, whenever I hear Criston Cole, I just think of Criston Cole, which just makes me think of Criston Cole as a horse. But he might be a horse because he gets ridden in this episode. As he sullies his white cloak once more.
It's funny you mention a horse, because that is it's a very dumb thing in Game of Thrones. In the books, there's a Tigert Lannister, and Tigert disappears in like book 2, and someone goes, he was last seen a horse, but then everyone, like he was riding a horse. Tigert was last seen a horse, so now you get all this fan art of Tigert as a horse.
That's good. Yeah, I do have to say, I don't like Criston Cole at all, mainly because I think his character was one of the biggest victims of the rush. Like,
incel.
He had to swap sides. So they went with, he decided to run off and marry Rhaenyra, and she was like, no, but we can still bang. And he's like, not good enough. I sullied my cloak for you. I'm going to go sully my cloak over here instead.
He's a character who we don't get much from in the book. He's simply a young knight.
That just means that they could have given him something.
Exactly, because in this it's just that him and Rhaenyra were together, but then we don't know what happened. Either Rhaenyra came onto him and he said no, or he came onto Rhaenyra and she said no. And so they spurned from then on. Yeah. And then it's just meant to be he was all pro Team Green from then on.
Because then he murders Laenor's boyfriend over it, like in the Night of Flowers.
The Night of Kisses. Yeah. In the book, it's during a tourney, so it's not an outright murder. It's just an accident.
Which makes more sense than him bludgeoning him to death.
Purposeful that it's a hatred towards.
Yeah, did he go too far? Was it avoidable? Whereas now he just beats him to death in the middle of a thing.
I think it's because he was so embarrassed that it's now been outed, that people know that he's sullied his cloak.
Might have worked if they fleshed it out.
Yes.
But in this, he still hasn't aged. It's been over 20 years since we first saw him.
He's 30 years old. The king in real life is 29. She is 30 years old. And Ewan Mitchell, who's playing Aemond... Ewan Mitchell. Sorry, I'm always going to fangle about. He's 26, 27.
He is a terrifying looking man, even without the scar.
He's got he's got an actual real life royal jaw.
It's crazy. Him and Damon are my MVPs of the entire show. Like, Damon, Matt Smith just carries.
He's such a great actor.
He needs to come back as the master, just because he's proven, like, in this and Morbius. So he was the best in Morbius. Just fun. He would be a fun master. And anyway, enough about Doctor Who. But him and Aemond both carry themselves and their characters so well. We really don't know enough about Aemond for my liking, because he doesn't get enough time.
Well, he's George's big anime villain. That's what everyone says.
Bullied as a child, now he's evil.
Eye patch and a sapphire instead.
I get why he does some things. Like, if he just wanted to prove himself and be powerful, I'd be like, that's great. But then in last season, he says, I don't give a fuck about tournaments. Like, he doesn't care about but I'm like, if your whole thing is proving yourself, shouldn't you care about that?
He sees himself as a would-be king. Like, he says, I'm the one who studies, I'm the one who rides the dragon.
But then he also helps out. He's
gets loyal. Back, he's furiously loyal to his brother.
Maybe we just need more time with him, and we might actually get that this season because we have so much more time.
Yeah, I'm not giving things away, but yeah, I know what's coming with these characters. So.
Yes, that's my one hope, that we get more flesh on the bone for him, because he's already so good. There's almost nothing there, but he's pulling it off better than anyone else around him.
Yeah, he is.
And I just want more.
Well, actually, I should bring up another key thing that's definitely a plant seed, is Larys, the clubfoot, meets with Aegon. And,
to become the hand.
Well, he implies that Otto maybe isn't suitable because he was your father's hand. And really, do you want?
He's had 3 kings and they've all died.
Yeah. And do you really want to be just that guy who just kept that guy around? Do you want to actually make some fucking changes?
Yeah.
As of right now, we don't know why Larys does what Larys does.
Yes.
With Littlefinger, you knew he wants power and he wants to marry Cat. And then when Cat dies, he'll marry Cat's daughter and just make her Cat.
Yeah, like,
and it's
close enough is good enough for me.
Is fucking the book, but yeah.
I didn't like Larys at all. He's half Tyrion, half Varys.
Yes.
You're right. We don't know why he does what he does. He killed his brother and father over it.
He's very much an agent of chaos
All
in some
because
ways.
he possibly just likes the Queen's feet.
Yeah, which is not in the book.
I'm
Because
not
once
mad
again,
at.
because it's constantly, we don't know why Larys did this.
Yeah.
So they're like,
But it
maybe
makes
it's
sense.
something as simple as only feet. And that's
Yeah,
it.
it makes sense. People do fetishize stuff that's wrong with other things. Like, I want more. And again, maybe we'll get that now. Although
yeah.
he's done a lot.
He replaces Alison's whole entire house staff.
Yes.
Which she doesn't like because I guess she thinks they're all agents to him.
Yeah. So it's like, it's not really better for her because they might have served the White Worm before, but now they serve Larys. So either way, Alicent loses.
Exactly. And it's also a subtle way to remove the showrunner who left, who was the director of some episodes of the original Game of Thrones, like The Long Night. His
remember you saying
partner
this.
wife was that, you remember, the assistant who lights the candle, who is constantly there. And you're like, why would her assistant be there? Because she's the showrunner's wife.
Yep.
So, and apparently they
Great.
left in part because he wanted her to become a showrunner producer. And they're like, no.
It's like, come on.
Like, we've gave her the favour that, like, if ever a handmaiden needs to do something, she's the one doing it. So it's a way to completely scrub her away as well.
Yep.
It's similar to how Cersei and Bronn dated briefly, so then they could never
Yes, they can never be seen together, which is an insane thing to have happen.
Yeah.
Super unprofessional, honestly.
Yeah.
Like, you're both actors. Your job is to act.
Rhaenyra finally returns to Dragonstone, and her only words of the whole episode is, I want Aemond Targaryen.
Oh, yes, that is the only thing she says.
That's her brother she wants dead, even though she has no brotherly relationships with him.
I don't even think they've ever shared a scene together.
Yeah, they never really give them a connection in the book. She has more of a connection with Damon's second wife who dies in the book.
Yeah, which might have been more interesting if they did spend some of season one making Aemond somewhat brotherly to them.
Well, Aemond tries to be nice at the funeral, like he wants to say something over the fire in that funeral episode, but doesn't. But we get a really nice scene, I thought, where Harry Collette comes and wants to be all formal and report the success with the Lady in the Eyrie and Criston Stark. And then
Oh, yeah.
I thought it was a really nice scene. Crosscuts with Alicent, who, I mean, one of the highlights of season one was when young Rhaenyra and young Alicent go to the Sept and they share that moment, and Alicent is a very religious character, so that's partly why she kind of fell out with Rhaenyra, is that Rhaenyra swore, in a religious manner and broke that sway.
Alicent didn't do anything evil in this episode,
No,
which
but-
definitely helps. Maybe I think that they might be leaning more towards she is innocent,
And she-
other people are scheming around her. She does actually just want to protect her kids.
And she, at least to herself, even though she knows it's a lie, she acknowledges Lucerys Velaryon
Yes,
as
that was
being
nice.
a Velaryon. And I thought that was a nice, like, it's a level of tragicness to it. Yeah, there's all like nice little things as a fan that I like, but overall it's just setting the stage where we are, that both sides are kind of like, we all know we're going towards war right now, it's just who's going to make the big first move.
That's why I think it was weird ending season one when they did, because that didn't trigger the war. The war was already semi-triggered.
Yeah.
And this episode proves that we've had another hour where there was no war.
Yeah, we're all just waiting on it. I was a bit annoyed that we didn't get an acknowledgement that Damon the Daring, who is, Daeron is not mentioned, but in the original opening sequence, there's 4 bloodlines from the Alicent and Viserys.
Oh, they have a fourth kid?
They have a fourth kid who is
okay.
who is Daeron Targaryen, who's the youngest son, the youngest child of the Union, and he is squiring at Hightower.
Okay, so he's canon to the show then. They just have never showed him.
Yeah, and everyone was hoping, but I don't even think he's been cast this season.
We already have so many characters in such a small space. I'd rather they do work with what they have.
That's it. Really, if you're not a book person, it doesn't matter. But as a book person, I'm thinking, well, if they were going to do it, they would mention Daeron. The reason why I bring that up is because Daeron he's the best of the children in terms of he is an honourable, nice guy. So for him not to be there kind of leads towards a more black favouring situation.
Yep.
Team black favouring, which I'm not really big into the team black, team green. One, because I know where this story goes. Anyway, moving on from that, we come into really the tragic end of the episode, which I knew was coming because it's the next big thing in the book, and that is a son for a son. Throughout the episode, we've seen 2 or 3 shots of Cheese, the rat catcher, with his dog. He's just been in the background. When Aegon was holding court, he walked by the door.
Helena has the line, "The rats are in the walls," or something,
And
or the rats will kill.
I'm really glad because there's nothing about Helena in the book, so it's really nice that they made Helena Luna Lovegood, basically. basically.
Yeah.
And she's a great character. I mean, the bit when she's like, mostly he just ignores you except when he's drunk. And I loved it because they had an improv bit where Rhys Ifans for Otto mouths to Helena, good. Like, you did a good speech. Like, he's at least a good granddad with her.
Yeah, it
like,
does
he has
help.
a favourite. She's granddad's favourite.
It does help us giving the counterbalance of, like, you got the douchebag brother, the evil brother, and then just this saint-like lady that's just kind of...
It's just knitting and one
she's
looks
just
after her
been
kids.
left in here. She had to marry her brother.
Yeah, which is so queer that Alicent not being a Targaryen's like, I don't want you to marry my kid. I'm going to marry my son and daughter instead, which is normal Targaryen practice. So.
But she had several good offers. Like, this whole situation was so avoidable.
Well, that's it. And it's down to Viserys being such a laissez-faire, wants everyone to be happy, which is very relatable even for me. And
it works so well. Paddy Constantine was one of the best things of the season.
Crime he never got nominated for anything. But... we get the sequence where Rhaenyra wants Aemond, which is not in the book. We're not told. We're just told that son for a son. Well, you might remember this, but Damon gave the gold cloaks their gold cloaks. They're called the gold cloaks. Before he came to the City Watch, they weren't really a force.
Oh, they didn't make that clear in season 1.
Yeah, there's just the bit where they're all very happy to see him.
Yeah, they just made it he was in charge, and everyone's like, woo!
But they are fanatically loyal to him. That's where when that guy goes, Blood goes, Lord Commander, and he's very deep. Voice.
Oh, incredible voice.
Holy shit, what an incredible voice.
They didn't make that very clear in season 1.
You hear Otto go, some of the Gold Cloaks still loyal to him. But so we see that, and then he goes, you're going to have to go kill Aemond. But, you know, he's a pretty good swordsman. And as we see, Criston Cole, who, it's not stressed that much in the show, but Criston Cole is incredibly highly rated soldier.
They show him, even when Aemond is quite good, Criston Cole still almost gets him,
yeah,
or at
exactly.
least does get him. I can't remember exactly.
As a fan of the book, I was pretty like, oh shit, they're going to have, I'm such a fucking nerd for it, they're going to have Aemond best Criston Cole. That's a pretty big move in terms of like power levels.
Yeah.
Not the Song of Ice and Fire is about that, but still. They go in there with the intention to kill the guy who killed him, but they don't or can't find, since Cheese doesn't actually know the layout of upstairs.
Yeah, it's them accepting a job that they are not qualified for, not ready for, but there's gold on the table, baby. You gotta say yes.
Aegon has the twins, the boy and the girl, but him and Lena also have a younger son who's a baby, which is not in the show.
Okay, so Aegon and Helena only have the kids?
Twins when they have...
they're twins.
They're twins.
Okay.
And then they have a younger son who's like an infant.
Yeah.
Helena in the show goes to put them to bed, finds Blood and Cheese, and Blood and Cheese they have the eldest and they have the baby. And they make her choose. And she's like, please, I'd rather just die myself, kill me. They go, son for a son, you have to choose. So she chooses for the baby to die, hoping that the baby, being so young, won't know what's going on. And then Cheese or Blood goes, you hear that? Your mummy wants you dead, little boy. And then they kill the eldest one anyway. They kill, and then so
they made them a little bit more honourable.
So then she lives with which they'll probably do, but with the regret that she now has to look after the kid she chose to die. But
they did it the opposite in this. They actually killed the one that she pointed out.
Yeah, they killed the one she pointed out. They did the whole.
So does she love her kids less, or is she so Luna Lovegoody that she?
I think it's. Yeah, poor girl. Like, is what I'm saying. Like,
okay,
it's horrifying, and I didn't like,
because I guess if she just said no, they would have killed both if she didn't choose.
I just think the tension, like, obviously I knew what was going to happen, so I wasn't that tense. Yeah. How about you? Because it played like it was played like a tension thing.
The scene builds, like the music, the soundtrack alone is building through that whole scene.
Well, did you really think they were going to kick the door open and find Aemond there? Like, were you expecting that?
I mean, I don't know what I expected, I guess. I probably should have seen it coming because they did show, what's Aegon's kid's name?
Jaehaerys, I think.
That's right, yes. Yeah, they showed Jaehaerys like 3 or 4 times.
You get
like, we're going to make him king. And then they like, look at Jaehaerys, like, oh... That's probably another problem about it being so sped up, is like, this is the first time we've properly seen that kid. Yeah, no, I think the scene built really well. It was a little confusing as to why she picked who she picked, but I guess, again, it is because she was just a crazy person.
I think, you have the choice between killing one of your children.
Yeah,
it's
I thought
not even
maybe
a choice.
She didn't like the boy as much. It was still obviously super affecting because it is a child that they're murdering.
And it was
it's a lot of guttural noises. Like, they're sawing their way through that kid.
And then she just walks.
But that's what makes it Game of Thrones. Well, that thing, she shuts down, she goes into denial, she takes her kid she can.
And then we can never do this again, which is, has anyone ever said in a show, we can never do this again, and then they proceed to never do it again?
It's just mainly annoying because, again, Criston Cole never ages, and why is he selling his gold cloak? Because wasn't that the whole problem?
I think it's that he's not as honourable honourable as he would like people to think is simply that. It's implied that they've been hooking up even when Viserys was alive.
Yeah.
And she's been selling her feet pics to Larys. So,
It seems like they were in the other season, but I thought maybe that was his... He had come over and he wasn't doing that anymore. He's like, if I can prove to myself that I'm not going to bang the queen, then I'm honourable again.
Well, now he's
but
like,
then he
not the
immediately
queen
bangs
anymore.
the queen.
Yeah,
So I was like,
not
God damn it. So yeah, I don't really understand his young ass character. But
yeah.
no, super guttural. But that's what makes a Game of Thrones, those shocking moments.
Rhaenyra gets to keep face a little bit because she just wanted Aemond to die.
Yeah.
Like an audience member will go, oh, that's justifiable. But then now to kill the innocent boy who we saw was just playing with the plug-in, the ball.
And because it was the heir, it looks like it's on purpose.
Yeah, and it's Damon who did it because we're told, well, if we can't find Aemond, what should we do? Damon, we assume, would go, any kid will do at this point.
Oh, true. They did cut away from that
Yeah.
bit. So that's what he meant. So Damon probably was on board. But again, he's unscrupulous, that boy.
Well, Damon is George's favourite character in the lore because he's such, he's both a charming character, but then he also does particularly evil things at times.
Strangles his wife,
Strangles his
the
wife. He puts on his mischief hoodie and, God, I mean, sometimes looking at Rhaenyra going, am I going to, it's the classic joke, am I going to have to get the old divorce rock out again?
Yeah. He's again, masterfully played by Matt Smith.
I remember people were so annoyed when some were like, Matt Smith as Damon. I'm like, fuck yeah, that's a great choice. Well, what do you talk? Because they only know him as, fucking fish fingers, goofball. I'm like, nah, mate, he's going to fucking smash it.
He's incredible.
Overall, obviously, we haven't really touched on it, but I don't know how much this does or doesn't cost, but it really says something because the season 1 came out alongside Rings of Power. Rings of Power being the most expensive show ever, and this show looked notably better to me.
The only thing I'll say is the hallways feel a little bare, as in like of people. Like there's not that many randoms.
They've built more sets for the Red Keep, like the staircase, and they're definitely getting the most out of them. But they're shooting them from every which angle. Yeah. Dragonstone too. I fucking hate Dragonstone in the show. Dragonstone in the book is so cool because it's Valyrian magic, so they're all dragon-shaped towers and stuff. The same with Winterfell. Yeah. Winterfell looks like shit.
But they were also they showed it in Game of Thrones, so they've kind of been locked into it.
And they were more practical castles. I get it, but they did subtly make the Red Keep a little bit bigger. Okay. If you compare the Red Keeps, they're a little bit bigger.
But no, it feels like Game of Thrones. Like it feels like House of the Dragon. It feels like how it should.
I just think production-wise, it's an incredibly beautiful show. It's one of the best-looking shows on TV.
A bit dark, but that's
the Ryan said they were trying to make it lighter, and I thought they did all right. I thought it was
some of the scenes were.
It was a whole dark sequence, and I could see what was going on. I was quite happy. Obviously, it's a 2-year wait. You might have some people going, really, that's it, 2 years? And in this binge era, maybe you want 2 episodes, or like The Boys, you're opening on 3 episodes.
I'm glad they're doing weekly, especially if it starts to get conniving and more dramatic stuff happens.
It helps that people are talking a lot. People talk week to week.
And also, it's easier for me to do 1 video a week.
Of course. But this is an 8-episode season, not 10.
Oh, not 10?
And it's down to, there's some lengthier episodes. I mean, you'll probably find the timeline, but some of them are going to be like 70 minutes.
Well, that's the thing. I'm not really sure where this is going to go because I know obviously everyone has to die-ish for Game of Thrones to make sense. Like only one team.
There can't be any more dragons knocking about.
Yeah, only one team can win. So obviously big stuff is going to happen, but I can't really see a specific through line apart from everyone's going to start killing each other very soon.
Yes, it's very curious how they will present it in a narrative sense. Overall, we're back. I'm very, very excited to be back.
Overall, it was definitely a status quo episode, but at least it ended with a bang. So people are going to be talking about it. People are going to be thinking about it. The only thing I'd say is if only we had more time with Helena and her kids so that people could have been built up.
Yeah, we've only had probably a minute's worth of time with them.
Yeah, it's just lacking build up, but hopefully because there's no more time skips, they're set in whatever they need to do.
There is no more time skips.
And everything can just build from here. So if they keep the quality and they just wrap their heads around the little timeline thing, then should be a fantastic season. A lot of the time before a war, there's a lot more interesting stuff going on because everything's interweaving. So I'm hoping now that the war's begun, we still keep a lot of that plotting because honestly, that's where a lot of the intrigue and a lot of the goodness,
that's why
a lot of the Game of Thrones comes from.
Like, subscribe, comment. What did you think? Are you guys book readers or are you a show watcher?
Hopefully next week gives you something to bite onto.
Oh, nice.
It's a very interesting feeling watching something I like and getting to talk about something I'm enjoying.
Particularly since you have to suffer through Acolyte.
Yes.
I mean, I've watched Acolyte and now I can't help but compare this and go, wow, like this is a slightly cheaper show. We're getting 8 episodes, but they're an hour as opposed to a film we didn't edit properly.
The sheer fact that this is an hour and 7 minutes and feels like an episode.
Yeah.
I bang on about it all the time because I'm a bit of a structure wanker. You get a beginning, middle, and end, whereas like most Acolyte episodes have to start in the middle and then they just end, and you're like, cool,
Yeah.
I'm glad we did this. Glad we didn't get anything for the characters. Like, no one starts and ends in a different spot. Whereas in this show, that's all we get, and it's beautiful.
It's great.
I would consider this more of a talky episode. Like, this episode ended, my wife was like, that was a lot of talking. I'm like, but it was good talking.
Good. It's different than Game of Thrones. With the main series, it's an actual narrative, and this is a backdrop to that actual narrative.
Yes.
Like, Arik and Eric is referenced as like a little bit of info in the first Game of Thrones book. So it's kind of wild, I imagine, for some book readers who read that stuff back in the 90s to now be seeing Arik versus
All
Eric.
the dads are very happy.
Yeah, it's really great to see this come to life. In this episode, we really get to explore the generations, the difference in the generations of particularly the Greens. I thought it was a really great choice that the opening 15 minutes is all on Greens at the Red Keep.
Yep.
And we open on Aegon smashing his father's life's hobby.
You rip old Valyria yet again because it means nothing to him. He doesn't give a damn about old Valyria.
And it's obvious symbolism of it. It's a different rule
Have we ever
now.
seen Aegon on his dragon?
Technically, we have seen Sunfire at the funeral episode resting, and then when all three
But we've never
children
seen him
flew
riding
off.
his dragon. Like, his dragon almost doesn't matter to him versus everyone else that is like, Aemond is like, we're strong because of dragons. Damon is like, we're strong because of dragons. Whereas Aegon's just like, I'm the king, baby.
Yeah, his dragon works, as we get into this a bit more, in a kind of marketing aspect.
Okay.
He has the golden sigil on the green backdrop because his dragon is the most beautiful dragon there ever was, Sunfire, the golden dragon.
Ever since the white one got wrecked.
Yeah, so it looks good to, the small folk, there he is,
Yes.
the golden king on his golden dragon, and that's where the use is there. It was even though it costs money, I was always a little bit annoyed in the crowning bit where in the book he flies around the city and
Right.
Alicent crowns her daughter and goes, "You're queen now." I was always a bit annoyed they got rid of that little bit, but whatever.
The dragon bursting out from under the ground works less if your other dragon was also just nearby a second ago. I don't
Some
know.
people got a bit annoyed at that because they thought it got into the worser parts of Game of Thrones where big things would happen to no effect. But
At the end of an episode.
yeah, I can promise you that actually will add to something that will come much later on.
Okay.
And if they're doing it properly, that is. I'll point out that this was written by Sarah S. and directed by a woman who directed some episodes last season. And I think it's a really positive example where, if we're looking at Acolyte and we're over there making bad music videos saying you hate it just because we're women, here's a really positive example of I'm, loving this show.
So
and
is the online sentiment pretty good for this episode?
For my searching through, the basic on the deep Reddit pages, everyone seems pretty pleased and into it.
Good.
And yeah.
I really enjoyed this episode more than last week to a degree because it gets more into the characters that I was a bit off on. Like, we get a bunch more Criston Cole, we get some more Aemond, we get the Damon character motivation that I was a little confused about, because I think a lot of people were bringing their knowledge from the books and being like, they're adding to their own Damon lore. Like, even you said he wants to be king. Like he says in this episode several times, he gives away that opportunity to take power.
I mean, yeah, we got it felt like 2 episodes in one in a good way.
We got quieter moments with all the characters. Instead of it being this character has to do this one thing, it's the character is left with their own thoughts, or the character is left to dwell on previous stuff. Unheard of versus last season, we jump straight into where we ended the last episode.
Yeah.
Like, the Greens are scrambling around because there was a kid just got their head cut off.
Yeah, and it's horrifying and it's completely relatable. And I think they went too far in making Aegon seem like a prick when, if you remember, when Arik and Eric go to like the children fighting picks and he bets on children fighting and obviously has had a bastard. And
Yeah.
it seems like he was quite a darker character. But then in this, it feels like that's been not retconned per se, but obviously we wanted to emphasize that this is a man capable of love, and that's something that the actor Tom has said that he really wanted to emphasize that this guy can love someone.
It could be a victim of the time skips as well. Like we didn't get to spend any time with Aegon last season, except when he was doing his big moments.
I'm never going to say they ruined the book. The book's fine. It's right there and always will be there. And I'm fine with changes happening. I will always compare, but they're two different mediums. That's a fake history book, and they're writing actual narrative. So they're using that as a really detailed like story layout, basically. Yeah. And with George right there helping them along so far.
So it starts everyone scrambling around after the murder of Jaehaerys.
The children are much more emotional, like Aegon, a very emotional reaction to obviously his son's dying, and he wants to immediately go to war. He's declaring war, while Otto and Alicent are trying to go about it in a more political what's happened. Like Otto is particularly good at extracting his emotions. Like we can imagine he's obviously upset that his grandson's died, but he's immediately thinking about how does this affect his job.
The only idea that Aegon has is to go to war and to like and subscribe and leave a comment.
So when we go to Small Council and we get this, well, we don't know if Rhaenyra did this. And I thought it was interesting that Ryan Condal spoke in an interview that he viewed the history book as being in that section, like, we don't really know what or why it happened. Like, if it was Damon, if it was Rhaenyra. So it's kind of a bit of propaganda against them. So he feels trying to make it seem, well, Rhaenyra is, even though she says, I want Aemond Targaryen, she didn't directly go, I want you to go and specifically do this.
Doesn't have to be by sneaky. I just want that man dead in general.
Exactly. And we see Aemond, he finds the entrance to his apartments where he was, and he finds the gold coin, which is the hint that obviously someone was paid some money to do this. I
really liked the way that they spin it is for the small folk again. I do enjoy that they're thinking about marketing and the way the small folk kind of matter, even though the small folk kind of don't care, but they are just the masses. You can just sway them with clever things like we're gonna have a funeral procession. No one wants to do this, but if we do it, then the small folk will feel sorry for you.
Which is a really good addition, and I'm 99% certain that a funeral procession is not highlighted.
Right.
I mean, one can assume they probably did have one.
Well, it works so well, and it adds to the horror. Like, especially when it gets caught in the puddle and everyone's gathered around to knock it. I'm like, this is Game of Thrones. Is the baby going to fall off the goddamn like, and then Helena's freaking out because she doesn't want to be there.
I was happy that it ended where it did, and that obviously the hitting of the drum collides with Aegon hitting blood in the head. If Larys did clear out all the spider's people, then obviously the spider had a connection with Cheese, so Larys would have maybe been aware that Cheese had a connection with the spider. So did Larys allow this to happen?
Yeah.
And there's a theory that he's a green sea and he can see through the rats. So she's afraid of the rats because of...
So green sea is...
green sea. They can,
it's a
like
warg.
Bran, yeah. For me, so far, he just seems to be just kind of sowing chaos.
Yeah.
For chaos' sake. I keep thinking of, some men want to watch the world burn.
For me, it seems like he definitely wants to work his way up, obviously. And
chaos is a ladder and all that.
But killing his own family is still a bit sketchy for me. I probably would have liked more with Larys, but I'm sure that'll come. I got my Damon and I got my Cole stuff. Still don't like Criston Cole.
They've added this like Shakespearean to the language. They've spoke about it before. It's not Shakespearean in like its tenor or like that, but there's that energy to it.
Yeah, I noticed that the language was much more flowery and old-timey, and I liked the way they did it. They didn't go too much into it, and it felt very natural. So, like, these actors are damn good at speaking the way they speak.
They speak in, like, a fair bit of metaphor and simile.
Yeah.
And it gives that flavour. And this, to me, more than Game of Thrones, is this War of the Roses, inside of Lord of the Rings political thing. This feels like a Shakespearean play at times.
I wasn't sure whether they were going to do it for everyone, though. Like, Game of Thrones definitely had more flowery language for the highborns and everyone that was more rich, but then you had the Winterfell people that were just gruff and didn't give a fuck.
Yeah.
So they had a lot more balance, and I think this episode also does have a lot more balance because we actually get to see Hugh the Hammer that you were so excited to see last week. Even a few moments with him just shows the fact that this war is affecting the small folk.
This is what I'm really pleased to see.
We're getting inflation for chickens, so she has to pay 3 times as much. And I like that they're actually bothering to show that it's hitting everyone, which is why when they can put a name to the enemy, like she murdered a child, she's the reason we're going through this hard times right now. She's definitely the bad guy.
Yeah,
like,
no one likes a dead baby.
Nice.
It's interesting you mentioned him, Hugh the Hammer, who in the book he's just a simple brute. And we also, much later on, and you're going to be like, what? We meet Ulf White. He's the pickpocket who notes out the dead people hanging.
Oh, yeah, okay. Because at the end, I'm like, I assume he's important now.
Yeah, because he's a recognisable actor. I've seen him couple.
Okay.
It's interesting, both of them are in King's Landing, where in the book they're on Dragonstone.
I mean, people can move around, I guess. There's time.
But they've moved them because they want them to be representative of small folk rising up. And, I'm not giving things away, but, their hair's white. Just point that out. We also finally meet Adam of Hull. We get a little interesting thing where Adam refers that Corlys, the Lord of High Tide, owes them. He owes them a lot, considering. And then we get a very interesting scene where we see Laenor being Corlys' son. We see Laenor's dragon flying.
Oh, that's who that was.
And he's looking, going,
You see, I couldn't tell whose dragon that was.
I've took a book reader's guess that that's the dragon.
Okay.
That he's seeing. And it's, funny that he's taking note of a dragon. What could that represent?
Enough with your riddles, man. Move on.
I think the big standout here scene, maybe, and there's a lot of really great standout moments, is the Rhaenyra Damon scene.
Yes, 100%. Love that scene.
Incredibly built. I mean, I was slagging off Dragonstone last week, but the interiors of this Dragonstone are incredible. Both Red Keep and Dragonstone are like connected sets, so you get this sense that they really walk through, and yeah, I mean, that scene there was, I mean, they really let them like act, and the way it's shot.
That was where I noticed the more flowery language as well, just because they just get to monologue to each other, and it's wonderful.
It kind of reminded me roughly a bit of like Marriage Story, where it goes from very intense and very,
and we get to show him ease off midway
to go
through
for the choke, maybe, go for the old classic.
And then his last line of "it was a mistake," so he recognizes he did bad.
Matt Smith's so good at sitting cross-legged and being so smarmy. There's something about the way he does it where he's like, they're talking about shit I did and no one knows.
I like that they show that Rhaenys is smart. Like,
away.
Yeah, she knows what's going on. She's the wise one. She's our Otto Hightower, basically.
Yes, a bit more switched on.
It's semi a theme of the episode is the youth are very wild, like reactionary, and the older are much smarter.
And also it's the connection. Like we see Rhaenyra with her two young sons to Damon, which is Aegon and Viserys. They've magically aged up a little bit more. Same with Joffrey, who's the last strong bastard. He's a little bit older.
Yeah, they show him around. I'm like, wait, never mind.
Yeah, so we see them playing, and there's an interesting bit where both Helena, she kind of takes note of the falling petals.
Is that for a future thing?
Well, I was finding it interesting because Rhaenyra kind of sees the dust flying, when she's with her kids.
Yep. Two mothers lost a son.
Two mothers, lost a son, and also their sisters. But, you forget that that's it. But yeah, there's a connection between the two of them. And I was thinking it's foreshadowing of, fire and blood and ash and stuff like that.
Yep.
Spoilers, dragons might breathe fire during this season.
Well, yeah, Harrenhal still stands up, and I remember from Game of Thrones, it was mostly melted. So,
well, it's melted in. Well, we'll get to Harrenhal.
Is that in the Dance of Dragons, or is that later?
That's Aegon the Conqueror.
Oh, okay,
I'll get to that. That Harrenhal will be more next week.
Yes, because that's where Matt Smith runs off to after his little tiff. I just love that scene with him because it gives me everything I wanted from Damon previously.
Exactly.
So that's why, like, all of my annoyances from last week and season 1, they're fixing them. They're actively removing everything I don't like.
Because it's stuff that's been building between these two characters for
from their childhood.
Yeah, from when she was 14 and he was in his 20s. And she's like, I've always I've been attracted to you because you were like that bad boy. And then the reason why Otto Hightower even wanted Rhaenyra was to get rid of Damon, and Viserys was the same.
It's such a funny thing. Like, he's the wild card, basically. It just makes me think of Always Sunny in Philadelphia, where they're planning a heist and Charlie's like, I'm the wild card. And everyone's like, no one wants a wild card. Like, why would we want to not know what someone in our team is doing? And that's Rhaenyra's whole thing, where she's like, I don't trust you. My dad didn't trust you. No one's trusted you. And then he's like, grr.
To get into a bit of it, when the initial, the War of Ravens begins, when it's just sending things off, this stuff happens over a period of weeks. Rhaenyra actually doesn't have any land. She's on Dragonstone, so she doesn't actually have a fixed point of operations. So in the book, it's just, off Damon went to Riverrun to secure the River Lords, and off Jace went plan to go and secure the North and the Eyrie. So in this, they've kept Damon on Dragonstone, and now him going off to the Riverlands to secure Harrenhal and the River Lords. You're left wondering, is he doing this independently? Is he doing this for himself?
He does say earlier that he's going to go to Harrenhal.
Yeah, he said this, I'm about to go for you.
He's never technically sent, so it's like, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that's some interesting wrinkles, that it's not it's the good blacks and the evil greens. So they've all got their shit going on.
Yeah.
I'm really happy about that.
I mean, Rhaenyra's still pretty saintly. She hasn't done anything wrong in a while.
I'd say main character, we're going to have to change.
But I like Alicent had a bit more development this time, speaking of Rhaenyra. She gets that motherly input that I was after. And she blames herself because she realizes she's not doing the best of things.
Well, she's a religious person.
Yeah, she's like, I've sinned.
So it's kind of a bit of both when she says I'm sinned. So because I've sinned, I've been punished. But also, if I wasn't riding Criston Cole's pole, maybe he would have been managing the house guards better.
So the gods are punishing me, but also...
Practically, if I wasn't getting it, he would have maybe been on guard. It's weird because the King's Guard is 7. So he manages 6 King's Guard. Yeah, and then the household guard. Right. He's in charge of the securing of the Red Keep and who walks around. Yeah. And as Arik points out...
Doesn't matter anymore.
He's like, hey, dickhead, why wasn't the Queen given a sworn sword immediately? You know, it's true. They don't bring it up, but I like that Aegon kills all the rat catchers instead of simply asking his wife, hey, which one was it? Like, and just having, like, them all line up and going...
The brash of youth once more.
Exactly.
He just lashes out.
And also he wants to let everyone know I'm not fucking around, because he's really worried about seeming weak.
Which Otto says was the wrong thing to do, which is good, because in Otto's probably last scene for a little while, he goes through the fact that Aegon's an idiot, which he's been hinting at.
With that, I mean, to jump ahead to that scene, it's incredible, because it's Otto realising that the last 20 years of planning, and he didn't foresee even though they all should have foreseen that Aegon hasn't been parented well, which is why they've explained that he really wanted to be a good dad to this lad, because he wasn't loved. I mean, Criston Cole was the guy teaching him how to do swords and stuff. But at least can maybe come across as being an honourable man. Like at a glance, Criston Cole seems like an honourable sort. He's in the Kingsguard. Otto realises that he really had it good with Vizzy T, and maybe should have held on a bit.
It's a really good moment, where he's like, and we're worse for it that Viserys is dead. Because in fairness, he never wanted Viserys to die.
No, he didn't.
He probably would have been very happy if Viserys lived till he was an old man.
His motivation comes from both control and also a hatred of Damon. He doesn't want Damon near that throne. I mean, all men, you want to get into it, he's a second son. He doesn't, for a second son to become basically the prime minister of the country, he probably wouldn't mind having his daughter and then his grandsires in charge of the country alongside him. And he probably sees that as,
I got some too.
I've got some too, and he doesn't want war. And he's always like proving for patience. So he's so annoyed when that happens, and then when we get told that Arik's been sent to go do the most ludicrous, he even says, is this a prank? Are you fucking with me right now?
I saw it coming pretty quickly, because you're like, oh, I think I was expecting a few episodes time. I was like, it'd be good if Arik has to impersonate Eric or vice versa.
Oh, you thinking that?
Yeah, that'll be a fun little subterfuge bit, because why else make them twins? That's the most fun you can have with it. But then just for the fact it's Criston Cole's dumb idea to win back his honor, basically.
Yeah, which is because in the book it's not at all implied that he's sleeping with Alicent, I think. At least it's not brought to the forefront. I was really happy. I mean, it was one of the lines that we all wanted to see, because it's one of the few bits of dialogue in the book where he goes, my new hand is a steel fist.
Right.
And I was there going, he fucking said the line. Such a good line. He fucking said it.
But that's exactly what we don't want, because now the small folk are like, oh good, our king murders us.
Yes, murders us when we dick around.
Otto does talk about how he wants peace. He wanted Rhaenyra deleted immediately, which would have been peace. Only one person has to die, and then my grandson gets his reign. But now he's like, all right, well, if we get everyone on side and Rhaenyra looks like the bad guy, then there won't be a big war, because everyone will turn on her. So we'll still get peace, less peace, but peace. But now it's just going to be an all-out war, and he's slowly like, God damn it.
Well, he sits down with his daughter for the last time for a while. He's like, it's fucked, so I'm going to have to go to Hightower. So
there's nothing more he can do there, so.
I know what Hightower is, but I doubt you do. Hightower
it barely even comes up in Game of Thrones.
Hightower's in Old Town. Old Town's the oldest town
I know it's religious.
Yeah, it's in the Reach. People thought that's when Aegon the Conqueror came in. Aegon would settle in Old Town, but he didn't. He built King's Landing in the disputed lands between two different countries, so they're now known as the Crown Lands.
Okay.
In the last episode, Aemond and Criston Cole were discussing how, since a lot of the Crown Land houses are hailing for Rhaenyra, they're like, we can roll through there, get them on side, then head straight up the Harrenhal because we need to control there. So they do try their best. You've got the map looking like a bloody D&D game in the room. Like,
I enjoy that they show how it's lit because it's like they've like shiddled it out.
Great bit of prod design, that board back in.
It looks fantastic.
So
It needs to get more love.
Yeah, it's
but
so
I'm glad
great.
they at least have all their meetings around it.
But yeah, Old Town is in the Reach, and even though they're a powerful house, they're not in charge of the Reach. The Tyrells are.
She does bring up.
She says, now you need to go because they're the only ones of the Reach who have actually claimed for Aegon, where, at least in the books, it's either they are claimed or the Tyrells in particular are a bit, I don't know, maybe we'll just hang back here, which is very true to the Tyrell
looking
house.
after themselves. Yeah.
So, but I imagine there's a lot of show watchers going, the fuck, another son? Because we finally get Daeron reference, and I was punching the air like, fuck yeah, Daeron's confirmed.
Yeah, no idea who he is, but it's
so
another son.
Stupid because in the funeral episode in season 1, Aemond was meant to go to Otto. Hey, where's my youngest brother? But I bet now they wish they just simply hired some 6-year-old boy and had him just at the funeral,
Just around,
so he was there.
Most people won't notice.
But don't you think there's going to be some people who don't have a clue? Like,
they won't, but they can give it some lines, and people will be like, okay. This episode definitely set it up. So now if they show another kid, I'm hoping we do get some with Otto and Daeron, because then we can get him set up a little bit. And also, I like that we're moving out a bit more. We're showing more places, more things, because it allows for more interweaving story.
One could argue that this is maybe the problem. They are so committed to the book. You get a lot of names, a lot of places, but they're really good at keeping the core. That's why I think they've pushed this Team Green, Team Black stuff, because it keeps it simple.
Yeah, more marketable to the small folk.
To small folk, there you go. But what I really liked about that scene is that Alicent goes, I've sinned. And then he goes, in a warming way, but he says, I don't care to hear it.
Yes.
Which
it's not important anymore.
It's not important. He gives her a smile. She walks off, walks into Aegon's room, finds him absolutely bereft, still in tears, and she doesn't comfort him. So you see the Hightower's fault is that parents don't comfort their children.
They're not good at parenting.
They're not good at parenting. And then you get this one moment earlier where Aegon and Elena meet at the steps. And I saw it as being more of a cold moment, but in both the behind the scenes and Tom talking about it, they see it as a connection moment, that it's a small moment where the two of them acknowledge that we've both lost a kid together.
Yeah.
I don't know, how did you view that scene, that moment?
I don't even remember that scene, honestly.
Well, it's a non-verbal scene, and it's just they said it's meant to show that they're somewhat acknowledging that both of them are in a lot of pain right now, but I read it more as Aegon doesn't know what to say to his sister wife.
They're so far apart, they don't have anything in common apart from that kid that's now gone.
Yes,
I guess they've got other kids, but yes. Continuing with good moments with characters that I wanted more good moments with, we get Jacaerys Targaryen.
With Baela, who's the eldest of Daemon's daughters.
Yes. Are they married yet? Did they get married off screen?
No, they're promised.
They're still just betrothed? Okay.
By the way, wonderful outfits. I mean, the outfits are already good, but they've definitely stepped
I love
it
that it
up
feels
this
lived
time.
in. It doesn't feel like cosplay at all, which is every other show.
And they're already on theme. They're black and red. Like, I mean, you just go with it, but, I can believe maybe someone went, I need you to go seam this up right now. In the books, they were already doing the black and green stuff for years, and Viserys was just too daft to notice.
Right.
That scene's great. It shows that there's a connection between the two of them that we don't get in the book because it's not a narrative.
It's just what I wanted. More quiet moments where people aren't doing plot stuff. They can actually just do character stuff. Realistically, they don't do anything. Like, it's such a small moment, but it's just nice to even give them screen time and to get us more of their personalities. And they do actually like each other.
And she speaks of Harwin Strong and both his dads in a sense, which is nice. And then we get, on the opposite end,
we cut straight to
my boy Aemond, and to follow on the fact that he clearly isn't mothered enough.
This probably would have been good to cut to. I get why they cut from Jace to Aemond, because they're close to the same age and killed his brother and all that stuff. But it probably would have been good to go, from a mothering angle straight to him getting cradled.
I really like that scene. It's not obviously it's an addition, but then you can view it as that this is the truth, and that since that's a textbook in world, it's a history book based on a history book based on accounts, so that you can say some stuff got mixed.
Yeah. Whereas we see this.
50 Shades of Grey is unrealistic because a guy who's in charge all day and a billionaire and is the boss of every room he walks in would not then be a dominant. He would be a sub at the end of the day.
He'd want to be. Corliss talks about wanting to be, how he's a sub sometimes, and he's happy with that.
Does he? When does he say that?
When they're in bed together.
Oh, of course. Yeah.
That's the joke there, is that she's queen sometimes, and it's queen in bed, baby.
Yeah. He rides the biggest dragon. He's the brother to the king. He's a great sword. So whenever he walks, everyone's like, that's badass Aemond. So it makes sense that he just wants to be cradled by an older woman.
He's just a little baby boy.
And he just wants to be mothered. So, I mean, that's his whole thing. He wants to rest his head, and we get that he does regret what happened.
Although there's obviously still sex going on there, because he says, not right now. So it's still a sexual thing, but obviously mummy things can become sexual things.
And we reveal that, you with me then? And she once again reminds that, hey, small folk, right? And then I think that's when we cut to Hugh the Hammer from there. So we go from small folk to small folk.
Yeah, it's building and building. I can only assume the small folk are actually going to matter, even if I guess they don't technically turn the tide in any way. It's still nice to see the effect of the Valeron fleet isn't delivering food anymore. So it is good to see that it's a siege. It's a very light siege, but it's affecting them. So
exactly. And it's really, it's something that the latest season of Game of Thrones chose to forget.
Which is weird, considering all of Daenerys' reign was brought up by the people of Meereen. And
you had the whole bit where the Tyrells were bringing in food to King's Landing, and because the winter was coming.
And if they ever get sieged, they can put it all in their castle and they'll be fine forever.
But then all of a sudden you get Cersei blowing up the Sept and getting no callback from the church in Old Town or any particular houses. It
was an accident. Whoopsies. But yeah, it just never came up again.
Because that she's queen.
There was no time.
No time. It became plot of a character, where with this, it's like character stuff, which obviously we're loving. But yeah, with Aemond, to see that, and obviously to see the eye out, because it's probably expensive to have the diamond, the sapphire eye.
He's comfortable.
Yeah, it's weird because in the book he always has it out because obviously it's a book that he tries to make that his strength. But in this, I think they're trying to make it that it's a weakness. That yes, it's really cool they did the sapphire thing. It's something that D&D would never dream to do. Great scene. It shows a lot about the character, and just that he's still just that little boy who was bullied.
He's trying to be the best, but he's not vindictive.
And he's fangirling over Damon still. He's like, I'm kind of, he really fancies himself as the next Damon.
Yeah. And the fact that he thinks he actually is important enough. He's like, okay, cool. People actually do respect me.
People want to
take me out.
Yeah, which is, it shows the little boy that's still in there.
Is the Adam and Alan scene, does that really matter? Or is it just to show them again?
It's to show them because they are going to be quite important.
Okay, cool.
Okay. They're working for House Valerian. Corliss owes them something, and he's touched base. I just want to scream it at you at this point. But,
okay.
Spoilers. You want me to just chuck it at you right now?
Yeah, sure.
They're Corliss's bastard sons.
Oh, okay.
Which,
I didn't pick up on that at all.
Go,
although the brother does look a lot more like him.
He's going to go eventually. They're Laenor's bastard sons. And everyone goes, Laenor's gay, though.
How old are these people? Because they look Rhaenyra's age. They look older than Rhaenyra. I can see it being Corliss's bastards, but even thinking that it's Laenor's, he had them when he was 1.
Exactly.
Especially in this show. That's one thing they haven't fixed.
The ages are still weird.
Yeah, they haven't bothered to grey anyone up. Seeing Alicent comfort Helena when they look the same age.
When Aegon calls her mother, which is a nice bit because we say that Alicent is there when he goes,
Otto
mother,
looks
what do I do?
Old.
Yeah,
Otto looks the right
correct
age.
It's weird. And same with Cole's meant to be in his 40s.
That's annoying me at this point.
They haven't even grade him a little bit. I saw someone saying they wanted to be Matt Berry. I saw someone doing Lucerys Jacerys Velaryon, you pair of bastards. It would have been a great choice for an older Cole.
But they need... Criston Cole is just annoying me at this point. I mean, again, he's supposed to be...
Ultimate failing upwards.
Yes, and just the fact that he's like, oh, I did bad. I shouldn't do this anymore. And then, I'm now the hand. Okay, guess I'll keep banging the queen.
And then he hates on Arik because he goes, you studied your cloak. But he's just kind of putting on his own frustration, which Arik then challenged him going, hey, dickhead, you've got 6 people to manage and you can't fucking do that.
I felt that he was just, lashing out. But then he semi-turns it into a way to make Arik go and do the stupid thing of
And Cole can look all right.
Yeah.
It's a bit of a gamble on their part.
It's him thinking he has a good idea that isn't actually a very good idea.
They've mixed around because that's like the first thing that is done. Well, he becomes Hand of the King, and then the first thing he does is go, hey, Eric, do us a favour.
I did see a comment that was saying, I have no idea how Aegon's going to make Criston Cole in charge if Criston Cole is the reason his son died. But I think they handled that quite well here, actually, at least from a show perspective.
Incredibly emotional decision.
Yeah, where it's like, he's the closest guy. He did something I think was smart, even though it wasn't. I'm going to make him in charge now.
It makes sense that Aegon would look at Cole as he's the guy who always does as he's told. He pushes
helped
for action, helped train me. And we do see that he has some tactical minds, and he has, obviously, in his younger years, fought in the Dornish War.
But probably more importantly, he was very close to me when I needed a new hand.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, he happened to be in the room when I needed a new hand.
Fuck you, Otto. Hand it over to this
You can
guy.
imagine Larys going, he promoted who?
Yeah.
Like,
That's what I was thinking. Larys is probably like very annoyed when he found out because he's like, I was just in the wrong place. If I was just right there.
If I was just right there, he could have chucked me one. You know, I gave him blood.
Yeah, he comes in. He's just like, fuck, if only Otto was out of the way.
Exactly.
Which it would be a very funny scene. I kind of hope it comes
As he
in.
angry masturbates over feet pics or something. Feet drawings.
I just need Larys angrily, like every time Criston Cole walks past, he's just like...
Almost.
Or if he tries to get Criston Cole killed, but I don't know if that's in the book. So again, they have to work on the framework.
Yeah, like look, the actor for Criston Cole, Fabian, wonderful job, absolutely wonderful.
Yeah.
I mean, everyone's done a wonderful job. Rhys Ifans in that scene, kind of the joke of him in the first episode where he's walking away from Aegon. In this, he's like, fucking hell, like full on, like, you know, Ben Affleck with the cigarette, like, fucking hell, dickhead. I can't cope with this shit. So he kind of wants to quit.
The fantastic line of, my father made me king. And he's like, really?
Yeah.
You think it was him?
Yeah, exactly. Like, I spent 10 years plotting for you. It's kind of echoing another famous hand in future history, and that's Tywin. You could say in that he both sees his children as pawns, and Alicent was a good pawn.
Legacy is the most important thing.
Yeah, but like he forgets to see them as individuals, and that if he actually paid attention to Aegon and probably thought, maybe this guy isn't best to slap a crown on, and maybe I should focus on him and make sure he understands things, because you know, because that's what you're getting there, where he's realizing that he can't quite control him, and that him just going, just sit back and let me do it for you, isn't like Viserys used to be all for that. Yeah, because Viserys was half dead for 10 years. But now he's got a young man whose son's just died. It's hard to keep him, you know. So giving it to Cole, I mean, as people are saying online, failing upwards, makes you hate Cole all the more. Like, fucking hell, really? Cole gets the promotion?
I don't know if he does, haven't read the book, but if he gets comeuppance, that'll be a very nice episode for me. I'll be happily watching Criston get something bad.
I'm really glad to see that we don't have to worry about the spider anymore. I don't know. Every time I see her, I'm slightly uninterested in that character.
I mean, we don't know if she actually left, though.
Yeah, we don't.
She might have actually called the Red Guard to come back.
Yeah, she did say wait, which I took as being an implication that she was alerting the guards that she was suspicious.
Which she might have, but also if she sticks around, she'll be rewarded for it.
Yeah.
So then instead of being a poor person leaving, maybe it seems like she doesn't want a position of power, maybe.
Yeah.
But maybe if she got something nice out of it. Because otherwise there was no real reason for her to say wait.
We get to the crescendo of the episode, and that is Eric versus Eric.
That was a very tense scene, though. That was very well done.
Yeah, I loved it. In the book, you're giving
It's a little dumb that no one ever thought this might happen. Like, that there was no code word, or like,
should we get a different Kingsguard like outfit, like just in case? So should we have black Kingsguard?
I kind of forgot that they wear the exact same Kingsguard cloak, because before he left, I'm like, oh, he's gonna have to get changed or like knock out a guard and take his clothes.
He would be in a hoodie, but he just rocked up. I guess he thought, you know, the moment I'm there, people will just assume it's me.
And I was like, how's he gonna sneak in? And turns out, no, just boats go between King's Landing
walk up
there
to the door.
and just
Yeah, I thought it was absolutely wonderful.
They're lucky they shot this really well. Like,
shot so well.
Because it's a pretty dumb concept just because it is like no one had security.
It's very Shakespeare.
But they take itself very seriously.
It's so Shakespeare though, and like Shakespeare would write something like this. In the book, you're given the choice of the romantic version that most minstrels, and that's the two brothers declare their love for each other, fight for some time, and people around them are like, which is which?
Yep.
And then they both die.
That was a very funny moment. It's like which of the...
I'm so glad they did that. No one knows who it is, but I actually think Eric is the one who kills Eric, and then he kills himself. So then it adds that extra level of tragedy that...
Eric won the fight because they poked
You think
him in the...
Eric won?
Yes.
I think they're actually purposely have made it unsure because they both have this in behind the scenes. They gave them the same
they both
wounds,
get a leg slash? Okay.
And people are saying by their
She says, "My queen," at the
you
end,
tore
though.
us apart. Yeah. So, but either way it works. Like if it was Eric, the guy who came to kill the queen, he's just killed his brother and he's like, I can't fucking do it. It's not worth it. And it adds that extra layer of dying on his sword.
I would prefer it if it's that, but I think in my brain, Eric won and then is like, I couldn't let him kill you.
Yeah.
But also now that he's
Both
gone,
works,
I
though.
might as well die. Yes, both work incredibly well.
Yeah, kinslaying and all that. I half expected you to go, there should have been a 6-part spin-off series called Eric and Eric, the brothers who never fought. And then I would have been really emotionally invested.
No, because we actually saw them a lot. We had a surprising amount of time with these two guys last season, and we actually showed that they both...
the whole episode.
Yeah, they get to go on their little adventure, which is why this worked for me, because I knew who the fuck they were. After they rescue Aegon, and Aemond comes to get Aegon, we actually see one of the brothers go, no, I don't know. But yes, he's actually been quite important to the series, so I think this actually worked really well.
And also it represents...
I don't want much. I just want a little bit, right?
So, that it's a small scale of what's to come, family on family violence, and it's what this will be. It's that you've got brothers, you've got the closest of brothers killing each other over this stuff. It's getting serious now.
I'm hoping we get a couple of scenes, or at least maybe someone should have said it to her, because she says she doesn't want the death of a small child. When it's like, you're about to go to war. You're about to have the death of a lot of small children. And you think Aegon's child will be allowed to live in this big war?
And these higher-ups aren't thinking about, and there's plenty of children at the Dragon Pit when Rhaenys tore through, and they don't think about them. And that's a constant theme in George's work, that we only follow the 1% mainly of this world, and they never seem to give much consideration.
Yeah.
And you see that with Aegon trying to be the nice king,
but then murdering a bunch of them.
He's now murdering a bunch of them because
Yeah.
he's got hurt. I could gush over almost every scene of this because, one, I'm such a huge fan, but here what they're doing and adding to these characters is brilliant so far.
So what didn't you like? What did they take from the book that you think they spun the wrong way? Anything law breaking?
No, so far as someone who come from the book, I think the decisions they've made are better for the narrative, like viewing this as a narrative. If in episode 1 you just had Rhaenyra go, Damon, my loving husband, please go take the Riverlands for me. And that is what the book is, because the book is so far away from those characters because it's a history text, which I keep fucking saying.
They're handling everything well. Did you have anything you didn't like? Because I can't just be the negative one.
No, well, honestly, I'll go through my notes and I don't have a negative.
None?
But that's not to say I'm going to turn around and say, 10 out of 10, amazing programming.
Almost nothing's 10 out of 10. We'll leave it up to the comments to find something they hate, something the book ruined, because apparently they reckon they ruined Blood and Cheese, but from a show perspective, I was very happy with Blood and Cheese.
Yeah, it's sure Blood and Cheese could have been maybe done a little bit better. We saw the dog was fine. A lot of people are really worried about the dog. Yeah, we're going to be moving into more the battle stuff, so episode 4 will be a fairly significant battle moment, for sure. So to be able to get this, and probably something next week, is a lot of character work. I thought this was... They've done such a good job. It proves that it's overall it's the economy of storytelling, that you can do and say a lot with a character if you give them those good scenes. And there was times there where I was like classic Game of Thrones a little bit, was like, man, I'm going to watch this scene by itself on YouTube later. I'm going to watch Aegon dismissing Otto as its own wonderful scene, or Rhaenyra and Damon.
Yeah.
It's wonderful, and to be so after watching Doctor Who and getting through Acolyte, it's just wonderful to actually have a show where everyone is giving it their 10 out of 10.
Even The Boys isn't making me feel like this show.
Yeah, even The Boys, you feel like you're watching you're watching HBO.
I'm watching good stuff.
You're watching the top of the line stuff, and I already can't those next week. Thanks for watching. I better not be hearing complaints from you that this is going too slow, because last season it's all, this is going too quick, it's skipping ahead too much. Well, hang on. We're settling in here. We're taking our time.
Everyone keeps saying next episode, the big thing will happen.
Legitimately, the next episode.
At least this time the trailer does show that next week will happen.
Yeah.
But welcome back to episode 3 for the coldest war in dragon history.
Coldest? Oh, I see what you mean.
Yeah, it's the actual cold war.
I thought you meant like the lack of flames, so it's cold and no heat's
also
happening. No one's bringing that heat yet.
Next week.
As a passionate book fan, I get another hour of this world I love, so when the show ends, I'm like, I thought this visually was probably the best one so far this season in terms of camera work. A lot of long takes, but they weren't like showy long takes. I actually thought they did really nice, like when Off-White is walking into the bar and we see he's quite a popular man and all that stuff.
I think it was a new director, Geeta.
Maybe in my head, I think she's directed something last season. I think she might have directed episode 8 as well, because I think every director they've got at least did 2 episodes.
The interesting thing about this episode is last week it was like a tour de force of directing, acting, blocking, where everyone was interacting with each other, and that was the big moments. Whereas with this one, I felt like it was more individual moments. So those characters were put in situations, and then how they handled those situations is what shaped them this episode.
We'll jump in the very end, since that's probably the hot topic of the episode. And when I watched it, I was like, just so you know, this does not happen in the book.
She doesn't just go on a merry boat ride in the middle.
Considering last week Otto absolutely ripped into Aegon for the ludicrous plan of Arik going over to kill Rhaenyra and to disguise himself, and then that gets brought up again this week as being a ludicrous idea. It is weird that then we have Rhaenyra do an equally stupid idea of entering into her enemy's stronghold to go and have a meeting with her old friend / big enemy. And I think the reaction comes from that some fans are very wary of Game of Thrones Season 7, Season 8 ridiculousness happening.
Yeah.
Like the Hound and Arya just teleporting to King's Landing and stuff like that.
I get why they did it. They wanted the character moment, and there's literally no other way they can do it.
It's a nice callback to Season 1 when they're at the Sept.
Because when else would this ever happen? Like, you cannot get these two characters to talk in any reasonable way. So the only way to get these two characters to talk is an unreasonable thing. And it did serve a point, and that point was to ruin IGN's whole idea. IGN had a hot take where they say that the melodrama plot of, it's a simple misunderstanding, if only these two characters had talked, they could work it out. No, it's correct in the way that it's stupid to begin with, because it is such a little, my delirious husband in bed sprouted something and I now wholeheartedly believe him. It works for everyone else because they were already planning this. It doesn't so much work for Alicent because she didn't have anything major against Rhaenyra at that point, whereas this episode kind of solves that problem because you get the, I effed up moment, like Alicent realizes, and it's too late.
Yeah.
Like, that's why I think this episode wraps up that little melodrama plot, because it is now too late, and Alicent, like, what's she going to do? She's going to go to Aegon and be like, so I heard wrong. You're not supposed to be king. Can we give it to your sister?
Well, that's why in the book, Alicent was a co-conspirator from day dot.
Did they give a reason?
She wants her son to be king because she wants her son to be king.
Because everyone's power hungry.
Stuff like, Rhaenyra maybe isn't suitable for the role because Rhaenyra's done her stupid stuff when she was younger, Prince Damon, all these little elements.
They did keep a bit of that where Alicent was the pious one and then Rhaenyra's sleeping around with her uncles. Let us know in the comments why Alicent's such a bitch in the book.
They're both kind of bitchy.
Yes.
They're both, then you got that distance. They both just hateful people who don't like each other, and she in particular. So for her to have that, I think when people go, all this could have avoided if you just called him Ben. No. They were already conspiring. And in the show, Ironrod goes, then our well-laid plans and now have the permission of the king.
It would have happened without her.
Yes.
She would have been locked in her room like a little petuous child.
We didn't want to sully you with dark schemes, my queen. They've made her be up for it because she thinks that it's more for her, not them. She thinks, okay, it's what my husband wanted. So what we're doing now isn't wrong or usurpy. I'm just doing what my husband wanted, which is fine for her to believe. I thought it was more interesting that she's the only one who believes that. Everyone's like, okay, Alicent.
That's what I do like about this episode, that it kind of covers over that because it's too late.
Yeah, but then practically, I think Rhaenyra doing that, what does that help? Let's say you have the best conversation ever with Alicent, and Alicent's like, you're absolutely right. She goes off to her son, who is now the king in everyone's eyes. You never guess what? She's going to go, fuck off, I'm continuing doing what I'm doing. They killed my son.
Vhagar killed my son. My husband killed your grandson.
Yeah.
Like, shit's hit the fan already.
I know they want it for that scene, and they're probably thinking for future down the line. They're thinking about that. But it doesn't change anything. And even people go, oh, if she goes there and gets killed by, let's say Alicent goes, oh shit, it's you, gets the Kingsguard, kills her. Daemon's in the Riverlands, he's going to do some shit. Jace is now the king to the Blacks because he's her heir. So the war's still going to continue even if Rhaenyra gets killed, if you want to game it out in this reality of this world.
It might have been an interesting thing to happen or come up that the leaders of this whole thing have nothing to do with what everyone else is doing around them. But also they needed a big end to the episode.
Yeah, they want a big end because for the past few episodes now, but particularly since episode 10, the last 10 minutes, like episode 10 of season 1, the last 10 minutes have been a thing.
Yes.
But there wasn't much. I mean, I knew she wasn't going to get captured. There wasn't much tension of like, we've got to sneak you in, we've got to watch the doors. It was just, she walked in, she sat down with the queen.
She dressed up as the shame.
It's one stupid moment. I'll allow one stupid moment.
It's stupid, unnecessary, but it does fix like I said, it does fix my annoying little thing.
And also it's meant to now, Alicent's now meant to really tumble into this like, oh, my husband really didn't want him to be.
I can foresee it completely ruining Alicent.
It's going to have a character effect.
And now she's like, oh, this whole war is actually just my fault. Even though it isn't, because like you said, Otto was plotting, but she can blame herself.
Yeah. I think we're lucky that this is the biggest complaint so far with the show.
Oh, for sure.
I guess now we've covered that. And you lot can click away, and then you know our opinion.
Let's start with everybody's favourite character, Criston Cole.
I will give Criston Cole
a haircut.
He's got that OG hand drip. He's got the necklace. Now, that's what the Hand wears in the books. He has the chain, which is...
Of hands.
Of hands.
Did Otto wear it?
No.
Okay,
This is the first time we've seen it in the show.
So is that their way of saying that he's taking it seriously?
I mean, just because they couldn't put a badge on a fucking... on the armour. So, like, how are we going to do that? Oh, we'll give them book readers.
We've got a thing for that.
Yeah, we'll give him that. And
cool,
it looks awesome on him.
When Baela's chasing down Criston Cole, she keeps just yelling, subscribe! Subscribe! I don't speak Valyrian, my bad.
No. And I completely understand why they maybe didn't do the change in the show. The badge is smoother. I think it is smoother. It's nicer. And George has said, I'm not sure he gave the badge the thumbs up, but he always thought the eerie moon door, he was like, oh, it's so much cooler than my moon door. His moon door is just a door in the wall.
Oh, but also the eerie moon door makes no sense considering what we see.
It's meant to be like a hollow.
It's like a weird abyss thing. In the books, I've read the first book, they make a big deal about how tall the mountain is. Like, it's ladder goats like halfway up the mountain the whole time. Whereas in this, it's just like, here's a mountain. By the way, it's somehow hollow and there's...
It's still cool though.
It's still cool though.
It's still cool though. So I was happy seeing the hand stuff. It's like, oh yeah, that's cool. We open on Criston Cole, basically.
Everything is falling apart.
Everything's falling apart because 2 weeks ago, I wasn't even the Lord Commander of the Kingsguard.
Yes.
And in the book, he was Lord Commander by that point, but the show just kept Graham McTavish.
Yep.
They kept him around until he was like, I retire. It's weird how they're sworn for life.
No, he was sworn to the king. He says, I was sworn to the king. Until there's a king, I ain't helping.
Yeah, so basically, because now there's two claimants, he's like, I'm not getting involved.
It's definitely fun putting him in the deep end and like failing upwards, that whole thing. But he doesn't know any of the new white cloaks because they've had to bring everyone in.
Well, that's Aegon. He wants to be a leader. So he wants Cole because Otto wouldn't have allowed that to happen or would have been wary enough to know it was already happening because it shows now... I think the one thing that this hand is uniquely qualified for is who should be on the Kingsguard.
Instead, we've got some little guys that haven't even got their dick wet.
Yeah, he's bottom feeders who, they're the lesser houses of like lands.
Oh, okay.
They went there to court because, they want to hang out with the new king and be his mates. And like one of them is the Rain, who is, he's Rain. His last name is Rain, and they are the Rains of Castamere. Which is the show. So they are the red lion to the golden lion. They're meant to be the elite knights in the country protecting the king. They're not notable. They're just there because I guess Aegon just wants a lot of yes men around him and wants to take, he wants
to look like he's doing things. Aegon and Cole have the most crossover this episode because it really is. Criston Cole shit's falling apart, but he's trying to stay on top of it. Like, he's wearing the chains. He's no longer flirting as openly with Alicent.
Having those, I did like the quiet stress he's having at the start where he's like staring into the abyss of what is my life.
Tell. It's crazy. Yeah. Just the subtle him not knowing who's wearing the cloak. He's like, who the fuck are you? Okay.
Yeah.
And then Aegon's also completely out of his depth, doesn't want to do this originally, but now he feels that he needs to look like he knows what he's doing. Like, he needs to wear the Conqueror's armor. He needs to wear the Conqueror's crown because they took his son. He's mad as hell still.
That is a... interesting thing because that's Valyrian steel armor, which He's only so far been mentioned in a Winds of Winter release chapter.
I really like the way Aegon's character is developing at the moment, because you've got him still trying to be king. His Kingsguard, they're screwing around because they should not be the Kingsguard.
Yeah, they're acting like it's peacetime.
Like Cold War. Like, they're not taking it seriously, I guess. Aegon's even saying, oh, I'm going to go take my dragon. I'm just going to take the fight to them, stuff it. And then instead, Larys comes in, and it's the only thing Larys has done for the past 2 seasons. It's just he pops up, says some sneaky shit, and then leaves. He hasn't gone anywhere. As much as I don't really like he's just Littlefinger and Varys stuck together, I do like the way they're writing his dialogue, because that line of like playing Aegon's own insecurities against himself so that he thinks, oh, if people are talking bad about me...
Because Aegon all cares about perception and how people perceive him.
Yes.
He wants to be, as we see later in the pub, he wants to be loved, he wants to, give everyone a drink. But with that, it's a small thing, but the Larys scene was very... once again, Larys coming in, saying some stuff that seems fairly untrustworthy, so why is anyone believing him? But I guess Aegon has put trust in him since he successfully brought blood forward, and just feels so heavy-handed.
He's a narrative device.
Yeah, I'm okay with it.
For now.
But if it keeps happening where Larys walks in, says people are chatting shit, don't you know, and then everyone just changes their mind.
That's what he says, yeah.
It's like, well, says who? But I guess it's meant to be that he's meant to be the voice of that.
It works for Aegon, but yes, if they keep just using him as a narrative device instead of giving me anything more, because at the moment, yeah, he's just killing people to get power, and not in a fun way like the other two were.
Yeah.
But then Aegon reveals his true nature, his internal drive of he's a pretentious little party boy.
Yeah, he goes to the bar where Ulf White is discussing how he claims to be the bastard half-brother of King Viserys and Prince Daemon by
very
their father,
openly,
Baelon.
Until Aegon walks in.
Yeah, until Aegon walks in, he narrowly misses that. I mean, Jesus, he really narrowly missed it. But I like that he was, oh, bloody hell, Hell the King. We do also see, I guess, for people who are wondering, Diana, who got spanked on the arse by the friend.
Is that a person?
Diana is the girl Aegon abused in last season, and she was crying, and Alicent gave her the tea. There was people pointed out
she's alive.
She's alive, because some people were maybe thinking that she was poisoned by Alicent.
They're watching the wrong show. Alicent is an angel.
Yeah, well.
But they all get pissed, and then they decide to go meet up with our next character that gets a little situation to show us his character. That's what I mean. It's like, it's less between the characters, and it's more, let's put Aemond in the situation where his brother finds him naked cuddling a prostitute.
The first prostitute from like 10 years ago.
And his brother just starts giving him shit about it.
Well, he's still the little brother, isn't he?
Yeah, and that's so well done. And also, he's no longer just the little brother. He's the little brother to the king. So even if he wanted to, he can't smack him around. End of last season, where he's just like...
Can't do that anymore.
Especially not in front of all his Kingsguard. It's great to see him be vulnerable, but then, yes, he becomes that bullied little boy again for a second, and then he steals himself, and then just stands up. Just, the cock shot, full frontal. Also just random blowjobs and stuff.
He looks really cool with the sapphire eye out.
And his cock out. Rock out and his cock out. He's got something to prove, especially when he's going up against Damon.
And in the council meeting, I really like that we see him playing with the coin that Blood had.
Left. Yeah.
So and that coin obviously represents Damon. So it's the idea that he's like thinking about his uncle, or that represents that I'm important, that this coin was because someone wanted to kill me. Cole decides he's going to go out. Both dragon riders are staying here to protect the city. We can't afford them to come out, because, we leave the city open to anything.
Because they also don't know that Damon is at Harrenhal.
Yeah, they don't know that yet. So they're keen to move out.
They're in for a nasty surprise.
I like that we are seeing, unlike in the previous show, we're getting some colour in the show, some heraldry, like High Towers of the Green. Everyone still speaks in that medieval tone, like he asks for Alicent's favour.
Yeah.
All these things that in later Game of Thrones season, where you've got Bronn going, didn't they teach you that in Fancy Lad School, whatever school is? They even started saying fire instead of loose with the bow and arrows.
Yes, I remember people mad at that.
It's like they got really lazy towards the end there. So with this, there seems to be, we will use Shakespeare as a shorthand, because that's what everyone thinks. Cole meets Otto's son, who's riding, he's
a fucking Swede.
Yes.
You know my father f***ed your mother in the face after a state dinner? In the face!
Playing a very similar kind of role.
Yes, which is why as soon as I saw him, I'm like, oh, he's such a good twat.
Such a good twat.
Oh.
Would actually suit being a Lannister in like another world.
They do show a little bit in the trailer, and at the very end of this episode, after he gets swooped, his cowardly side.
Yes.
Which is, again, he's perfect at playing that.
Yeah, and we get to see, like, obviously we all love Aegon Cole, but he
has the Force and he has premonitions and can.
Well, it's meant to be that he's a trained army general who.
Yeah, he just realized at the exact right time. Like, he looked up and there's a dragon there.
That's there for your. Well, in the books,
It's shorthand.
Baela's dragon isn't big enough for her to ride, so she never rides in the books. So they've just made that.
People want
just so
dragons.
People want dragons. People want, hey, isn't it cool that we can have a few more
Moments.
Diversifying the dragon riders
Yeah.
and
And you
stuff
call
like
it dense
that.
the dragons. The more dragons you have, the more dense
Yes,
you can have.
and it looked really cool. Like Ryan Condal said, he wanted like a Ziggy Stardust dragon. So that's cool. He's got like weird striped moon dancer, like pale
Moon
green.
Dancer, makes
That's the name. Yeah, that's probably why they went for it.
Yeah.
Basically, Lord of Rook's Rest goes to Rhaenyra. I need to return to Rook's Rest because some of the lords for Rhaenyra are based on Dragonstone, so no worries, but some of them are in the Crowned Lands.
Yeah.
So they're at there because they're like, why wouldn't I want to hang out with
And
the
Baela
Queen?
brings news that there's an army.
Yeah, there's an army. She's like, I need to go fortify Rook's Rest because the plan is either he's going to sack the cities and force them to join him, kill them, or just you immediately surrender and you're on our side.
Although it doesn't have much of an army, honestly.
No, well,
It seems like a terrible idea to try to take on a castle with no siege weaponry.
that's what Cole's at right now. He's just really keen to get the Harrenhal.
Yes.
Speaking of Harrenhal,
Damon.
probably my favourite little 5-10 minute like sequence in the show. Anything Damon. I think any Damon scene this was really good this episode.
I think they know too. They put more work in them.
Yeah, he lands and, it Dark Souls his way through Harrenhal. It was really awesome seeing Harrenhal done right. We obviously have Harrenhal in the early seasons of Game of Thrones. It's just kind of a courtyard.
They're mostly outside for it.
You don't get the sense other than the one like CG shot that this
Yeah.
is a horrified ruin, but in the books it's haunted. Game of Thrones, as I've said to you before, D&D didn't like doing any kind of magic unless it was absolutely you couldn't get around it. So like when she has the shadow baby, we can't get around that. But any other stuff like the ghost of High Heart or any dreams
Lady
of
Stoneheart.
any kind. Even Daenerys is like when she goes through the House of Undying, he's kind of neutered down from the book.
It's more of an illusion than magic.
In this, it was really awesome. He's hearing whispers. He's seeing things that aren't quite there.
It's very magic. I was thinking it is nice to see magic because without that extra layer, this world just has dragons.
Exactly. And this is going to be somewhat at the height of magic in a way. There's the most dragons ever in Westeros. So he's here to claim Harrenhal. Seems to expect he's going to get a whole garrison there. Instead, he finds like empty hot corridors.
people at a table.
A few people at a table. It's the other, like a minor strong branch, basically.
Yes.
It's like
they're all uglier than the Strongs we know.
Yeah, it's crazy. Sir Simon Strong, played by an actual Sir Simon, one of England's great actors.
Okay.
Wonderful actor. You could just, no, you might not think it's like much, but I thought he brought a lot to that scene. Like, played it
Well, no
so
one else
well.
speaks. It's just him, and then
Yeah,
Damon
and he's-
does facial expressions every now and then.
Yeah, but I think when he rocks up and he's like, I made a claim Harrenhal, and in the book he's like, yeah, okay, here you go. Damon insists on being called Your Grace, which is to somewhat maybe, is Damon thinking he's king now because he's separate from Rhaenyra? He's like, you're going to call me Your Grace
He's
now?
the king in the Riverlands.
Yeah.
If he gets his army and he takes King's Landing,
40,000 people.
he could sit on the throne.
Yeah.
Once you're on it, it's really hard to get people off it.
Though Matt Smith said he felt in the behind the scenes that Damon's going there to make amends, that if he can do this, him and Rhaenyra will be all right again.
Yeah.
Which I won't comment on. I have to see more, but it's still a fun wrinkle to have that it's not just Damon's doing this because it makes sense for the war effort.
Yes.
Why is Damon?
He's got 3 different motivations to go there.
which is just good storytelling.
Yes.
So I'm not going to knock. Oh, it's not like the book. It's good storytelling. We also get to see Alice Rivers.
I didn't know that name.
Now she'll be named probably next week, but the bastard.
She's a real person?
She's yes, she's in the book.
Okay. No, I more mean he wasn't just seeing her.
No,
because she's just out near the Godwood tree thing.
Yeah, but you see her when he walks in.
Yeah, but he
she's-
could be hallucinating in a magic castle.
Yeah, we don't know what Alice Rivers is like in the history in the book. It's
She
like
gets a paragraph.
who knows where Alice Rivers came from? She could. Some people think she was
Is
80,
Rivers the
but she looked
bastard name?
30. Yeah, because the Riverlands Rivers. So Damon has a Macbeth Shakespeare type horror dream when he's going to bed. We get to see Millie Alcock as
She's back.
she's back for 5 seconds and was great.
Which it's good for the future because it means she can come back. Like, There's nothing stopping them.
I reckon we're getting Viserys back in the flashback in the kind of dream next week because we saw the crown, and I think we're getting Vizzy T back. For like,
Please.
it makes sense
He
to get
needs
Paddy
it.
Constantine in.
Yeah. I also hope we get more Otto.
Yeah, no Otto this week.
You feel him not being there by the way everything's falling apart. So that's really
Probably why.
That's why it's so well done, because everyone's looking around at the table, everything's falling to shit. The maester is the one saying we should go to war, and everyone's like, why is this happening? And it's like, oh yeah, you sent away the only smart person in the room.
That's it. Just to touch on Damon's stuff again. So he has that nightmare dream situation, and he wakes up in the Godswood, which
It's the tree with the face.
you see it in the show, but its roots have been making their way through Harrenhal, like cracking the...
Oh, okay.
Which kind of leads into
Didn't
that.
pick up on it, but be cool.
Harrenhal, okay, history lesson with me for Harrenhal. Built by Harren the Black. Harren the Black was of the Iron Islands. He ruled the Riverlands as basically like the king of it before Aegon the Conqueror came. And they're raiding and pillaging, because that's what they are. They just raid and pillage the Riverlands. And with the biggest, strongest army, what the f*** are you going to do? The legend is the moment the last stone was set, Aegon landed on Westeros with his dragons, goes over there and says, you're going to have to bow to me or else I'm going to kill you. And he's like, I'm in the biggest castle. Dragons can't melt stone.
Dragons can't melt steel beams? No, that's a lie. I watched The Acolyte. Fire can burn stone. Stone is very flammable.
So ever since then, Harrenhal has been perceived as being cursed. That any family or anyone who ever holds it will eventually die.
Yeah.
A somewhat tragic death.
There was a fun bit in this where they personify the castle really, really well. The fact that it's drenched and always leaking, like no matter where Damon goes, it's leaking. Damon says, oh, but Larys Strong is in charge of here technically, and he's with Aegon. And he's like, we know he killed his dad. Like, this is the rainiest castle. It wouldn't have set on fire.
A fire at Sea Parks.
Perfect. And that's so good.
A fire at a sea parks? It's the weirdest thing I've ever heard.
Yeah, and so when we see him in the Godswood, it's on the edge and it's looking over the God's Eye River. God's Eye River, and in the centre of that is the Isle of Faces, which is a very magical place and kind of the core to the Weirwood tree network. It's very book fan stuff.
Okay.
All these trees exist, particularly in the north. A lot of them got chopped down by the Andal invasion in the history. But basically, as Bran, he can see through a Weirwood network tree. Like, if there was a Weirwood there, I can see what was going on. And they kind of retain all the history. So it's really cool that they've made the Weirwood is doing this weird, like, horror, like it's...
It's cool that they're showing it for the book fans, but I do feel like I'm missing out on some cool lore stuff that they could go into if they wanted to. Maybe. If they do touch on it, it'd be cool to rewatch them.
Alice Rivers is one of the most magical people.
Because that was one benefit of 8 seasons of Game of Thrones. They were able to slowly touch on the lore. They were able to build out their own stuff. So it depends how long this gets to go for, as to whether in season 3 or 4, they go, by the way, this is the Isle of Faces. And then I'll rewatch season 2 and go, oh, god damn, the Isle of Faces this early.
It's great to see that they've gave it that level of thought.
That they can.
So we'll talk about what's going on. Rhaenyra in the book, more or less at this point, is in grief because she had a stillbirth and her son died. So at this point, Damon, Jacaerys, and Corlys and Rhaenys are kind of running the council for her because she's in grief. That's what Mushroom says, and it's what the author of the book says is likely what the case was, because Mushroom was actually physically fucking there.
Yeah.
So he would probably be able to comment on what was going on. But even the other guys' point of views are saying she wasn't really involved at this point, probably because she was so against kinslaying or just a bit upset.
In this, they've kind of covered that by the fact she's a lot like her dad. She does not want to go to war.
Damon takes over the Riverlands pretty quickly, and the Bracken Blackwood thing we say at the start is the last cough of the Greens going, we could be in the Riverlands, and the Blackwoods are like, fuck off, no, you know. So when the Blackwoods finally do that, at that point in the book, Riverlands are completely locked down by Damon.
Okay. Because, episode's called The Burning Mill, and we see the Burning Mill for like a second.
Yeah, that is...
But again, I like that they're expanding the world.
It's interesting because that is the first big battle in the book. In the book, it's the Blackwoods are raiding Brackenland. Brackens come out, face them. What they're doing with the Blackwoods is a bit weird.
It's a little India, Pakistan, and it's brother v brother.
The Blackwoods and Brackens have, and it's used this, I mean, it's very obviously used this, like when Rhaenys is going, who knows why this war started? Is it because the head got chopped off, because the dragon killed your son, or because your son took out his eye?
Yeah.
It doesn't matter anymore.
Which goes back to you saying, even if she had the world's best conversation with her best friend in the world, Alicent, it would be like, babes, no.
It's too late. With the Blackwoods are that times 100. They've been beefing for thousands of years to the point where no one knows really why.
Yeah.
We won't see it, even though I would absolutely nerd out. Raventree Hall has a dead weirwood tree that's massive. That's where the Blackwoods live. They claim that the Brackens poisoned the tree, and that was the first thing done wrong, that the Brackens poisoned that tree. Basically, they've just been being 1,000 years and no one knows why. It's just how they are. I thought that opening scene was a bit... I know. I wasn't crazy about the Blackwoods acting, where he looks almost upset that the Bracken has claimed for Aegon. He's like, oh, I thought we were just having some schoolyard, but whatever.
You see, I am okay with it because I don't know that book stuff.
Yeah, I know. So I'm just coming at it with that.
It works in context here because it does look like neighboring countries that are like, I thought we were cool, bro.
And they just keep inventing Blackwoods that didn't exist as well, this show. Like, the first Blackwood fight was in season 1 where he kills him in front of Rhaenyra when she's looking for...
Oh, yep.
That's a Blackwood and a Bracken.
Okay.
He doesn't exist in the book. But the annoying thing is there's a Blackwood called Samwell Blackwood who's running this raid in the book, who's been a bit shitty because he lost a duel to a Bracken when trying to get Rhaenyra to marry him. So they already followed that.
They already had the people.
But they didn't make him... They didn't age up that boy and make him the Lord out for revenge. They instead made up Willem Blackwood, who doesn't appear, and then this guy, Davos Blackwood, does not appear in the book, just inventing Blackwoods. Because everyone was all pumped thinking that this was going to be bloody Ben Blackwood. No, it's not bloody Ben Blackwood. You don't know about bloody Ben yet. You don't know about bloody Ben yet. When he does come, he's going to be awesome. He's a 13-year-old lad who just loves fucking killing people. It's awesome. Insert image of Ben Blackwood. It's an awesome image. Anyway, fucking him and Kermit Tully, man, they get up some shit. Sorry.
That's a 10-minute tangent.
No, fuck off. I do not like how they've characterised Rhaenys at all.
What's wrong with her?
Otto Hightower wouldn't do this. Clearly, Hightower then sent Eric. In episode 10, he literally was about to send assassins to come and kill you. So you don't really know Otto well, do you, love? Because he was already planning on doing that shit, just better. The small folk. Mate, you killed more than anyone when you left the Sept. In the book, she's ready to go. She's hot-tempered. She's part Baratheon, Targaryen. She's ready for fucking war. And that's all we need to know. In this, she's like, oh, well, I've packed my husband his lunch.
Sending my kids away.
And she's all very concerned. The way they've characterised seems to be a big walking contradiction, because she does that shit in episode 10, not really caring for the small folk. Now she's worried about the small folk. Now she's worried about war kicking off.
So it's another narrative device. They needed a counterpoint.
She's just largely been an inconsistent character. Like, she's meant to be the queen that never was. And then in the last major thing she did was kill a lot of small folk. Then she's come back. She's like, I don't want to start war. I'm worried about small folk. And then for her to advise that she goes speaks to Alicent.
Did she advise to go speak to Alicent?
Initially, she brings up Alicent, and then the spider then helps her. But she kind of sets the ball. Alicent's the one you can talk to. That was there because the writers just wanted that scene. Because no one in their right mind's going to go, yeah, who's really in charge? Alicent. No, she's not.
I get the desperate attempt. She wants to try one last thing before war. Yeah. But yes, again, they wanted a scene between their two female leads. And because, there's no way you could get those two in the same room.
Rhaena gets sent off to the Vale to look after the sons, Joffrey and then Viserys and Aegon the Younger.
Is that important?
They've taken the dragons. It's important because they're setting up Rhaena to be something more. I'm sure you can tell with all those scenes. Not giving things away, they are probably going to put Rhaena in place of a character in the book. There is a character in the book that did a thing.
A character that does something important.
He's more active. Because right now in the book, that's it for Rhaena. We'll see you way later, love.
I would rather they do this than time jumps.
They've made Baela more active than what she's in the book.
We see that there's a bunch of dragon eggs. I'm still waiting for the 3 Daenerys dragon eggs.
That's them.
That is them?
The director reckons they are.
I've been waiting for that, and when they came up on screen, I'm like, I wonder if they are or when we're going to get to see.
It goes a little against the law, but it's not a big deal.
3 eggs that went somewhere, and then...
People try and be a bit...
Oh, yeah, because they end up in Pentos. That's the whole thing. Yeah,
it's not big.
Yeah, but it works.
It makes sense.
It's a fun little Easter egg if you don't care about the books.
Yes, exactly.
See, we get stuff too. We get Easter eggs.
Corlys and her touch base.
It's a weird scene. Corlys is idle.
He's building his ship.
Yes, there is a lot of idle people. Rhaenyra doesn't want to go to war. Corlys is waiting to go to war.
Some characters have been put on pause because next week.
but then they're not going to do anything next week. They're going to do stuff in episode 5 to 8. But it is a little, these are my idle people. Look at Jace standing in the background looking stern. Ooh, what's he going to do?
Well, that's it. They've took things away because Jace is meant to be doing a bit more leadery ship
He could
stuff.
still be up north. Like,
they could have done stuff like that, but
if they gave us a 10-episode season, we'd have 2 more episodes we could spend a whole episode. Don't even come down south. Just spend the whole episode up north with Jace.
I think this will be the episode, even though there's a lot of things I really liked in there, particularly all the Damon stuff I thought was great. Maybe a little bit of a thumb twiddle overall. And I think the ending sequence, even the most patient understanding of what they're trying to achieve, I think that was a hard sell. That Rhaenyra going in to speak to the Queen.
Her disguise is better than Damon's, though.
Yeah, 'cause she's actually trying to be a character.
Yeah, not just, look, mysterious cloaked man.
That scene kind of leaves a bad taste in my mouth. It's the same way when Rhaenys burst out the dragon pit. That kind of left a bit of a bad taste because everyone was going, just burn them now.
Yeah.
Why aren't you just going to burn them now?
She could have escaped out the entranceway completely
I don't know.
safely.
I wish that's what they did. Just her simply slipping out the entranceway.
They needed a big moment.
They wanted a big moment. So that's where... But this wasn't a spectacle
That's
choice.
the TV show format, though, really.
They wanted to have it be a touch base because they just wanted them to touch base with each other, cover up that little thing that it confirms for Rhaenyra even more that she should be queen because
Her
her
face
dad
was hilarious, though.
because her dad spoke of
Yeah.
the prince that was promised.
Well, I assume Alicent's not an overly busy character in the book. All the Greens that aren't Aegon and Aemond kind of want the same thing. They want Aegon to be king. So giving her a little self-downward spiral of, oh, everything is like I caused a war. That's something for her to do.
In the book, Helena goes, I can't do anything anymore. I'm locking myself in my room. I don't even speak to anyone. So they go, hey, Alicent, do you want to raise the 2 kids as if they were your kids instead? So Alicent, grandma, takes after the kids. Alicent's obviously doing other things, but that's what she's doing a lot of her time. So in this, I'm glad that they haven't done that to Helena, where they've just had Helena just go lock herself in her bedroom and not be heard from again.
Yes.
So to have that one scene... nicely that Elena's trying to work through it, and then Alicent, trying to touch base with her. Then now that I've talked about it more, I feel like it's probably going to be the episode we talk less about. Had a lot of cool sequences in it.
There's a reason they put it before next week.
I think it's going to be overshadowed by next. If next week is as good as I hope it's going to be, because as a book person, it's pretty fucking big that's coming.
If next week is a disappointment, then that'll hurt this week dramatically. Honestly, it'll hurt the whole season, because if you've got to wait almost 2 movies worth of content before you get to the big thing, from an average viewer's perspective, that's too much.
I think also they're conscious of wanting to build it because it is kind of a slide, the Dance of Dragons. Like when it gets going, it gets going.
Yes, which is why the format again is rough for it, because you had to have all of season 1. Not that season 1 was bad.
No, that season 1 was bad, but they had
But
to
you
set
had
up,
to have all of season 1.
And then here they're having to still kind of set up their chips a bit.
That's my main downside to this season is you spent all of last season doing the build-up.
And then you're still building
Luke
up.
dies at the end of the season. You're like, oh, we are doing war. And then they're like, oh, we're going to talk for 3 more episodes.
It's doing a damn good job still.
100%.
As a fan, like I was glowing with the Harrenhal stuff, and that was my highlight. My unhighlight is, even though we can understand why they did it, I can respect why they did it, to mauler it, I can't justify the in-world logic of Rhaenyra going and doing that.
Yes.
Because I don't know what it brings, what it benefits, other than her just being confirmed that she wants to be queen, which is what she already wants to be in the book, and for Alicent to just kind of...
It's going to begin her downward spiral.
You could have done that anyway. I think you could have Alicent just kind of admit to herself that she wasn't talking about him and he was being fucking mental.
Have someone else tell her the Song of Ice and Fire. Like, have them both figure out the same thing through different means. Like, they don't have to meet up to do it, but again, you want to get your 2 heroines in the room together, because they're old friends, they're all,
But yeah.
And again, they're never going to see each other again.
Yes, exactly. And it's another dumb fucking thing with that Rhaenyra thing. She went all that way just to tell Alicent to subscribe.
The week everyone has been waiting for, the dragons have danced. I really enjoyed it, but I have a lot of problems still, because I'm a bit of a fool.
No, it needs to happen because I might be a bit gushy. Well, rest in peace, the queen that never was. The queen that should have been, some might say.
Yeah, straight into spoilers, I guess.
It's kind of the build-up of probably the last 3 weeks of episodes. Like all the little things that have been kind of set up come to fruition here.
So you knew she was always going to die?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but like she dies here.
She dies here. There's a few little wrinkles since the book is what it is. Some of the angles or character stuff kind of gets filtered away. So in the book, it's just Criston Cole smartly goes for Rook Rest in hope to drag out a dragon. Maelys comes in going, get fucked, here I am. And then it said, like, then both Vhagar and Sunfire appeared to take her out. All three of them battle. They all crash to the ground with only Vhagar surviving.
That's a great way to do it then, what they chose to do.
What they chose to do was, I thought, really strong, because a historian 150 years later would just assume, oh, obviously the two brothers, the king and the prince, tag team together.
The way Cole talks about it in the episode, how your king has come to help.
I guess for me, and I was watching it with my wife, and I've seen a few comments, they did a really good job of it feeling sad. They're like dogs or puppies that you can't help but see that they are just animals in a way, just doing what they're told in a way. So to see the brutality of like them getting cut up and the effects of dragons just like fighting each other, like not even almost, apart from Maelys a little bit, not even trying to like kill the people below, just sort of.
Yes, she does a couple of runs. I was thinking during the episode, I'm like, this is a lot less flashy than I expected, because once the two dragons come together, Vhagar and Maelys just basically grip into each other.
Which is what it would be.
Doing a little fire tornado. I'm like,
I wonder if they looked at like birds or what when birds fight, like, are they just crashing to the ground?
Even with the Larys and Vhagar thing, it was much more running away. It was much more dogfighty. Whereas here, it really is just brutal. They hit each other and then they just fall to the floor. And Maelys does pretty well. It's kind of like, because
it's the experience.
Yeah, it seems like Maelys is in her prime, whereas Vhagar's just huge but old. So like an old man that is ridiculously jacked.
She's a nan.
Well, okay. A nan.
Grandma Vhagar.
A very jacked nan taking on someone in their prime.
Well, that's it, because dragons, they do die of age, but they never stop growing. So in theory, all dragons would eventually be as large as Vhagar. Yeah. Which is kind of cool. But in the lore, Vhagar is still not as big as Balerion, the Black Dread, was.
Whenever they show Balerion too, he looks more like a dragon. Like his skull is much more dinosaur dragon shaped.
Yeah, it's like he's closest to like a Tolkien, like, dragon.
Yeah, whereas Vhagar is an iguana. He's a big iguana with wings, which I love the design of, and I love that you can see their silhouettes from a distance and you can tell who they are.
And they look different because in Game of Thrones it was just the same dragon, copy and pasted.
With different colours.
So lazy of them.
Yeah.
It's the first big major dragon on dragon battle of Dance of Dragons, and they did an excellent job with it. And
I almost fully agree. I did not like the way Rhaenys died.
That is book accurate, so really, it's not their fault.
Vhagar twice out of nowhere. The silent helicopter over the hill.
If I remember correctly, and all three of them fight, they plummet to the ground. Vhagar's the only one who survives, and the other two are in.
I 100% want that to happen. I'm glad Rhaenys went out the way she did. It was very cool. I don't like Vhagar out of nowhere. Like Vhagar, like that's the twice, because Lucerys was flying along, and then he thinks he's okay. Vhagar out of nowhere. Maelys is flying along, minding her own business, about to go back to war, looking around. Vhagar out of nowhere. She should have just died in the main tussle.
I was really excited at first that they were going to do that she was going to go in on Vhagar, and then that's what happens for a second. Vhagar's just like, counter, grab you by the claw, and I thought that was going to be it, just neck snap, done. Like, just to emphasise, you know, Vhagar is that game changer of a dragon that if you roll in with any dragon, Vhagar's just too experienced.
I'm glad they didn't, because he won, but he put like
she won. God damn it,
she won, but she got roasted a fair bit. Like, she did not have a great time, and you can tell like Aemond's happy it went the way it did, but even he for a second there was like, oh no.
Yeah.
Do you like Vhagar out of nowhere? Do you think her death should have been more interesting? I think her going in for a second run despite knowing she was going to lose would be better. It was a great death, and just watching Maelys look, like them looking at each other, and you're like, oh, like lights are going out. But just the out of nowhereness, just twice, like for shock value, I think it would have been just as shocking if she just died in the fight.
I suppose.
How do you hide Vhagar? I like the fact at the beginning they were hiding Vhagar in the trees. That's great. That means, again,
and far enough away that they need two horns.
It was a very cool moment and showing that they had a plan and they're plotting, they're scheming.
Which we've been seeing for like the past two-ish episodes at those two privately.
Vhagar is old and happy to wait around, basically.
I did like Vhagar just slumping back down, like, considering how cool, like, Jaws, like, they had Vhagar appear, like, over the trees, like...
Yeah.
I wish we hadn't seen Vhagar before.
100%.
I understand that they wanted to have Aemond be like, fuck my brother, and have that angle.
Yeah.
But you, in turn, spoilt that reveal.
I agree completely.
Because it was such a cool reveal that would have been better if we hadn't saw it just before.
You could have almost double tapped it and had us not know that Aegon was going out of anger. Like maybe if Aegon received a raven at the time and then as he's leaving, you're like, oh, is he mad or was he told we need you? But then just seeing Cole being like, this is not my plan. It would have been so much more impactful if, we didn't see Vhagar. And then just the wings, they enjoy doing their really cool Vhagar entrances.
Yeah, it still ended up being a cool shot. Because I really like, even though season 7 and 8 have their problems, I really do like, as an extracted scene, the Dothraki, like, horde charging down and Jaime going, we're going to be fine. Then the dragon sound comes in and you're like, oh, now we're actually fucked. So seeing the Lord of Rooksrest, like, see and be like, oh, like it's
doesn't even bother going
over.
inside because he knows he's done.
It's done. Like the biggest dragon of them all has just rolled in.
It's a roller coaster of emotions for him because you see
Melees
arrive and you're like, hell's yeah, we're safe. And then you see the king arrive and you're like, uh-oh, but like we might be okay. Melees is a pretty big dragon. And then you see another dragon, you're like, god damn it.
Because Aegon doesn't know what the plan is.
Yes.
All he knows is that they're going to Rook's Rest, and that's fucking stupid. Why are they going to Rook's Rest? Why is no one telling me what's happening? We'll get into that council scene. So he rolls in thinking, I'm just going to be the conquering hero, like, because he knows that Cole has been taking over these castles quite easily.
And this is a tiny, stupid castle.
It's a tiny, stupid castle. It's literally called a rook. Like, it's so small. And actually, they made it look like a rook, which was cool.
Even though we both have our problems with the fact that there's castles with no towns around them, no farmland.
I don't know my medieval stuff that well, but it's why I'm annoyed that the Winter Town in Winterfell is not really seen properly, where in the books it's meant to be this whole town just hanging outside because it's a major keep of a lord. Like it.
Yes.
And so I would always assume every keep would have some kind of town around it because that's where the lord is.
If you've ever played Age of Empires, you put everything around your castles.
You just feel safe on the lord's castle. Hey, in the comments, maybe in medieval times there were just castles hanging out by themselves with no towns. Please correct us if there's any medieval masters.
Why is Rook's Rest worth it to take over?
Well, because they want to draw out a dragon.
For that, yes. But why would you build that castle if there's nothing around it and it's just a castle on the edge of on the edge of the ocean? You're like, cool, I'm glad this exists.
Even though I'm a lore expert, I can't go into I don't think there's much lore on Rook's Rest. It's a minor Lord of the Crown lands.
Its entire purpose is to be a nothing castle.
So. Yeah, and I like that was Cole's plan because it all seems to be about, well, we want to cut off any kind of land place where she could go. And also it's the whole reputation of like, she's the queen, but all her lords can't even hold their own castles, so...
Instead of wasting your time fighting Harrenhal, they don't know that Damon's in there going insane. They can assume because Larys is telling them stuff and because that's kind of what happens. But yeah, if you take out a bunch more things, then she looks weak.
Yeah, and they're upping the army, we know that. So... I like that Aegon flying in is probably thinking, I'm just going to be the cool conquering hero, because what I do like about dragons, and we see it here with the soldiers, completely destroys any army tactics, because it's like bringing in a fighter jet or a fighter helicopter into medieval times. Completely ruins it. It's just spray and pray.
Yeah.
They don't even need to be that trained. They just need to roll in, say, Dracarys, and burn everyone.
Which is why it's only a problem when Vhagar was already there.
Yeah.
Because if he wasn't, they could have wiped out the army beforehand. It's good that it shows that Cole and Aemond are very smart. It's probably Aemond more so pulling the strings, and Cole is just ready to do whatever.
They haven't done a fantastic job of maybe emphasising that Cole is a tactical mind. They have now, but beforehand you're like, oh, he's just a glorified bodyguard. But he had fought in the Dornish excursions.
That's the only thing they mention is in season 1 he said, oh, I pick him as my sworn protector.
So, and it's not too hard to believe that he would be good at this. So I can't help but feel bad for Aegon.
We're about to spoil. Is Aegon alive?
That's what I wanted you to know. Yes, Aegon is alive, and if it's true to the books, which is why I was nerding out about the Valyrian armor, that Valyrian armor is melted into him.
Oh.
So now he can't take it off.
That's crazy.
Basically, our boy, if it's true to the books, will be bedridden, and since he's got no son, they're like, oh, well, who's going to be the Lord Protector now?
Oh, I thought he had 2 sons.
They got rid of that kid. Oh, okay. So now he has no heir. Yeah, ending book spoilers. If it's true to it, Aemond's going to not name himself king, but name himself Lord Protector and still prince. So he's going to just sit on the throne while Aegon cures himself.
I didn't want Aegon to get up and be like, wow, that was crazy. And also, it's very fun that they've shown that he's pointless in this war anyway. So now he's more than just he's a figurehead.
We have a wonderful scene, Dan, of Queen Alicent, and she's holding the dragon that she fixed for Viserys back in episode 2 or 3 of season 1, and she drops it, and the wing gets pulled off. Foreshadowing of Sunfire's wing getting ripped off.
Again, it's like poetry, so if they rhyme.
Which I thought was both a tragic, she's thinking about that moment where we assume Viserys actually maybe not fallen in love with her, but thought, this 17-year-old seems all right. Maybe I should marry her. Like, so.
With Alicent being like, you just need to sit back and let us run the kingdom. And now he has no choice because he had one final hurrah of, no, I'm going to run this kingdom. And no, he's not.
That's it. I also like that they aren't exactly clear. I think it was rumoured, maybe a bit more emphasised, that Aemond would try and kill his brother. But here we're actually... it's left a little bit...
Does he take that opportunity?
Yeah, like, did he just hit a Dracarys before? I mean, because what did he think was going to happen? That Vhagar's so big, she'll just come in and just bite Melee's off. But then even at the end, when we see him with the sword, and you're thinking, is he going in for the stab or just putting it away?
I even bothered to pull out my phone to write down, oh God, is he about to, like, just to make sure? Yeah. And then Cole rocks up, and then he puts it away, and we're like, he might have thought... I'll kill him if he's alive. Oh, no, he's good. He's good where he is.
Because I think when Aegon... because obviously he didn't plan for Aegon to rock up. When he sees Aegon rocking up, he's like, if he's going to be stupid enough to get himself killed, I'm not going to get in the way.
He doesn't immediately spring to action. He still waits.
I also really respected that Criston Cole said to Gawain Hightower, no, we're flying in the day, mate, because the audience has to see what's going on. So we have to do this.
It was nice that everything wasn't said at night. And Cole rocked up with siege weapons.
Yes.
I was very happy. I was like, okay.
They're chopping down the trees to prepare some stuff.
They just decided to make them on the way there. I was like, yeah, whatever. At least he has some. I was a little disappointed with the scale of the battle, not including the dragon.
Well, it's a small...
but mainly because the trailer did hype it up a lot. Like, it looks like it's a lot more of the episode than it is.
Were you expecting like a 30-minute, 20...
Not that long, but more than like... it's a minute of battle and then the dragons rock up.
Yeah, but I guess it's just... we got to build to this.
It's not bad. It just...
It's still bigger than anything Game of Thrones was doing in season 2.
I have been meaning to look up and find out when the first big battle of Game of Thrones was.
The first big we see it battle is the burning of the Blackwater when Stannis tries to invade. That show was so tight on the budget that they had to knock Tyrion out in season 1. Because in the book, he's awake and it is a whole battle and he actually does stuff. But they're like, we can't afford this.
Yeah, I don't remember that show lacking fights.
Season 1 of Game of Thrones has a real charming kind of small world vibe to it. Whereas they got more expensive by season 6, 7. We got the nicer cameras.
The one take of the entire fight scene.
It's much more epic where House of the Dragon's starting there. So you get a beautiful show. Anyway.
I'll say something a little controversial, maybe. I don't know. Could this have been episode 1? Could we have tightened up season 1 and made this episode 1 or 2?
No.
Did we need 3 episodes leading into this?
Well, considering this is 8 episodes and not 10.
We are halfway through, yes.
I think they wanted to give Blood and Cheese their emphasis. I think overall, I think they did the right thing, because I'm not sure what you would cut out. I mean, you say that, but what would you do instead?
Yeah, I haven't thought too much about it. I'm just thinking, like, because of how build-uppy season 1 was, this definitely feels more of the tensions finally being let out a bit.
Well, this is meant to be this mid-season, where the fuck do we go from here? Because if Aegon is, we don't know situation... and Aemond seems to be perfectly fine.
It is the kind of show where, there's no clear path forward, which is interesting.
Which feels like what Game of Thrones was at its prime. It felt like every week someone could be off the board.
Yeah.
And right now you're like, oh, Jesus, like the queen that never was is gone. And Aegon is somewhat out commissioned. The dragon is breathing. But yeah, no.
Okay.
Overall, I think they did okay. I think maybe this could have been episode 3 if you were really wanting to be tight.
I think that's the bare minimum I was expecting this to be 3.
But
we still spend the first half of the episode with people walking around and talking again.
Yes.
Tension still rising.
Yeah, well, we open on, I was quite surprised. I thought it would be a mid-episode thing. It was Damon walking into the throne room, and it's to echo the first scene him and Millie Alcock had together in episode 1. And she's there speaking, "Hi, Valerian," and you can't quite understand her until
we're supposed to.
I don't think we can ignore the Macbeth, like blood on the hands and
waking up in a bed, nightmares.
Chops her head off. So it's got that weird horror dream vibe that things don't make sense.
And it's whether that's what he's always wanted to do. Like we're playing with what he actually wants and what he thinks he actually wants. But also apparently he's been here 2 weeks.
I'm glad they're adding this element because in the book, Damon just kind of sort of sits there in the Harrenhal and takes over the Riverlands. Okay, well, what's he going to do there character-wise?
Yeah.
And so to have him kind of face his past, which is something that I think Damon is a character that could do with that.
He could. I'm not a huge fan of flashbacks and dream sequences in general.
Even if they are well done.
They are short enough in this and they're not repetitive. That's usually my two things that I hate when, like, in a show, like a character showing the exact same thing 8 times and they still like, what's going on?
And I suppose they're not dreams, that they're magical. It's a fantasy show. So
yes, they serve more of a purpose than just, Mans has PTSD. But it is good to see him dealing with stuff and it's getting more into his character.
Yeah, and we meet and I was Jose Mourinho taking off the headphones, disappointed when it's fucking Oscar Tully and they killed off his dad, Elmo Tully. The fucking cowards.
Oh, okay.
No, because in the book, Elmo Tully is the Tully.
Does that matter?
Because the show's scared to have a fucking Sesame Street reference.
Okay,
that's why.
So they'll keep Oscar. So you reckon that's the only reason? They cut him?
They're just, or I think there's a few things. We're commenting once again slightly on Succession, where he's going, my grandfather is based in my dad because my dad died very young. And even though obviously the father had other sons, those other sons aren't all of a sudden going, hey, I should be the Lord now. It's
a fantastic Damon moment, though, where it's just like, smother your dad? No? Okay. Then you're not used to me.
Yeah, when Damon it's really weird. Like, do you have subtitles on?
No.
Like, well, when he walks over and he's standing really close to Oscar, like awkwardly close, he murmurs, subscribe.
Nice. Very well done.
Thank you. I was really proud of that. But also, part of me's like, they can't have a character called Elmo. They don't want that.
The names are weird enough. You can do whatever you want.
I think if you had a character called Kermit Tully, he has to have the... Oh, gee, I can't do a Kermit.
But did he have to exist? Like,
no, it's just me being a dick.
Because, like, I guess if Oscar is important later on, then I don't care about another character that we just deleted.
I won't be surprised if they simply just have it be Oscar, and if we do get Bloody Ben, which I think we will, since it's a bit of a cool fan favourite.
Well, we do get someone that you were after, the kid from Rhaenyra.
Willem, yeah, they've aged him up, so we can assume.
Well, it's been 20 years.
Yeah, obviously, he's looking good. He's looking good for his age.
Like
he's 30ish. I guess that'd be it. Our age.
But when you see Millie Alcock to Emma Darcy, it's still strange being like, yes, this is a 30-year time jump.
And in the books, they're like 10 to so years. There's like a 10-year age gap.
Yeah.
So
it's just a little strange to suddenly be told that last season was 20 years ago. I don't know. I always imagined it was a bit less. It's just the first time they've vocalized in a little while how long it's actually been. So I was just like, Jesus Christ.
Yeah. Damon is a bit unhinged and a bit shitty. And it's Matt Smith having just a great time in there. You know, he's having a great ball. We get a bit more, we get confirmed. Alice Rivers.
He has someone to act across from now.
She is not the maester, but kind of the unofficial maester bastard. In the behind the scenes, they said they didn't really want to make her too witchy. But they give her the black hair. She has like a weirwood apron on, like the red leaves of the weirwood is on. That's pretty cool. And like she has her own little witchy cauldron, like picking up things.
She licks blood or something off her fingers before washing her hands. She's not creepy.
The cut from like has it to go to sleep and then almost like loses time.
Yeah, which is a really good explanation as to where the last 2 weeks went. Like they can kind of
completely synced out.
They can kind of speed run it because he's not sleeping well. He's struggling to raise his army because he's not completely as committed to it as he thinks he is.
Larys is like, trust me, Damon's absolutely fucked hanging around in there. Because Larys is like, I don't want to go back there because we can assume Larys didn't have a great time.
He's like, I've got all the money from it. Yeah, they're skipping Harrenhal because he's like, no, just leave him.
Oh, yeah, because that's what Larys is saying, going, the money that he would get from it from the levies are with me.
Yeah, he's got all the coins from the castle. Although they do mention that, they're running out of money. They can't afford to keep feeding these dragons.
So they've got to get out there. because, you know, the dragons could feed off the corpses of men and stuff.
They can now.
That whole sequence with Damon is really cool. And then, yes, we get to see Will and Blackwood all grown up. And I was bitching about them inventing characters and having them disappear. We now know Willem is Lord of Blackwoods. I do like that. Probably for some fans, Damon's like, which one is it again? Like,
Yeah.
And it's to show the arrogance of a Targaryen, because they think of themselves, particularly Damon, as above all this. I ride a dragon. I'm the only important one here. And so him being like, you know, well, why don't you just kill your grandfather? Because you're fucking useless to me. That's why he goes, gets the Blackwoods, and he says, no wonder that this shit's happening.
The council scene's really, really good. It shows off, I mean, it might be his last hours, I'm not sure yet, but it shows Aegon, it's just his ineptitude is rolling down a hill on itself.
You might see some people say, like, if you wanted him to rule, why didn't you, like, prepare him? It's like, well, here's the big reveal. We didn't want him to rule.
Yeah.
We wanted just a figurehead, and we wanted to rule.
She was hoping that maybe he would rule in 20, 30 years.
He'd learn from
Yeah.
his, you know, that whole logic that Tywin would say, like, oh, you'd learn from your counselors. Yeah. But Viserys never wanted him to rule, and then never wanted him to learn.
He never wanted to rule, so he was busy banging everything that moved.
To rule, and he's just kind of fell in love with the being loved, and he's a character that constantly wants approval.
Yes, he's gone from not wanting to be king to kind of wanting to be king because he's loved, and then he's like, well, if I'm going to be king, I should be king, but also no one's listening to me.
And there's
so,
there is that emotional revenge, like,
where he turns into a cat and just pushes the thing off the edge.
but you know, his son died like a week ago, so
Yeah.
he's still kind of on that.
He wants to be doing something, and no one's doing. Well, he thinks no one's doing anything because no one's telling him they're doing things.
And he's completely out the loop. Like everyone, well, Aemond is quite literally a step or two ahead of him. Like he
Yes.
goes over to the board. He's like, no, I want it to be, make him go to Harrenhal. And Aemond's like, I'm already walking back to my chair, mate. Like, I've had
if
enough.
Aemond's going to take over, which it seems like he might want to because he's always wanted to, and got very annoyed at Aegon last episode.
Well, this is what we've been reminded, that there's, you know, a bit of a brotherly, like,
Yeah.
you're fucking embarrassing me.
And he finally had a chance to prove he was better. So it's great to see him stepping forward. And it's a good mirror to Jace, which we cut to a bit later, where Jace wants to step forward, but his mum doesn't let him. And we have seen him in last season and stuff like that, learning how to speak Valyrian. So, like, he was studying, he was learning. So he should technically be a good king from what we've seen.
That's what I'm liking from the book, is that the book states that, you know, he did so well, like getting the Vale on side and the North on side.
Which
clearly
we did skip, unfortunately.
Yeah, but clearly he's quite good at, you know, being a ruler, and he can
Yes.
encourage people to come to him. And
I think that would have been really interesting if they had actually, if we had a 10 episode count, stop shortening episodes, I swear to God. If we had 10 episodes, we could have spent one whole episode with Jason the Vale and showing him be a great leader. Turns out him and the Stark, when you leave them alone and they're just doing their own thing, they're actually really good at what they do, but then he gets back and then he's getting cock-blocked by everybody.
I suppose that's the complaint some people have had, is that this show still kind of keeps it about like the Alicent Rhaenyra, and that they aren't, people want it to be like Game of Thrones in that we're going many places now, we're seeing many things, but they don't have the source material for that.
But they do for the whole Winterfell thing.
They do, but then I guess they're thinking, well, if we have those 2 episodes and we have an episode of him in Winterfell,
even half.
yeah, you could then have it be he's seeing a boy, a man, Cregan, a few years older than him, happily ruling, and
Yes.
Cregan's story of, I had to take out my uncle who tried to be king, like Damon, you know, you could say that, and he's like, now I'm the Lord of Winterfell, so maybe he thinks, well, he's having a great time here, I should go back home and I should take more of a...
Like seeing leadership in action, especially because no one talks about the North. Like everyone forgets about the North. Like they're taking the Crown Lands. They're not going to bother going up north. They don't care. So it would be really interesting to see Jace finally want to take up leadership and be like, okay, cool, I can step forward. But no one's listening to him because he's young. Because everyone else on the council is quite old. And now went down one Rhaenys. So he should technically be more powerful, but even people are talking out of turn in front of him. So it's kind of a mirror between, he's halfway between Aegon and Aemond. So he's not as commanding as Aemond, but he is quite learned. He seems good at what he does like Aemond, but people aren't listening to him like he's Aegon because he's just the Queen's son.
Yeah, and I did love that, to go back, that Aemond speaks perfect Valyrian, and then you get him in reply, because I was like, there's no way Aegon can speak Valyrian. It doesn't feel like the type of character who can speak Valyrian, so I'm there. And then also he goes, I make war too, or good, or whatever. It's
Yeah,
like,
it's a fantastic
and it's
moment.
a private, because the other guys don't speak Valyrian, but I can imagine they would think, he didn't win that argument.
That's my absolute favorite thing. Shogun does it really, really well. It's when they don't use different languages to be realistic or anything like that. They're using it so characters can keep secrets from each other, and they can speak plainly, and you can be like, oh, like it's very cheeky. Game of Thrones never really did that. Game of Thrones used it as a learning tool for Dany to show that she was actually willing to learn a language. So it was done quite well there.
It's showing that I'm better than you. Like, I'm ahead on the planning. I can speak the language. I've got the biggest dragon. Don't you worry about it. And
it just works on like 3 or 4 levels. It's great.
There's another council scene where he's spinning the ball really cool on the... I was like, wow.
How many times do you reckon the PA had to have a go at it? And they're like, you got it, go.
And also, it's like a bit... I know they spoke about how they were all doing it for fun, just in between takes, but the little... And I'm thinking too deep into it because I'm such a nerd and I gush for this show. That Aegon must have been doing that a lot to get that good. That he's very bored. That's all he's doing.
Also, if the ball's in there, your mind's in there. That's what you're focused on. Whereas it's constantly in and out. Like he wants to care, but he doesn't care.
Yeah, because that's a show invention that they did. The whole like locking in, plugging in.
Did Game of Thrones do that?
Yeah, the original show did not have them.
Great invention. That'll be another thing where George is like, damn, that's good.
Because it's like a symbolic, I'm here to rule now.
Yes.
And I did love that he goes, you guys bore me, and just fucks off. And the moment the door's shut, they're like, well, anyway. And they continue on governing, and it kind of, they spell it out, but they just emphasize that Aegon doesn't need to be anywhere for them to be ruling right now.
Yeah.
And I think that's what it becomes very clear to him when his mum tells him, not so bluntly, like, you just need to do nothing. We're doing all this for you. Like, we're not even doing it for you. We're doing it for us.
Alicent's finally unraveling. She's having abortions left, right, and centre, but she's not telling the Maester. The Maester thinks it's for another girl. Either he knows and is doing it anyway, or she's saying, Aegon, I worded someone else.
She was stupid enough to just leave it out, so when Larys comes in...
That did annoy me a little bit, but especially because it was like the whole day later. She took it the night before and was sick.
Yeah.
But you can tell that Larys knows. Larys doesn't hold it against her or anything like that. Larys is like, I masturbate to feet. It's fine. Like, you do what you want to do.
We've all got what gets us going.
They both know what's going on there. It's going to be interesting when Cole gets back, because I assume Cole's going to come back now with Aegon's body and whatnot. But it'll be interesting to see how her and him deal with each other now, because is she going to give in to her urges? Because she's like, nothing matters anymore. Like, she doesn't even care about talking to her son like a bitch.
Well, as she said, like, God, like, the moment I start mourning one tragedy, a new one comes around, and now something bad has happened to Aegon, be it death or incredible burns.
Especially because she was not nice to him the last time she saw him.
Not nice to him.
And she was the one that said, lie down and do nothing. So if he ends up lying down and doing nothing, the woman's not going to have a good day. It's kind of annoying that she's ineffectual in the large scale of things. Like, Cersei, as annoying as blowing up the Sept was, her unraveling destroyed a lot of things, like got a lot of people killed. Whereas here, if Alicent spirals all the way down, Alicent's only going to really affect Alicent. So it'll be interesting if they can come up with something that is, her doing this can affect someone else. Because otherwise, it's going to be us just watching her spiral.
Yeah, yes.
So I'm hoping they pull something, like, I'm sure they have a plan.
I agree. There's a small scene where we see Criston Cole killing Lord Darklyn, and I only want to shout that out because Lord Darklyn is played by an absolute goat audiobook narrator, Stephen Pacey.
Okay. Is he an actor? Or?
Yeah, he's an actor. He was in some stage plays and some, like, old, I forget, was it Babylon 5 maybe?
Does he do the audiobook of Fire and Blood?
No, but that's what I want to bring up.
That would have been really funny.
Is that they will have to get a new audiobook narrator because the original narrator has died.
Okay.
They're of a poor quality. They will probably re-record them. If I had the choice,
well, they're from the 90s or whatever, right?
Yeah, it would be Stephen Pacey because he's a wonderful audiobook narrator. We were getting, and I was getting a bit annoyed last week about Rhaenyra's, as I saw someone on TikTok calling it, can we stop with the Scooby-Doo schemes of sneaking into places? People are cautious of season 7, 8 foolishness. Her sneaking off to King's Landing takes time and fucks everyone off. So you get that real-world sacrifice like you were saying.
It was a little strange that she left so quickly and then came back in 2 weeks. As in, like,
but how long has it
kind of
been?
felt like she teleported 2 weeks.
Is it definitely 2 weeks?
Well, that's when Damon left, and she left not too long after.
yeah, so it's been a good period of time.
Several days is how they tend to talk about it
Yeah.
in the thing. So it is a little funny that because they had to tack it on to the end of an episode, she basically teleported there and then took 2 weeks to get back, according to the show.
Because even though it's Dragonstone is close, it's still a bit.
And you got to row most of the way there.
She wasn't doing dragon back. It's not in the book, but her dragon is the laziest dragon in the world.
I mean, she never uses it.
It doesn't hunt. It has to have food brought to it. Like in the book, it's noted that it is a particularly lazy dragon that's not good in war.
I keep thinking, like, when Arik tried to kill her, the fact that the dragon wasn't anywhere nearby and we haven't seen no dragon in a while, but then today...
Well, the dragon isn't going to be in the bedroom going...
That's where I'd have my dragon.
It wouldn't fit, mate.
I'd build a bedroom.
Maybe by the window.
I would always be with my dragon. Come on. Like, there's no way I'm being unprotected as the king if I have a dragon. But anyway, that whole conversation steals her resolve. So they've kind of replaced her mourning with her wanting peace until now.
I have seen some comments on, I know it's Reddit, but that's where the most hardcore fans are talking about this. And their complaints were that they're tired of women only getting annoyed when it's like, when they're emotionally annoyed. And it's like men are off trying to make war and the women are at home going, oh, I wish you wouldn't.
Which she very much was last episode.
Yeah.
All the men are saying, let's go to war. And she's like, no.
And it's like you're waiting for her to get push. So I'm glad with this it wasn't a emotional. She's like, no, the only way that we're going to do this now is...
She's very matter-of-factly and says...
Only one choice remains to me. Either I win my claim or die.
They kind of took away her mourning a fair bit.
Yeah, they did. Her dad died. The moment she's told her dad's died, she then has a stillborn of her first daughter. And then the next day, one of her sons dies. So that would be I can't talk to anyone realistically for weeks. That's what I think George went for.
Yeah.
But then your main character's bedridden for 3-4 days. And then her favourite uncle/husband leaves her.
I think they could have merged mourning with her thinking, she just doesn't want to do this anymore. I'm going to go talk to her. She's dumb enough to think she can sneak into King's Landing.
I guess they just didn't want to have their main lead crying being. So they try and condition it to one episode of her looking for her son's corpse.
She is very sad in the first one, but she's still doing something. So it might have been nice to see, or it might have worked better if all was lost in her brain.
But I was just glad that they were like, her doing that has pissed everyone off.
Yeah.
And Rhaenys and Corlys. And it was nice to see that Cerys is trying to rule, because really, without Damon there, without the Queen there, he actually is, he's the heir apparent, so he really should be heading the table.
Which is, it's a good mirror to the King's table, how they're all sitting around trying to rule without him, and Aegon's like, whereas when they're all trying to rule without Jace, he's like, no, I'm good to go, like, I'm happy to rule. But then he does get cock-blocked by his mum again when he's like, let me go kill.
But he gets told about the...
There's a good reason he didn't go, because the person that didn't make it.
Because I have to tell you the Song of Ice and Fire.
Yeah, don't love that that's getting brought up again.
I think as a show watcher, it's all for fucking nothing, because we all know where that went.
It doesn't help at all, yeah.
We know where that goes, so it's just you're foreshadowing the episode where everyone went, oh shit, they've bottled it.
Oh, one thing from the battle, the melted clothes onto the flesh, and then the dusted person that got incinerated in their armor. Fantastic.
And I thought the blood being boiling them, because the blood of Sunfire.
Oh, is it hot?
A dragon's blood.
Okay, I just figured that much blood hitting this guy in the face really messed him up.
Yeah, it's the highlight of the episode. It's fair to touch on it a few more minutes. We see Vhagar stomping around, people on their side just Godzillaing around.
Aemond is the epitome of I am above everyone in this moment.
Oh, that was it. The accidentally funny of Damon following Aemond. Oh, it's actually him with an eye patch on.
Damon is Damon.
Accidentally funny.
I don't think Damon thinks about Aemond enough for that to happen. I get the idea of this. The director is saying Damon thinks he helped create Aemond. He doesn't know that yet.
What did Damon directly do to Aemond other than simply be on his wall his posters of Damon?
All his TikTok feed is just Damon.
Yeah, exactly.
But that's what I'm saying. I think Aemond thinks of nothing but Damon. Damon barely knows Aemond exists apart from the fact that he is the king's brother. He killed Luke. Yeah. I wanted him dead. He didn't want him dead because he rides Vhagar. He just wanted him dead.
Yeah.
But also, it could just be the fact that it's a magical vision, and this isn't Damon driving the vision. It's just warning him of a future.
Well, this is what I mean. We're getting enough foreshadowing to assume that maybe Aemond and Damon will meet at some point.
They're going to have a little quarrel.
Maybe. So
Yeah.
I would say that watching it, I'm like, I guess that's just a bit of heavy foreshadowing.
Yeah,
that's
just
all.
chalk it up to this will matter to him in the future.
Yeah, because I don't agree with the take that he hasn't. I think they just want to connect them because that's a season 3 thing.
It's basically a ship as well. Like,
Yeah.
it's fans wanting more connections between their favorite characters.
We see Cole. He's like the only guy who cares about Aegon. So because he's the
He
king.
cares because it's his job.
It's his job. Oh yeah, of course. And also, we don't see it, but you can infer that this guy grew up around him for years, saw the boy grow from a child. So he's been around Aegon for
But he was a
long
twat
time. He was
the
a
whole
twat.
time. But
yeah, but still, there would be some at least caring of it.
the one question I did have for you was how many seasons do you think this is going to go for? Assuming they stop when the book stops, when do you think?
The pace they're going at, we're at Rook's Rest now. We've got 4 episodes left. I think there's a really strong visual that they will end on. That I'd love to say it, but you're going to hear it.
Yeah, no, you can't do it.
I think it will be, overall, this will be a 3-season show.
Okay, that's super short for TV.
At a push, 4 seasons, but I think that would be... Some people will disagree with me, but I think 4 seasons at the most, but three to 4 seasons, I will say.
Okay. Because, yeah, obviously HBO wants this to go for as long as possible because money.
They've got lots of shows they're planning on. Like we're currently filming the Dunk and Egg show, which will coming next year. Talks of an Aegon Conquest show.
I wonder if they're going to go the Star Wars route of Star Wars story episode, whether they're going to try to like...
House Dragon won't come back to 2026, I
And they're going to slot Dunk and Egg in there?
That's the plan.
Okay.
And because Dunk and Egg is 6 episodes, all takes place on a field, has no dragons, has no special effects, has no big battles.
Okay, they're going to rely very heavily on the Game of
That's
Thrones
them
name.
snapping in on the popularity of like, oh, you like big strong guy and little person wandering around.
Oh, it's one of those.
Yeah, it's
the Mandalorian and...
It's Shrek and Donkey.
It's Shrek and Donkey, it's the Mandalorian.
It's Witcher. It's what the Witcher should have been.
Rip. Arya and the Hound. I really enjoyed this episode, apart from that Vhagar out of nowhere. I think it's literally just the fact that he did it again. He just came out of nowhere and killed her.
think
if they had the tussle and she died, I would have been like, Jesus Christ, that was crazy. Like, I was literally tensing everything during that big spiral down fight. I was like, that is so well done. But then for it to end on her looking off in the distance and then just out of nowhere, that's just the only thing that annoys me.
No, I think overall, you were wrong in this show, and it was a good ending. I can forgive. I don't even forgive because I wasn't that offended. We were all keen for some dragon on dragon fights, and they did a really good job of putting that twist of it's actually quite horrifying, and they did a better job of it than with Jaime. When we have the train cart, when Drogon originally appears, we have that, woo, how awesome is this? Then we see Jaime and Bronn's perspective of men turning to ash, and it's meant to show the horrors of it, but I felt with this, where you see just dragons stomp on people, they rip them apart, they don't care, and they did a really good job of just, and also that these are just, even though they're CG creatures, they are animals. And they are just simply doing what they're told. So I thought the kind of the horror and sadness of what this war is going to be, they did a good job.
Literally the exact same thing. How do you hide?
She looks down going, where'd he go?
That's what I'm saying.
She looks up thinking, that's weird.
But she's smarter than this. I like that he got a horn ripped off. That was cool. Yeah, see? Just out of nowhere. What was he doing? Where was he flying? Was he standing? How does a dragon that big... We know Vhagar takes too long to stand up. He takes a while to get going. Like this episode. He can't have been clinging onto the side of the hill. He couldn't have been further away flying slowly. It's just silly. I wouldn't be shocked if they're doing like what iPhone used to do with their phones, where it was like 1 year you'd get this and then you get the S version. Yeah. So it's like the TikTok cycle. So basically, this was our Tok week where we get to breathe for a second after.
Which I think was a...
It's
I
necessary.
expected the choice.
It kind of makes me feel like season 3, though, has to be constant.
Yeah, it's funny because you asked me, where do you think we're going to be, and I still think we'll be about 3 or 4 seasons overall. I'm not sure if they confirm that, but then it's weird how like the pace of things, it's like I'm amazed at how much they've stressed out Damon in the Riverland stuff, where George wants to get past that fast. He basically spends like paragraphs going, well, Rhaenyra did this and then Damon did this during that time. It's 2 pages.
Yeah, whenever you've talked about it, it's just Damon went to the Riverlands.
They've stretched it out so well. Yeah, we don't know what Damon's internal stuff was then.
Yeah, whereas here he's having major internal conflict and everything.
Well, I suppose we probably should start there with Damon, since he's probably one of the key characters. If I had a sense when it began, and I was like, oh, they're
You could tell? Because I didn't know.
Because I know.
Does he know?
I guessed who that was probably going to be, because, you know, we have Viserys say, you were always mother's favourite when he returns from one of the many times he returns to court after annoying his brother.
Yeah. So Damon is having a sex dream
about his mother.
Of a Targaryen, which we don't find out until, the very end, where she says, you were my favourite son. And I'm like, oh God, Oedipus, he's a motherfucker.
His mother died when he was 2 or 3 years old.
Okay, so not during childbirth, but
she died.
He didn't know her.
Because of childbirth. She gave birth to their brother, who died, a baby, called Aegon, which kind of then gives the Viserys choosing to have his wife die in childbirth a bit more cut. I think that is pretty, full on. It gets pretty, we're seeing shots of him going down on her and all that.
You don't see anything, but yes, they do the things. But what my brain thought was, is it a dream, or is he currently banging Alice Rivers?
I had that thought too.
She's projecting this image into his head, so
there's definitely a mysteriousness of Alice Rivers where, I think when you initially pointed her out, you said, is she really there?
Yes.
And they definitely seem to play on the fact that Simon Strong, I think there's a shot
he
where
walks
Simon
past her
Strong...
and he looks directly at her, doesn't say a thing. It can either be interpreted as, why is this random maester chick talking to Damon, and why is he not just fuck off?
Or it's one of those magical things where she's always been there and nobody thinks to, because of magic, to ask.
Yeah, she's either there and no one pays her any mind, or she's William Butcher's imaginary friend. She's not there completely, because no one else has ever talked to her.
Yes.
But is that just because they don't give a shit about her, or is that because she's not really there and she's in Damon's head?
In the book, it's she's meant to be a bastard daughter of, the bastard sister of Larys.
The history books would be talking about Alice Rivers, right? But that could just be, Damon said, oh, Alice Rivers told me, and then that snowballed out of control. It might be more relevant in the book, and maybe people know certain things that happen.
I know stuff, but yeah.
But as far as the show goes, it's definitely, she could not be there. She could be any number of magical things.
Yeah.
So she could definitely be banging Damon in his dreams. And
there's definitely a thought that came to me, particularly since they definitely have had some kind of tension, sexual tension.
Oh, so close in this episode.
Yeah.
He's losing time still.
Well, he's become more and more frustrated with the situation that he's in. So the Blackwoods, when he's staring down the Brackens with the dragon, and he tells the Blackwoods, right, I want you to go and make them, force them, and... Indeed they do, but then...
Be sneaky about it.
Yeah, but we don't see it. But we're told by Alice, who hears the whispers on the wind and all that women and children being killed and the small folk are being butchered. And so when we get all these vassals of House Bracken or of that area coming to him going, you completely screwed us over.
It all seems to be going his way, because Bracken does pledge to him. They're like, all right, please stop killing our women. We give up. But then it seems like it completely backfires for every other liege lord.
Yeah.
So whether he cares or not, because they have less men than Bracken.
And Damon's probably used where he's coming from, flying in, everyone going, oh, my prince. And so he's come to the Riverlands where, the impact of dragons and, because this is a big world. I mean, it's a big landmass. Essentially, there's 7 countries. So these people can go their whole lives and not see a Targaryen or a dragon. So they kind of grow up in their own separate culture. And he's not quite used to people not immediately bending the knee and accepting that, oh, the dragon's here, so we have to bang.
Yeah, whereas they seem to care just as much about their gods as they do the dragons.
Exactly.
They fear their afterlife just as much as their current.
Exactly. And it's interesting that they've went this place with this character, particularly since he's getting more and more on the... just call me king. What's the point of king consort?
He has a definite motivation now of he will be king, and he's more than happy for Rhaenyra to rule by his side.
Yeah.
But this is his birthright now.
Because he's completely wrong in saying that it's his actual birthright, because if you remove Rhaenyra, where you've got the Viserys' 3 actual sons...
Yes, Aegon is definitely meant to be in charge, according to Damon.
If you depose Rhaenyra. And so Damon's just kind of clutching at straws and going for more of it emotionally makes sense to him.
Yeah.
Because he doesn't think anything of his nephews. So he thinks he's the rightful ruler. And if only he was born first, which is something that he obviously thinks to himself
Although
a lot.
he does actually bring up Aemond in this episode, the fact that he's a psycho.
He's quite surprised, and he sits there in the lovely vista shots of Wales, of the Welsh mountains, going, I thought they'd back down quicker. The idea that usually you stare at the dragon and you go, bend the knee.
That was good to see, because it shows that he is smart, but then he just goes and does something conniving instead.
Yeah, and now he's trying to build a parent hall and try and make sense of it. And, we don't have any money. Well, I'll give you money. And then I guess
He's like, I'll get some money.
I guess he just got the money.
I mean,
or maybe the money will come eventually.
They haven't, you can pay later kind of deal.
Yeah, like the word of a king or something.
Yeah, so he'll pilfer it from the war that he's about to make, and then you'll get paid.
We obviously open up initially on Corlys being very upset that his wife's died at high tide, but then we cut quite quickly to King's Landing, where everyone's rocking in. Criston Cole is trying to make an Otto Hightower marketing political move of, hey, we killed a dragon. But everyone has the response of, wait, what? You can't do that. It's a bad omen.
You've killed a god, and you've just paraded him through the streets.
You've killed the sigil of your house.
And if we've given the war to the dragons and the dragons are killing each other, we're fucked.
Yeah.
People? I'm not a dragon, so if a dragon is dying, what's going to happen to me?
Because the last time, the most notable time is Maegor the Cruel killed his brother's son in that history. So there hasn't really been much dragon on dragon violence in Westeros, particularly at this point where you've had nearly 100 years of stability.
Yes, which is a big part of this episode. It's very much akin to the way in Game of Thrones, it's Sweet Summer Child.
Oh, my sweet summer child.
Everyone alive except Damon and Corlys have never seen war.
Yeah.
All of these people have just been hanging out. There's squabbles and stuff, but there's never been an all-out war since the Stepstones.
Which is pointed out by Rhaenys in the very first episode of season 1, when the men are a bit too violent at the tourney. She points out it's been 50 or 60 years since Maegor the Cruel, so there's a whole generation of men that haven't been to war, and that gets pointed out when Rhaenyra says to her lords, me and you have seen the exact same amount of battles, which is zilch, mate. So shut up.
Which is a fantastic scene from her.
There has been peace in our lifetime. You've seen no more battles than I have.
The gentle sex was not built for war. And she's like, you haven't done war either, dude.
And I've got a dragon, so who do you want going into war?
So Criston Cole has now seen the most war of anyone.
And he looks,
he's harrowed. He's not doing good.
Yeah, we see Aemond with the knife, which represents obviously leadership. It's got the Song of Ice and Fire burnt into the blade, so it's meant to be the true sign. And
won't be shocked if he figures that out at some point.
Then we get confirmed that Aegon is alive and slightly different to the book, since he was wearing Valyrian armor, which magically is fireproof. So it's like his skin has been cooked rather than in the book where it's been stuck, which
I was disappointed by.
I thought it would have been pretty cool, but I get the choice, and ultimately it doesn't necessarily matter.
I mean, it's a cool image though, having him entombed in this armor,
which I thought, which is what I wanted. I was hoping it would be they would move it and realize it's the whole shut. It actually would be a detriment to peel it off, so we have to keep it in.
There's a split second of blood starts pooling, and I'm like, oh, you better stick that back down.
And the idea that he's encased in the namesake, the thing that he wanted to be. He's got the Conqueror's name, the Conqueror's crown, and
even if he wakes up, he's stuck. He can't move because they would have to cut his arms and legs off to let him move.
Clear parallels to his father on his deathbed.
I think that would have been a better option. I'm not sure why they pulled the armor off unless someone else plans on wearing it, because if they don't wear it, they've done a lot of work for nothing.
I suppose, it's a minor thing, but then there's another minor thing that will come up in a bit. It's the same director. I think her name's Claire. I forget her name. But she's the same director as episode 2, and clearly, as we pointed out before, she has a great habit of just letting the scenes breathe. So when we have Aegon come in, we kind of see it all beat for beat, where you keep expecting him to cut away, but you cut to a wide, Aemond walks in, goes to the end of the bed, and then Alicent's there asking if he's going to live or die, and we see the bone get cracked back into place. And just kind of being in that moment, it actually allows a lot of slowing down, because I'm not saying this is a criticism, but there's a lot of things that the show doesn't make clear in terms of characters and their motivation, that is made up a lot by wonderful acting and wonderful directing. Like Corlys, that shot of the tear going down, and him in this Hall of Nine going all this shit I've done for my legacy, and now I've got no one to enjoy it with.
Literally no one.
No, and the show, in terms of written lines, doesn't give you too much of that. It gives you a bit of, remember names, not blood, but they make up for it because they make it quite obvious in just their beautifully composed shots and performances.
Yeah, this season has helped a lot if you remember season 1 quite well.
Yeah, But then I'd say with Aegon, who's becoming a bit of a fan favourite amongst Reddit, I think
Aegon is the guy that can't do anything anymore.
Well, because there's a relatable nature, and a lot of it is down to Tom being the same way we hate Joffrey because the actor was exceptional at being an arsehole. Same with Ramsay. We kind of sympathise with Aegon because I guess that sometimes we've all felt a little bit inferior to a sibling or wanting a parent's acceptance. And I'd say that the 2-year gap maybe worked there because we can forget the fact that in episode 9 it's revealed that Aegon likes to, women and then watch his own bastards fight.
He at the very least has a bunch of bastards running around.
And how many people maybe have forgotten that? Because if you're watching this on a binge, it'd probably be a hard turn to go. 2 episodes ago, I saw that this guy was a pissed who likes watching child cockfighting.
Yeah.
Then 2 episodes later, I remember going, oh, he's so funny the way he's trying to rule, and Otto's telling him, hey, none of that.
Well, my wife even said during the viewing, she was like, I feel bad for Aegon. And that was before he got burnt alive.
They're given a choice in the book where when they find Aegon to make him king, it's either what we got, which is the most deplorable stuff, or it's he was sleeping with like a merchant's daughter who was of age.
Yep.
So they went with Aegon, the most deplorable version.
They purposely made him be bad.
But then now it feels like they wish they didn't.
It's almost it semi-speaks to character growth, but we just didn't get to see it, which is always a bit harder. It's the Luke Skywalker thing. It all happened off screen.
Yeah, which is a part of it. But I think this is a great example of when your director, actor, and actually the written lines are all on point. It can really do a lot for you.
Yeah.
Like, I wonder if it was Tom, the actor's choice, to just murmur "mummy" when she. Did you?
I didn't catch that.
Yeah, when she walks out the room at the very end, Alicent, his word is "mummy."
Oh, I thought he whispered, "Subscribe."
I was going to fucking do that. Oh, you beat me too. But no, he does actually say
mummy.
He does. And it's heartbreaking.
Because, I couldn't tell that he said anything. But yes, no, that's good.
You know, and he's a scarred person and it's so relatable.
But also, everyone around him is doing also despicable things. So it's kind of a relatively, maybe he's not all that bad.
Yeah, it's like, I'm saying that and Damon's like killed his wife.
He's beheading people in his dreams.
Manipulated his niece into falling in love with him.
Yeah.
So it's pretty fucking shit things as well.
It's a terrible world they live in.
Yeah, but then everyone's like, oh, Damon. So, yeah, it's a terrible world, terrible people. We get probably my favourite scene of the episode, and that is the council scene in which they decide that Damon now needs to be regent.
That Green Council Chamber does a lot of work for the show.
Oh, yeah. But then it's the same with the original Game of Thrones. We all love watching those council scenes, and they kind of keep it going here.
Over time, we've been getting more from each character, so now we know where, allegiances lie and everything. And it's good to see everyone is backing Aemond because he's the good choice, even though they know...
almost everyone.
Well, but they know it's pissing off Alicent. They're like, oh...
Well, it's great because in that scene, Alicent, the 2 people that she backed, Larys and Criston, completely betray her.
And in fairness, it's for a good reason. Like, their whole thing is that the true heir should get to run. Yeah. So the next true heir is another man. It all makes perfect sense.
If our whole position is a woman can't be in charge, we can't now then put a woman in charge.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's like it's very succession-y propaganda. They're doing a lot of work in that regard.
Yeah, because it completely weakens their position if they have her in charge. Coming here, it's like, well, then it might as well be me then. If you're going to have a non-royal family, non-bloodline royal family in charge. What I loved about the scene was that the rest of it, then it's her having like the moment the ball clocks in, the bass kind of picks up and it's like her having a sort of Criston Cole panic attack. Like she just can't believe that I'm actually powerless now because my dad's not here, because their plan was her and her dad would run things behind Aegon. Yeah. But now with her dad gone...
Alicent's motivation is becoming pretty interesting because originally it was to protect her kids and run the kingdom that way. But now...
And a hatred of Rhaenyra.
That's gone because she's like, oh, I fucked up. Aemond's kind of old enough to look after himself now. Her other child just now can't do anything.
And she never thinks about Daeron.
Rip that kid. Alicent's whole reason for being is falling apart. Like she has no reason to exist anymore.
She's the Queen Dowager. She's that.
Both in the story and in her own brain. All of her uses are now disappeared completely. So I'm wondering where they're going to go with her now.
Me too, because I think they are going off book a little bit with her in terms of things we've seen in trailers of where she goes physically. It's different.
It seems like the book didn't pit her versus Rhaenyra against each other. So it was more greens versus blacks.
Yes.
Whereas with this show, it was definitely Rhaenyra versus Alicent.
With the original book, because George wrote this story in about 3 different ways, there definitely is an angle that George is that these 2 women are pushing for war. Like, they are the string pullers, if you will. Alicent is she was conspiring from day one.
So making her kind has kind of removed some of her agency later on in the story?
Yeah, because the only reason why we have her believing the lie for Sarah's is so she's okay doing the conspiracy stuff.
Yeah.
Where in the book, she hates Rhaenyra anyway, so let's just get this going. She hates it because the High Towers want power. Who knows what her motivation is? She gets away with it because he doesn't have to worry about motivation.
Yeah, she's the person I have no idea where they're going with.
My little quibble with that scene, it's a very minor one, is I wish Aemond didn't say a word until he sat down. Because he does say just before, is it official then?
It's settled then.
And I wish it was just because he sits there kind of meekly, like he knows what's going to happen. He's trying to look humble. So he's like, oh.
Yeah.
And I wish it was just he gets up, picks up the ball, sits down, and his first words are of command.
Charge.
And it's just a little bit, I don't know why they needed to give him that verbal confirmation.
Yeah, I guess it doesn't swing either way, so it's probably more preference. Maybe what some people wanted it, some people didn't. But he at least cuts the rat catchers down, so he knows that the small folk exist. But then he closes the gates. He locks everyone inside King's Landing because he doesn't want people leaving.
Yeah, which is true to the books that they decide to, fearing a response from Rhaenyra, that if we've killed the dragon, what's stopping them from rolling in with all their dragons? So they want to get out, but then they want to keep the small folk in. I don't know why. Like, wouldn't you like less mouths to feed? Or
it's 50-50. So it's like, obviously you'd want to keep the blacksmith and all of their family because otherwise you can't make more stuff. But yes, a lot of those people are just poor.
We're seeing Hugh Hammer. Hopefully his daughter makes it. My God, she's looking worse and worse, that girl. I don't know what's happening because in the book, Hugh Hammer doesn't have a wife and a daughter.
Well, it seems like he's probably going to go to Dragonstone. That's what I figured when they were leaving. I'm like, oh, that's convenient.
There's lots of like little things. Like we touch base with Rhaena, and I was quite confused with that scene because obviously we get to meet.
Yeah, what was your problem with that?
The last scene of that is a wide of her looking very upset because she goes, I apologise about your grandmother dying.
Yes.
And then it cut to her looking very upset. I thought, was she meant to just be informed right now? Like she didn't know?
Oh, I figured she already knew, and it's the wide is just showing how isolated she is.
I guess, yeah.
She's up in the Vale. Her best friend is a baby
absolutely
and
powerless.
a dragon egg.
She's got 2 dragons.
Which is just setting up her agency of what she does next. This is probably the most expansive episode because we do hit so many different locations.
We actually get to see Jace push and actually try and be more.
It goes off the back of we've just hit the small council. They love doing their little parallels between councils.
Oh, that's what I wanted to bring up. Yeah, the parallels.
It's fantastic because you show the Green Council and you show Alicent's life falling apart, and then you just cut to Rhaenyra, who everyone around her is doing exactly what they did to Alicent, but she's like, no, she's much more. I guess she's queenly. She has a claim.
It's also somewhat similar to Aegon, where they're like, we can't risk you going out because the whole point of this is that you're in charge.
Yeah.
Which I do and don't agree, because if she was to die, then it'd be Jace. But I guess it kind of loses its luster where it's like, she's died when our son's the claimant. Like, it loses some of its energy.
It would messy it for the small folk especially, where it's just like, we don't know who's in charge. We care less and less.
Yes.
But the scene where she says that no one's seen war, and then she does bring up that Lord Corlys and Damon are the only people that have seen war. So it's great that later on she does actually ask Corlys to be her hand.
Makes sense.
Is a fantastic choice, especially because
also maybe to like try and sorry your wife
give
died.
him a reason to live.
Yeah.
He does bring that up. He's like, is this like a prize? Like, thanks, but my life sucks. But it seems like he actually wants to.
And I like with Corlys that there's a little bit of a callback to when Viserys' wife died, he decided to make his one daughter the heir. And so he goes to Baelor, because Rhaenys did say, why can't it go to Baelor? She is a true heir to this. Yeah. And he goes, no, it has to be, names over blood. But now he wants to do that as like a tribute to his wife, but Baelor goes, I'm fire and blood, and she's more like her dad than Rhaenyra is.
You need a boat person.
Yeah, if only Corlys had
some random guy
sons
that looked like him.
About,
I don't know, maybe.
Yeah,
I like that it's not even a spoiler anymore. It's just like...
It's been confirmed more or less in the last episode.
Oh, 100%.
We know where it's going.
And it makes the most sense, especially because if he's swapped from names to blood, but also you can legitimize a bastard. It's happened before.
He can't, but he can go to the Queen, and as the hand...
True. It's
going to be legitimized, particularly if, we need some extra dragon riders. Maybe when we get on a dragon, there's, hey, I'll give you lord and title,
How about this guy that was standing on the beach looking up at a dragon one time? Wouldn't that be good?
Wouldn't that be good? I think the show has struggled. This is a sort of criticism. I think the show has struggled with what to do with Rhaenyra.
Yes.
Because in this episode, it feels like we're going through the same stuff again. It's her being annoyed she can't do anything. There's a bit of like she asks her whispers, the white worm. They get her to go speak to Diane, who's the...
Which is... I don't know where that's going.
What is she politically going to do? She drank the moon tea. Well, we hear a drink off camera, and that's why everyone thought, did it fail? Did she? Yeah.
I guess it could fail. Like, nothing's solid.
But still.
But I think they're just going to go with the fact that there's an uprising that they can...
I think yes, it's meant to brew more of an uprising angle.
We've seen how scary that shit can be, remembering the harpies.
The armoured fae for the sparrows. You're thinking of this? Yes, of course so.
Like, that as well, actually. I completely forgot about that. Yes, how we've seen it twice in Got Then. If there's a lot of you, you can do some scary shit, and especially if you're everywhere.
That's it.
Rhaenyra's sitting around going, there's nothing I can do. I've done everything I can. I'm very annoyed at this. And Jace is like, I want to do something. And she does say in this episode, I can no longer wait for Damon, but then she continues to wait for Damon.
Yeah.
Again, it's the hardest book to adapt and also the most freeing book to adapt because you can do whatever you want amongst like a couple of dot points.
Yes.
But then because it's spread over 20, 30 years, so many of your characters are like, which is why they're doing a really clever thing with Rhaenyra, how they're just like blending a couple of characters together to give her way more agency.
We'll talk about that.
There's not too much they can do with Rhaenyra, who is the lead of the story, but also flat. She didn't stand in front of Vermithor.
What, sorry?
Last week, the shot of next week, she went and saw Vermithor.
I was expecting that to be the actual last shot, be a bit more of a powerful shot of her calling up these dragons.
Yeah.
But I guess they either putting it in next week.
Yeah. But before they do that, Jace goes to meet the Freys. Yeah.
He goes to the Freys, who the twins, those might remember the Freys were...
Despicable.
That's Filch's house from I forget the actor, David Bradley.
Who they've replaced him with another despicable actor.
Which is very true to House Frey.
They're gross.
It's just the Freys are always despicable. They're like... They'll stab you in the back to benefit themselves.
I can't remember how many wide shots there are of the twins in Game of Thrones.
They felt smaller here, but...
I semi-thought it
felt... They live in those two towers.
Yeah.
But they don't look like places that you could live in.
They don't look big enough, no. And again, there's nothing around them that bunch of people can live in.
I'm okay with a bridge.
I love the idea of these people bothered to build a bridge and now they control everything.
It's why no one respects them, because they're a relatively new... Like, they're a few hundred years old. Someone came along and went, if I built a bridge and then just owned it, then I'd have to be a lord, right? Because it's the only bridge that can hold an army to travel
so they're
across.
Completely necessary, control a bunch of trade routes.
And Jace is doing it for the same reason Robb does it hundreds of years later, so the Stark can cross and bring his army.
That's very, very clever, that parallel. But also the fact that they're a young house, like that no one they're not an old house.
Them.
Yeah, that's great.
Partly why, which isn't in the book, I believe, they want Harrenhal probably to give it more of their house more of a prestigious.
Well, if they're only two tiny castles where no one can live in, maybe that would be nice.
Yes, but I like that Jace, which is true to the books, and it's showing that he's a very capable ruler. And
it's good.
Even though he's a bastard, which my favourite Targaryen fan theory is that this whole line are bastards. Aegon the Conqueror, who had two sisters, in the book it really states that he really went to Pound Town on them. He loved his younger sister and his older sister, but they only ever managed one kid each, and the book even questions it. Like, basically the theory is that Aegon was infertile, and both his sons are like, one's particularly weak and one's particularly strong, and neither of them particularly resemble Aegon. And the idea that this whole Targaryen dynasty is a lie, and that Jon Snow is a bastard who is a Targaryen and might save the world, that none of them are descent of Aegon, which is just a really fun fan theory that I do subscribe to. I like seeing all that with Jace, and he comes back and his mum's initially quite annoyed that he did it, but then she relates.
She's mainly annoyed because she can't do anything.
Yeah, and then they come up with a whole, like, Ancestry.com, like, let's go through the,
But it's the reason why they've built this massive library set, so that they can spend several scenes. I hope it's not too much, like, Samwise going through and just looking at a bunch of books. Samwell Tarly going through a bunch of books.
He's very much a Samwise Gamgee character.
Yeah, so it's 100%. So the dragon ancestors that they figure out is completely Jace's idea.
Which is true to the book.
Moderately out of nowhere.
Well, to me, it's weird that they're going this, because in the next episode, light spoilers, it'll be, this ancestry stuff doesn't work. And then it'll be, we need to get these bastards in.
What do you mean doesn't work?
Because they're saying, oh, we need to go find, like, because surely there's been Targaryens who've married into other families, like Jaehaerys, the old king, had like a shitload of daughters.
Yeah.
A lot of them died, but I think they had kids and married. They go and have other relations, but then she said, oh, the blood will be diluted. But then we've set up, Ulf White, Hugh the Hammer.
I mean, I guess it could still point out, like, it could be like, oh, Corlys had more blood in him than we thought.
But I think in the next episode it'll be that that's failed, so they have a call for the bastards, which is what the book does.
It seems too convoluted to do one then to swap to the other in such a short time frame.
Well, that's it, because the book doesn't even do let's go find our distant cousins.
Yeah.
The book goes, there's lots of bastards on Dragonstone because this is where the Targaryens live, so they go down to the village and fucking go back up.
So it's weird that they swapped that out, because that seems more straightforward than what they've gone for.
But we are going for it, because Hugh Hammer and Ulf White are bastards.
That's what I mean. It's like, if they can follow these library lines to end up in the same spot, that makes more sense because of the way they've set it up.
Yeah.
But they've definitely set it up in a more difficult way than just having them already be on Dragonstone.
Exactly. Yeah, the Dragon Seed stuff is definitely I'm not judging it yet, but I want to see where we are by the end of it.
Yeah. I definitely thought we'd see some more Sheep Stealer.
I guess I wanted to wait to talk about it until it actually happened, but given that it's just happened, so it's a bit more fresh than if we wait a week or two to talk about it.
So Rhaenyra has a conversation with Baela where she talks about how their grandma Rhaenys took Meleys. So they're restating that you can take a dragon if you want to. But then later on they say that Rhaena attempted to take Vermithor. So they're like, you can take dragons. Rhaena tried to take a dragon and failed. Now she's in the Vale. I definitely thought they would give us like maybe more of a hint of where that's going, considering we're down to 3 episodes left.
We're entering into a spoiler area. So spoiler. Rhaena more or less will be taking the place of a character called Nettles.
Yes.
And Nettles in the book is a young black girl who's a dragon seed who acquires, and she might not even be a Targaryen, she seems to be a girl who acquires Sheep Stealer, one of the dragons on Dragonstone.
One of the
called
big
Sheep
ones.
Stealer because it's constantly stealing sheep, and she baits Sheep Stealer by like giving the dragon more sheep until eventually it accepts the girl because it's grown accustomed, because every day she comes with a new sheep. And he's like, oh, go on then, get on my back. The show obviously went, we already have a black girl who wants a dragon.
Yep. Smart move.
It's more cohesive storytelling.
Otherwise, Rhaena has nothing to do.
Exactly. Both Baela and particularly Rhaena have nothing to do during the actual Dance of the Dragon.
Yeah.
So it makes sense that we've got these two girls here. They're paid actors. We should use them.
We have a connection to them.
The fandom are under the suspicion that, because I was thinking the same, Rhaenyra's not just going to return to Dragonstone to just take the dragon, because that would be silly.
Yeah.
They're probably going to put the dragon in the Vale,
Where there's a bunch of sheep.
where there's a bunch of sheep. Because even Damon said their sheep are prettier than the women. And Sheep Stealer and the Vale and they're not too far away. It's not unbelievable that there would be an outlier. There's one dragon who decides, you know what, I love sheep. I'm going to go fly over there and see what's going on. Or, as my idea is, maybe they could just write in, the story goes there was once a dragon rider who landed here and then died. Now the dragon
if they left him there, why not?
And then just one line and you fix the problem. Narratively, you don't have to be an idiot. You know Rhaenyra's going to get a dragon. It's been her whole thing this whole time, from when she was a kid.
She has literally nothing else.
She has nothing else other than that she really wants a dragon. So,
and she says this episode, I feel powerless. I feel like, wow, wouldn't a dragon help that?
Yeah.
Cool.
So it'd be weird if she doesn't get it. So we all kind of can see that coming. Obviously, it's like all things, and this show is great. It's how you present it. And this show has so far been really good at presenting its ideas, where when you compare to Acolyte that has one or two ideas but presents them so poorly that you just can't accept them, like just with their plotting and character motivations. With this, we've rung that Rhaenyra wants a dragon bell. If she doesn't have a dragon by the end of next episode, I'll be really annoyed.
That's what I'm a little concerned about, is because we only get to spend 5 minutes an episode, not even that, with Rhaenyra.
She had like 2-3 minutes.
If she suddenly gets most of an episode, it's very much like, now it's time for her to get the thing.
Obviously the show maintains to be a very good episode, and so it's hard sometimes to, unlike with Doctor Who, where it's a bit of a monster of the week situation, so you can review them separately. This is just like,
this is the next part of the story.
It's the next part of the story, but it probably is in terms of it's one of the more forgettable episodes, I'd say.
It's the episode that you would not
rewatch.
You'd go,
which isn't a problem.
One more episode. Oh no, I think you'd rewatch it. You'd just want to be watching it in a binge.
Exactly.
You wouldn't be
That's it. You want to be watching it in a binge.
Yeah.
It'll blend in with the other ones.
Which is good and bad. I don't want them to be...
You need the breather.
And I don't want them to be restricted by, oh, we need to do a big thing every episode. That'd be annoying. And the characters do start and end in different spots. Like, Corlys is now the Hand. Not every character has to do something every episode.
Rhaenyra finally has a goal.
I mean, she kind of had one at the end of last... Yes, she decided to fight last episode. Obviously can't just go out there and burn everyone. So she's found something to do this episode. And Jace wanted to do something last episode. This episode he did it, and now he has even more to do. So it's like, it's not like the characters are completely stagnant.
And they have to kind of mourn Rhaenys. It would be weird if they were just like... Yeah. Anyway.
It's just, this is the kind of week that I wish I could binge. Like,
you wish you had the next one loaded up.
I do love discussing each episode as it comes out, but it's very hard to not want something else after this one. You're like, ugh, like I do have to wait. I have to wait another week.
Yeah, which is, it's just being spoiled.
Yeah,
like,
it's a good problem to have.
The fact they once again show the fucking rat catcher dog.
Oh, poor puppy.
I mean, fucking hell, guys. Like, I mean, it just tug at the heartstrings.
They want those points.
They want those points. And, we have Aemond have his first interaction with his sister, where she just simply goes, was it worth it?
I expected this bitch to do some magical dragon dream stuff.
I wish that was more of a scene. I wish those two actually had more of a discussion. I think she's being criminally underused, that actress.
Maybe that's what it is about this episode. It leaves me wanting more, but mainly because I got 2 minutes with Rhaenyra. I got 1 minute with Aemond, and then 1 other minute with Helena. And everything is quite short because they are putting a lot in. Maybe it would have been better if I didn't see every person this episode, but I got longer scenes and more people.
It's kind of what we had with episode 2 slightly.
Because like you said, this episode, everything happens at the same time. So this episode and next episode could happen at the same time if we wanted to. That's what Game of Thrones did all the time.
Yeah.
And we wouldn't see Dany for 2 episodes.
It's
sometimes.
one of those... don't think about it, the timeline, like how long
as long as they don't reference time and they don't show 2 things happening.
They could all be happening in the same week or two. Yeah.
Which I think maybe they should have done this episode. Looking at the preview for next episode, it does look like another big episode.
The Lord who's been chatting some mad shit, Lord Alfred.
Is he the one that they sent to Damon?
He's been sent to Damon as I want you out the way for a bit, but also I need you to go and, actually tell me what Damon's doing over there.
Yeah, she did that very diplomatically. It does show that Rhaenyra is the better queen.
She knows how to diplomat. Like, you're right, you are loyal to me, but I don't need you around right now, so I'd rather you go do something useful.
Yeah, whereas Damon would just slaughter you immediately.
Yeah, exactly.
If you chat too much shit to Damon, he'll kill you, whereas Rhaenyra is like, you can't be doing that. This isn't a punishment, though. I do need people to disagree with me. Like, disagreeing isn't punishable by death. That's fine. But also,
challenge my points.
Because of this, I do trust you and I trust your judgment. Go do this.
I think Rhaenyra is she's getting lost in her own show a little bit, if I had to give a criticism.
Which we have been kind of saying all season, which is a bit of a bummer.
Which is just where we are in the book. And I think they wanted to keep true to the spirit, which I think they're keeping true to the spirit of George and his tone. But yeah, I just think where Rhaenyra is at this point in the story, they didn't have much. So they've tried giving her a little something every episode, but it feels like the last 2 or 3 it's been the same something.
Yes.
That's probably my only criticism so far. And I'm keen for her to step up. I mean, you even brought up like how at the end of the last season, like that face was like, here we go, off to war. And then 5 episodes later, it's like we
had one war. We had one little war.
Are you off to war? And so I think it's her being a leader and accepting that role, and that she can't go off and she has to trust her son and her niece,
but that didn't stop Aegon.
Daughter-in-law / actual daughter, adopted daughter.
Yeah, you get called Aegon the Conqueror by conquering. So like, if you want to be Rhaenyra the fucking winner, you got to go do some winning. Everything we said about last week kind of stands this week as far as characters go, but the plot actually moves forward in this one.
I thought it was a really strong episode.
You say that every week.
I think in retrospect, as the week went on, I think last week will probably be the weakest episode of the season.
I think last week's definitely should have been blended into this week's.
I had that thought as well, slightly. I think they wanted to let a few things breathe, like Aemond, for example, not immediately going power hungry. We want a bit of time for that to settle in with him and us as the audience.
Which doesn't really happen in the episode, though. That more happens in real time, because it was like, it was a week ago Aemond got king. Whereas if you were binging this, if you were watching this back to back to back,
blend in.
It would be very much, Aemond is king, Aemond is now in charge.
Yeah, we did say that last week would be the blendy-in episode that you don't really remember being an episode.
Yeah, so they're definitely treating it as if it should be weekly.
It was very much a bridging.
But also, we say last week was meant to let things breathe, but honestly, we got about 2 minutes with Corlys, and then we got like even less within this time.
That's something that I'm really annoyed that Corlys has no friction or tension with Rhaenyra, someone he believes potentially killed his son. And then also in the book, Rhaenyra directly sends Rhaenys to go to Rook's Rest, where here they have decided to, and I will give trust to the writing team because so far they've done a wonderful job overall, that they want Rhaenyra to be spared of any kind of bad decision so
Which
far.
is bad. She's got no agency. Even this one, she spent the exact same amount of time complaining that no one listens to her as she did last episode. And when she gets back from the church, she says, I guess I'm going to have to kick some ass to take my crown. And then last episode, she says, people need to stop talking about Damon. I'm going to be in charge. And then this episode, she goes, people really need to stop talking about Damon. I'm going to be in charge.
Damon, Damon, Damon.
Instead, I'm going to make out with a woman.
We'll get all to that.
Is that in the book? Is she...
It's not in the book.
I know that Mushroom was the salacious one, so I was wondering whether they'd be like... whether he would point out like any rumors or anything.
Mushroom claims that he was running the council because Rhaenyra was in such over her children dying, was so upset that Mushroom was actually secretly running the council.
So he just went with a woman cried a lot rather than there was a spicy affair.
My problem was there's a great line where Corlys says to Rhaenyra in the book, it should have been you. You should have been the one who went to Rook's Rest, not my wife.
When I first saw him rock up to Dragonstone this episode, I'm like, all right, let's see what he says. What are his motivations? And he doesn't have a motivation. He's just put it on.
I'm a little bit... Last week, I think they tried to do it and had that scene with Baylor, they hoped. And one maybe thinks that is enough.
I like what he said to Baylor, and I like that sets up his bastard becoming the heir that they really touch on this episode.
And they confirm
But it
the
really
eldest.
does make it feel like these two episodes should either be blended or everything should get moved up one, just because of the way that everyone gets about 2 minutes in this episode. Every 5 minutes, you're in a new place doing a new thing with new people. And then 15, 20 minutes later, you then cut back to those same people who have moved about 10 meters, but then they continue on with what they're doing. I just feel like we need more time with each character in each scene to actually have what they want to do instead of jumping away so often.
We talk about Rhaenyra. I suppose one could say it's a bit lampshady what they're doing. That Rhaenyra's going, I can't do anything. I'm so annoyed. And it's like the audience goes, right?
Do something.
The term lampshade meaning where they know there's a problem, but if they reference the problem, it kind of fixes it. Almost exactly what she said this week.
Every
I almost
episode this
heard
season.
last week.
Yeah.
Why can't I do anything? I'm so annoyed. So her wanting the dragons is her trying to get that strength back. Darkling does die in the book in trying to get Sea Smoke.
Even though I know that he wouldn't end up with Sea Smoke because of the way they've been foreshadowing so heavily with Adam. For a bit there, I'm like, oh,
maybe.
Like it was still quite a tense scene. They were still very well played, very well directed.
And that dragon song's awesome.
I expected him to get like snatched up or something, but then he's kind of like, oh, I actually do want a rider. Like a rider seems like a pretty good idea. Actually, I miss my bond. And then he stepped forward too slowly maybe. And he's like, actually, you're not good enough.
Yeah. Then obviously Sea Smoke went and declared that he wants a rider. And basically,
fantastic flame effects though.
Yeah, you're right. It's the mix of CG and real life fire. The Dragon Keepers in the book are described as being like armored, more like when they're more like worshipping
just monks.
What's the use in armor with dragons as well?
Exactly, yeah. They don't control the dragons. If they were wearing armor, maybe that's showing weakness kind of deal. Like, you can't be afraid of a dragon, so being unarmored right in front of them and just having their
confidence,
stick.
yeah. I suppose. That's a small point.
It's just a cool visual too.
Yeah, so I think with Rhaenyra, the funny scene where she's arguing with Jace and she goes, I'm tired of everyone going, Damon, Damon, Damon.
Damon, Damon, Damon.
Your Grace.
Then a Kingsguard comes in, and I laughed at the idea, and it wasn't it, where one of the Kingsguard go, my queen, we've got word from Damon. Yeah.
She's just sitting there like, God, smacks him around.
Yeah, oh yeah, she smacks Lord, whatever the fuck, I forget his name. You know, the Lord is talking to her, and he says, like, why would I subscribe to Bergenbeard? And she turns around and slaps him and goes, turn on that notification bell, you bitch.
That was excellent.
Thank you. And she goes, I obviously haven't reminded you need to fear me.
Which is a good line, but again, because she's so ineffectual overall, is it lampshading? Is it them just saying she knows she needs to do something?
I suppose the one thing Rhaenyra's done that is morally questionable, even though maybe the show doesn't do the greatest of highlighting it, is that she with the sea snake have caused a blockade at King's Landing, which means that there's no food coming in.
But then they deliver the food.
But then she delivers the food and is seen as like, oh, our queen, how lovely of her.
Which I like, that the small folk are very easily swayed.
Yes.
They're important, but stupid.
The idea that she sent that food in on Mazaria's advice, knowing that it would cause more stress, that there wouldn't be enough and people would be stealing and grabbing.
You cause a civil war. It's a good idea. It's good tactics.
It's a good tactic, but I'd say that maybe Rhaenyra isn't showing remorse for manipulating people.
Yeah, she only seems to care about her crown.
Because it is Game of Thrones. Everyone has ulterior motives. she's all about the small folk, she reckons, protecting the small folk.
Mysaria has her speech in this episode where she says that Rhaenyra would be the best queen because she does think of the small folk, because she is merciful, because she showed Mysaria mercy. And we haven't really seen that. We saw her show Mysaria mercy, but we haven't seen her care about the small folk. But maybe you could have had Rhaenyra be like, I hate that we have to do this to the small folk. Like, even just a couple of lines.
Like, the line I've been seeing is, we all love women rights, but can we get some women wrongs?
Yes.
And, like in Game of Thrones, the show and the original books, Cersei Lannister is, well, in the book, she's brilliant. She's an angry idiot. Like, she actually thinks she's her father, but she's a moron. When the show, they make her a little bit more clever.
She's smarter in the show until Tywin's on there. And then Tywin's like, no, you are an idiot.
And then the writing ran out.
They also had Dany being vicious. Like, when Dany needed to, she put people down.
The small folk aren't that switched on. They just blame the people in the castle over there. Yeah. And, we get that fairly heavy-handed scene of things used to be real good when Viserys was in charge. Hey, remember Viserys?
No, I didn't take that as heavy-handed at all. That was them sowing dissent. So that was... I know, but...
The fact that those two are acting, Diana and the madam.
Yeah, I couldn't tell if Ulf White was acting
in on it or not.
That was my only confusion, because he gets really on board, and also we know he's a liar.
But then when he's outside, he kind of has they get sheep, do they?
So it's like, I'm not sure whether he was cued into it, because we showed him, he's like, I'm a Targaryen. Like, he could be a storyteller.
The last big Rhaenyra point is, I hope it's not controversial for the sake of that it's two women kissing. But maybe some people might think that it's a weird choice.
It's very out of nowhere in the way that I understand Mysaria, because she's definitely made out with women before, like in her industry and all like that.
And you could argue that she's trying to secure her place.
Possibly, or maybe she actually just does love Ray. That's the thing. It's very confusing right now. We don't know why.
It's a moment of weakness. She's got no one just fighting her corner. She's got no one to go back to her chambers and be like, fucking those lords, mate, they've been dickheads. So Mysaria is playing that. Hey, I get it, babes. It's all understandable.
She's shown no interest in women.
Well, one could argue that they were pretty heavy-handed with that. She probably had a crush on Alicent and vice versa as children.
When?
I think there's enough there that one could read into it. They queer-coded.
Maybe.
If next week we're finding them naked under the sheets, I'd probably be a bit more like, But if this was just a moment of weakness,
like, does she have time for this?
Do we have time for this? Flying into next episode, literally. Is she going to take offence at a bastard of all things? And the irony of her taking offence at a bastard claiming a dragon where 3 of her sons are technically bastards.
And there is a line from Jace in the preview as well where he says, giving away our heritage, what is being a Targaryen if not that? And I'm like, well, and it was his idea.
And Jace last week was saying, who says it has to be Valyrian blood? It could be
They're a little bit Targaryen, it's fine.
Or like at all, maybe just Valyrians had their propaganda. But he's trying to talk about it should remain in the Targaryen hold. But you were about to give a dragon to a Darkling.
We'll have to see how they play it next week, but that's next week. So as Rhaenyra says, Damon, let's talk a little bit about Damon.
We got what I think everyone anticipated was some Viserys dreams. I like that they recreated the scene where he banishes him from court for the heir for the day, which both in the show and in the book, we don't know how Damon said that line. Like, does he mean it in a romantic, melancholic way or somewhat sarcastic?
Is that just how he deals with it?
I'm in charge.
Yeah, but he gets to react to it differently in this one.
I mean, it's more of what we've been having with Damon for the past few weeks.
It's a lot of Damon not doing anything except having these dreams, but by the end of this, it does move forward.
It does move forward.
It's like he got a reward in real life for that, so it's like doing what he should have done and being there for his brother. Grover Tully passes in real life. So it's like, is that because he had the dream, or did he have the dream because things are working out? Because most of his time is spent talking to Alice Rivers again, who might be real. I was talking a lot last week about how she might not even be real. And you said apparently she disappears behind
Simon Strong when he gives her a good look.
But in this, he does reference her and says, our maester. And that's why Damon's like, well, that's why he's dead.
Our own healer, Alice Rivers.
But things are looking up for Damon finally.
Yeah, I really like that we got to see the second dream where Viserys is mourning over his
wife, yeah.
and his dead child. And I was wondering if did that happen, or is that a moment that Damon wished that he had done, that he'd went to his brother?
I took it as he should have been there.
Should have been
instead
there.
of drinking and whoring and being General Damon, he should have actually been there for his brother.
You know, you've got to remember that he was on Dragonstone for 6 years. He comes back, finds his brother half a corpse. His brother then wakes up, reaffirms his daughter as queen, reaffirms Lucerys as the heir to Driftmark, then dies. And so Damon hasn't actually had much chance to mourn or be reflective.
I'm glad we're getting the Damon time. I just wish it was more condensed so that we didn't have 3 weeks of him having dreams, whereas we could have 2 or 1 episode.
You know, one could argue budget, but in an ideal world where you've got 10 episodes and all the budget, maybe you have a bit more of a Damon dreams at night, and then we're then seeing Damon struggling, because this is the guy who really thinks himself as being a king. He's a descendant of Aegon the Conqueror, who in the history rode into the Riverlands, burned down Harrenhal, everyone bowed to him. I'm off to conquer the next place. So Damon, thinking himself like that, we got to see it last week, which I guess is what they think they've covered that base. I would have liked to have seen more of that. The political struggles of, here you go, Damon, here's a country for you to rule. You finally get what you want.
True.
And the struggle of trying to navigate these lords.
It's a burden to be bared, not something to be fought for. And that just showed Alice Rivers knowing a lot of things. Like, she knew that Viserys didn't want the crown.
Yeah.
So it's showing her knowing things that she doesn't or shouldn't know.
Well, that she correctly predicts that Grover would pass.
Yes, predicts.
Well,
made happen.
Senses.
We'll find out.
And we get more hints. Is she a barn owl? Who knows?
I said that when she arrived. I'm like, she did say she was a barn owl.
Yeah, because there's this lovely line at the first part of him in Harrenhal where Simon Strong says how Lord Grover is deathly ill, and he says people should obey their liege lord no matter their condition. Obviously referring to the fact that his brother was very ill, and people should still respect the position. And so next week, we'll obviously preview, but we're going to get Oscar coming in and Damon having to probably, apologise to Oscar, humble himself before the Lord.
Which doesn't leave much time in the season if he has to spend next week actually getting them all together. So the finale is definitely going to be the Lannister army, the Cole army, finally meeting up with the Riverland army. You probably know the shot the season will end on, or the battle.
I know, I've got a rough idea of what the shot would be, what I would like the shot to be, but I can pretty much in my head can confirm where the ending of this season will be, and I think a few things are getting moved around for season 3 stuff.
Okay.
But I think it's probably going to end up being 4 seasons, actually.
If I was to guess, if there is 4 battles left after whatever the Riverlands does, then it's going to be 2 more seasons, because it'll be a mid-season battle, an end-of-season battle, season 4 will be mid-season battle, end-of-season 4 battle, and the end of the dance.
Yes.
That's just if you were doing it 2 battles a season.
I have in my head my ideal end shot of the whole season, of what I would like it to be, the absolute end shot. There's a beautiful ending to this. If they do it right, there's a beautiful ending to this. But anyway, that's 5 years down the line. Speaking of battles, our opening shot is Lord Lannister.
He's such a wanker.
This is Tyrion Lannister, who, imagine being Jason, just because this guy was the first one out, he gets to be Lord.
He gets the cool armor.
My little nerdy, well, actually, they use the Reign of Castamere, dun, 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 which is just the theme of the Lannisters now.
Yeah.
But
and it's a good song.
The Reign of Castamere hasn't happened because Tywin wasn't born, but it's a non-diegetic thing, so...
Remember Game of Thrones?
Whatever, it's fine. They're rolling up to the Golden Tooth, where House Lefford lives, and it's basically...
Is that what it was?
The equivalent of House Frey into the Riverlands. Like, it's this little narrow gateway to get into the Riverlands. So, Tywin, similar to his descendant, Tywin Lannister, decides to wait things out and see what happens somewhat, because Tywin in history during Robert's Rebellion didn't claim a side until it was clear who was going to win.
Yeah.
This isn't the case here, but...
Well, Tywin doesn't want to die, so he's smart enough to know, oh, they have a dragon? I need a dragon before I'm willing to run in there. Especially because you would hear word of Rook's Rest and you're like, oh, 900 men died because there was a dragon there. I only have that many.
And one would assume that Tywin is a student of his house history, where during the Aegon's The Conquest, the Lannister king and the Gardener king of the Reach united forces and became the ultimate land army.
Right.
It meant all because the 3 dragons rolled in. Tyler knows we have the biggest army ever, but if they've got a dragon, it's not going to work.
Yeah. It's always the bloody Green Council that are the best damn scenes in the show at the moment.
Aegon and all that are moving towards being favourites, and I would say purely because they actually have some depth and twists, where Rhaenyra this season, yes, in the book she's just sitting and they'd rather her be trying to have something happen than just being upset.
Yeah, there was a bit of a debate in the comments last week about whether she should be doing something or not, and
but what could she do? And
because she's not doing anything in the book, should they have invented something, or should they have almost written her out for at least a little while? Or
well, their attempt is going to King's Landing, or giving her some of Jace's initiative.
Half an attempt.
We need to get the dragons together.
Yeah, because it cuts almost directly to Aemond, and he's completely different to how we've ever seen him. He's not reserved in any way.
He's finally the guy in the room, so it completely makes sense.
He never put a foot out of line. Well, tried not to put a foot out of line except Luke, because he knew it wouldn't benefit his end goal. And now that he's at his almost end goal, he's just letting loose, slagging everyone off because he can do whatever he wants.
Aemond's pissed off because he gets, the reports back, the channel analytics.
That most of you aren't subbed.
These guys, who are they?
Find them. Because he sees himself as above everyone. Like, he is the best person he knows.
Yeah, he thinks of himself as, he has
It's a god complex.
He rides the biggest dragon possible. So he thinks, I'm the strongest guy in the field, and now I'm the strongest, smartest guy in the room when I'm ruling.
Yeah.
So now that he, I'm the guy in the big chair. So he's saying we need to go make amends with the Triarchy. We get a name drop of the Red Kraken over on the Iron Islands.
Yeah.
Maybe we can marry the Dowager too. And she's like, fuck off. Which, not only because you can't just use me as political thing, but also they are the worst people to be married to. Very rapey. We do not sow, so they just raid for their food. The worst people, like maybe the only one worse would be House Bolton, maybe. Like, we peel people's skin, like apart from that. So I'm a big fan of the Boltons. I said it, fuck off. He wants to make peace with amends with the Triarchy, get those boats in because they're the only ones we've got.
It could be semi-short-sighted in the way that he's willing to cause more problems for himself later.
He's got one eye.
Nice. Just to fuck with Rhaenyra as much as possible. He's willing to possibly start another war later, but he probably thinks he can deal with that war later.
Yeah,
so he's like,
because I've got my big dragon.
I'll start a war now, and then later on I'll roll through and just burn all those ships to a... Why doesn't... I mean, because it didn't happen in the books, but he probably could just lay waste to all those ships on Vega.
I think it's a political... I think that's what they would expect, right? One could assume scorpions.
I don't know if scorpions are allowed on boats until Game of Thrones. Just attack from the sun. It works for Daenerys. It's because it would break continuity.
That's why.
Yeah.
The key moment of that scene, after we get some of the political movings of him dominating the space, is he dismisses his mother.
Yes, he has a great scene with Alicent, but before that he sends pretty much everyone away. He sends Cole away to war. Tyler, he says, you fuck off. Go deliver a message to your brother. In one of the end scenes, he only has 2 people sitting at the table with him.
Yes, the ones who remain.
Because he doesn't need them. Why would Aemond need a council? He's the smartest guy in the world.
I don't know if they intended this, but it made me laugh because we always say how Aemond still is that little boy playing badass, playing Terminator.
Yeah.
In episode 10 of season 1, when Luke goes and sees the Baratheon Lord, Storm's End, he goes, you go tell her that the Lord of Storm's End is not a dog that she can whistle up. Aemond pretty much says that line. Like, who is he to tell me to whistle me up like a hound? I thought the idea that Aemond was in that room going, that's pretty cool.
Good line.
I'm going to fucking use that.
Files that away.
It feels in character for Aemond that he would do that.
Just taking the coolest bits of everything he's ever heard.
And combining it. And I like that.
Now that he has everything, it'll be interesting to see his fall. Because his fall is going to be hard.
It'd be very hard.
Oh, is he going to fall this time? God damn it.
No, I love a good wide. So there's been lots of lovely wides this episode. We had an Alicent wide, you have a Damon wide, you have a Rhaenyra wide.
Aemond next to Aegon in bed, the shot with the light beams coming in, that's wonderful too.
Yeah, because he's only got obviously one eye. So when Alicent touches her end and says hey, surely you're feeling good about yourself now, like the rage of the past is gone, and we see him have a moment of being that young lad again, and then we cut straight to the eye patch.
To the evil side.
To the evil side, right, kind of. And I thought that was a purposeful choice. That was a nice, that's the side that everyone thinks, that he's Aemond one eye.
I think the DOP at one point said that he kept flipping the scenes or slowly flipping them during the shots so that they could show that it's all turning.
We get told when he's running another council, he's got the ball in his hand, he's sitting pretty fucking comfy. And then old Clubbyfoot comes in and hits him with the whole, if only you had like a better hand, eh?
Which is funny because he was in the wrong space at the wrong time last time. So he's like, I'm going to get it this time.
Our headcanon can be confirmed that when word got to Larys, he was like, fucking what? Like, who'd he pick? I was saying how annoying it was that Larys' technique is just... If only, right? And we see him sucking up earlier when he goes, His Grace shows great knowledge.
Yeah.
So when that comes in going, you need to pick a hand, and Aemond just calls me out going, do you think I'm a fucking idiot?
Like, no.
What are you talking about? And then he goes, I will give you this honour. He goes, thank you, Grace. Yeah, I'll give you this honour to go get my granddad back. Yeah, and I thought that was great.
Which just pisses Larys off. So then he goes to talk to Aegon after everyone. On Aegon, there's a quick scene with Aemond where everyone's pitying Aegon, yeah.
When he's scared of him and he goes, I don't remember a thing.
Which is the correct response. I don't remember anything.
There's a dragon attack? When?
It's like, what? No, what? He never wanted to be king and now he's terrified for his life. I don't know if he ever gets better, but he's probably hoping he doesn't at this point, because if he's an invalid, then his brother won't even try to kill him.
But these are the theme of like those who strive for it often don't want it. And we got those little clips of if Aegon had came to the throne in peacetime, maybe he would have just continued doing what his dad did.
Just would have been nice to the small
folk. Otto knows how to run in peacetime pretty well. Let's just continue doing this. A smart political move from Aemond to bring Otto back. I mean, you can't deny it. Otto knows
Best man for the job, and he knows
Best man for the job, who's loyal to him.
And also, Aemond knows that any unsage advice, he'll just ignore anyway. Also, is Aemond still engaged to a Baratheon? Okay, because we haven't seen any on that, and Aemond has no heirs.
Well, that's it, because in the book we have Maelor, which I don't know, because there's some fan theories that maybe Aemond's going to get with his sister and we get Maelor that way.
Right.
There's a pretty somewhat important tragic-y bit involving Maelor, but I imagine it's not the end of the world if it's not involved. So we get when he comes and sees his brother and basically says, don't say shit, because if you do say shit, I want to fucking kill you. And he presses the king ball into his chest.
Yes.
Which is to be horrible, but also, I guess, is to seem nice.
This.
Like, here's the ball for you, king.
Here's
Where
the
when
king.
you're back in, you can plug in. It's to look nice. I wonder if that'll come back later where maybe Aegon like takes a swing at him with the ball or something. Who knows? Well, there's a line in season 4 of Game of Thrones where Tyrion refers to his sister as using honest feelings to do this honest work. And I wonder if Larys is doing something similar there, where I'm sure Larys is generally traumatised by his experience in Harrenhal and the fact that he's had to grow up.
Well, he doesn't want to go back there, so it wasn't fun.
No. And then the hint that Alice Rivers maybe caused it, so like a...
Yes, that was an interesting thing you pointed out that I missed. He says, my father accused... all of the maesters,
in the household or something,
accused everyone of witchcraft, and you brought up it could be Alice Rivers, and I'm like, true, we don't know how old she is.
Yeah, I mean, wonderful performance. I mean, the guy hasn't really had much apart from being just conniving.
This is the meatiest scene he's had, and I was glad to see it. It made me think, oh, we didn't need him in season 1. He could have popped up in season 2, had this, and I'd be like, oh yeah, that guy doing that stuff. Even though we still don't quite know what Larys wants, Aegon was still a better choice.
Yeah, for him in terms of control. So Alicent, she's been told you politically are pointless, so we don't need you around anymore. She spends that episode trying to connect with her kids.
Yeah, true. She does have a single scene with every kid.
Like, that's her domestication. And so she apologises to Aegon.
Oh, and she also has a scene with her brother, which ties into it, where she says, maybe I should have been a better mum to everyone.
When she asks, what's Daemon like?
Gwaine is a little lad. Love Gwaine.
Yeah, great actor.
And just the way he's now very harrowed. Like, he came in pretty cocky last episode, and he's like, let's go to war, baby. Because he's just been growing up as a lord, basically.
Yeah.
So it was interesting to see him talk about Daeron. Were you happy to get Daeron's mention?
Yeah, I thought it was a wonderful sad scene when she just asks what her son's like.
It was very sad to see her break down about like, oh, I kind of goofed up everything slowly over time. Like, I've never really done anything right.
And she's relieved that her youngest son's nice because he wasn't involved with her.
Yeah. And he's 16 now, so he can definitely ride a dragon.
There's just been some theories that maybe old Darren has brown hair, and that would explain maybe why he was shunned away, because when she's here trying to go, these strong bastards, and all of a sudden you can imagine Viserys going, our kid has brown hair, their kid has brown hair, done.
I guess warding was a massive thing.
And they relate that to, as Gwaine says, he goes, you know, you were father's favourite, and she goes, yeah, and you were left at the high tower aged 8 without a mother, and he goes, he does that typical bloke thing of, you just get on with it, don't you?
Yeah.
which is, bad man mental health stuff. Where it's, you just soldier on. We hear so much about Daeron, and he's the good one of the bunch, sort of. And I hope we get to see. Maybe we don't see the actor, but maybe we get to see like Otto rolling in with a dragon behind him.
Well, we don't know where Otto is. Apparently, Otto's somewhere. Even by the end of the episode, they're like.
Well, it's weird because Aemond goes, "I want word to me grandfather."
I don't know if you're doing this sarcastically. Oh. Are you saying you know where he is?
No.
Okay, I wasn't sure whether you were doing one of your sarcastic allusions.
Aemond going, I want word sent to my grandfather. But then, we get 2-3 moments of, I haven't heard from him.
Yeah, Alicent says, I've sent him ravens, no reply. He won't reply to the other ravens. He's not in the High Tower as far as they know.
Yeah, it's crazy.
It does seem a very Otto thing to do. Like, he wouldn't just go back, and he would keep doing what he's doing.
We get your favourite 1 minute with what Rhaenyra's up to.
Yeah, Rhaenyra, every single scene this time, because again, I think by the 25th minute mark, we've had 5 different scenes on 5 different people, and then we just redo all of those again. So basically we get 10 or 12 scenes in this one episode, all of which I think could have been linked up and longer and give time to breathe. But instead, I don't know whether they're jumping around to give the illusion of time passing, or whether they're jumping around because
it's at least been 3 days for Damon from one to the other.
Yes, so. by Damon's first to the end, and you could have Damon go to sleep, wake up, and 3 days have gone by. I don't give a fuck. Like, no one cares. But we finally get Sheep Stealer.
Well, we see Sheep Stealer's work.
Well, yes. If you know the name Sheep Stealer, it's safe to assume
it's a few sheep knocking about.
Yeah, and Lady Jane Arryn
He's like, was there a dragon here all along?
I mean, she doesn't. It's weird that she didn't say it, because the reason she didn't say it was because it's riderless. It's not useful to them. But the fact she didn't bring it up at all is stupid for the plot. Like, again, they could have sowed that seed, dragon seed, a long time ago.
It's crazy that we even got to see Aegon the Younger's little dragon too, which is wild.
Yeah, he's just hanging out inside. I'm like, little dragon.
They're going off to Pentos because Damon has connections with...
That's not going to end well, because Rhaenyra's not going to leave.
Rhaenyra's only there to look after these children.
Yes, well, she's meant to go with them.
Yes.
But I know nothing about that yet. Something's going to happen, because Rhaenyra's not going to leave. Like, Rhaenyra's like, there's a dragon here, I can get a dragon. I'm going to let these kids go off. And if you send 2 little kids off on their own to Pentos, which is full of pirates, I can only assume shit will happen.
George Mine's complaint that dragons don't migrate. We get the show's explanation of, since the war broke out...
It went for food.
The maesters assume move for food, which is what we fucking said.
Yeah. And we're like, cool, cleaned it up with
Vale's got sheep, so...
But I'm not talking
about
Rhaenyra until she mounts a dragon.
Yeah.
Rhaenyra.
Yeah, because the moment Rhaenyra mounts a dragon, she becomes useful, and if she mounts it too early, it becomes a problem, because then she would logically want to roll into war.
But also we have Baelor and Jace, and they're not doing anything.
Yeah, we didn't see Baelor this episode. No, considering she wasn't even there during the council scene, was quite strange.
That was strange, yeah. She probably should have at least been in the background.
We get that little touch just reminding us that Rhaenyra exists. They're pretty heavy-handed with that. Like, I think most people are expecting it'll be weird if Rhaenyra doesn't get a dragon.
Yeah,
we even got reminded again how Rhaenyra tried to get a dragon, but couldn't.
Yes, and Corlys is like, she tried, but no, it failed. No more Rhaenyra. Sick of Rhaenyra doing nothing. The only 2 things left are Sea Smoke and Small Folk. So let's do Sea Smoke first.
Okay, so we get that little touch where Alan is shaving the whites in his hair.
I never thought about that. The fact that's why he's shaving his head is because he's got the blonde hair. And I'm like, that's really cool, actually. Because I don't know why the younger brother didn't get blonde hair.
In the book, Adam's the eldest, and they're both white and blonde.
It's just strange that they're still going to give him a dragon.
I like that they've done that, because given that Adam's the one who gets the dragon, Alan should probably be the one who becomes heir to Driftmark as well. So it's not just Adam being like, I've got a dragon and
his
the
little
castle.
brother's like, this fucking sucks, dude.
Yeah.
No, I'm glad they split that up, but I don't know why. I think they both either should have had no hair, or maybe one dyes it. I don't know. It's just an odd choice to give him a dragon, but to not give him the hair.
Egg from Duncan Egg, which we'll get next year, shaves his head to hide the fact that he's a Targaryen prince. Okay. And Varys shaves his head to hide the fact that he's of a...
Varys
from Game of Thrones.
Weird.
That he is a Blackfire descendant, and that's why he, in the books, is trying to put a Blackfire back on the throne. The Blackfires don't exist in the show, so that means fuck all of you.
Huh.
In the book, he's described as having a bald head like an egg. So that's the connection with our boy Aegon. So
yeah, I mean, George has done that before, like with the whole like, who's John's mum? If you tell me, I'll give you a TV show.
Corlys pretty much goes, I'm giving you a fucking good role there, mate. And he's like, is this an order or a favour? And he's like, Corlys is like, right, well, I'll expect you out next week. So
It's an order now because I'm going to make you my goddamn heir. Don't you worry. Yes. But yes, he gets to become first mate. We didn't really need to see him. They could have done this whole thing last episode as well. I don't know. Have it more reactionary that he's like, Baylor, you can be my heir. Then he's like, no. And then at the end of the episode, then he talks to the kids. The reason I think they should both have blonde hair, grey hair, is because if at the end of this episode, Rhaenyra flies off to go find out who Sea Smoke's new rider is. We saw earlier that Adam got accosted by Sea Smoke and he was like, get on my back. Do it. I need part Laenor. You got a little bit of Laenor. Which, I think if he looked like Laenor, who had the long dreads, obviously they can't have both. They can't have him have grey hair without us realizing too early that he is a bastard. Yeah. But I just want the visual of Rhaenyra flying alongside and seeing Laenor on Sea Smoke from a distance and being like, oh, Laenor's back, even if for like a split second before going, you're not Laenor, who the hell are you? So that's why I want that grey hair, but I know why they can't do it. Maybe he always wore a beret or something.
In the book, Laenor is definitely killed, and he's killed in the marketplace, and we assume Damon did it, because Damon wants to marry his niece.
But Rhaenyra can't do anything bad, so that's why in this, they sent him away.
In the lore, but, you know, they're being a bit different. It's not been confirmed in the show. When a dragon bonds with a person, that bond exists until that person is dead.
Yeah.
So for Sea Smoke to want this bond from a book reader's perspective, it would mean Laenor has died somewhere across the Narrow Sea.
They don't not say that. Because he says he's missing his bond.
Lonely,
and is that he misses his bond or he's missing his bond?
But that was our first hint of Rhaenyra not fully committing. And I guess they didn't want to have to be kill the gays.
You could have left it ambiguous. You could have said, did she or didn't she?
I'd have rather have had that. It was a bit of a mucked up scene.
But Rhaenyra is an angel and so is Alicent. Why he didn't seek him out earlier? Maybe having Darkland try to go on him. He's like, I actually do want a rider. Yeah. You're right. Not you though. I'm going to go get this other guy.
Get an actual one.
And they're geographically close enough that it makes sense. It's just a little strange that he accosted a guy
and picked him out. But okay, and then yes, as you said, we get the small folk. Alicent just wants to try and connect with one of her kids.
And she's like, damn, I don't know, religion?
Religion, we're going to go do that because she's a religious character and we're going to go, just do that. But then...
And we need to get you to a more vulnerable place than the castle so that we can attack you with small folk.
Yeah, I like that. We get to see all this, then we see the small folk turn quite violent.
Not before being provoked, as in the small folk get their food.
They're booing at first.
Yeah, they're just
throwing
like
fish.
Like, you're not really our queen. We like this other chick now because she sent us food.
Even though she stopped us from having food.
Yeah, the queen of fishes was a good line, and then she gets smacked in the face.
The guy gets his arm chopped off by a clueless Kingsguard.
You lay your hand on the queen, you lose your hand.
Exactly.
Oh no, a riot.
So it's Alicent now seeing that it's all, it's fucking falling apart. And, it's good to remind that the small folk exist, something that the original Game of Thrones series towards the end completely forgot.
But again, we also have been talking about the small folk existing for 3 weeks now.
Well, this is their first we're getting riots in the city. Yeah.
It's all finally cumulated, but it's not like it's finished building now.
Well, we're going to get a war of whispers maybe that Larys is going to have to whisper some shit back to... Because it's all Masara's works.
It won't be the most entertaining thing to watch if they do that.
It can all feel a bit simple as well. Like, obviously, we can imagine these conversations and also the reality that there isn't much food. So the small folk would be easily turned towards...
It's simultaneously good to see that there's a civil war going on, but also it's just another one of the problems for... the Red Keep.
When it keeps that marketing that if Rhaenyra was to fly in with all the dragons, they'd be like, oh, it's the nice queen, yeah.
Rhaenyra the saviour.
Yeah, Rhaenyra the kind. She's here to save us from evil Aemond One Eye.
Yeah, so they just keep piling up problems for, honestly, both sides. And the game that pushes the queens forward. It's full of queens now, just let them fall.
Yeah, right.
Let something happen.
Yeah, which we kind of get here. I think it's all stewing, and I think it's going to stew over in season 3. I'm afraid.
We'll get a big battle at the end of episode 8. We'll get a culmination
for sure.
Rhaenyra's touching that dragon in episode 8. She ain't getting that dragon next episode.
I think she gets it next episode.
No, she'll spend next episode feeding sheep, and then in episode 8 she'll finally jump on the dragon, because the rules state you're only allowed 2.5 minutes with Rhaenyra at maximum.
Yes.
Maybe that's why they cut this season down so much. They wrote jumping around so often, and then they were like, shit, we only got got to 8 episodes. We only have 2 battles. We can't go 5 episodes before a battle and then another 5 before a battle, but we can do 4. I'm not falling away from the show. I still really enjoy the show, but you almost have to go in with the expectation you're not getting anything big until episode 4, and then you're not getting anything big until episode 8. So the weekly is making it drag a little.
I thought this episode overall was the better version of last week.
100%.
And overall, we maybe would have been nice to sort of, if we could have had more combinations. I am quite surprised at just how long we've stayed in this section. I actually thought we'd be a bit more speedrunner, but I do overall think that this is the best option. We have built and built and built. You know, like there is a version of this show where Damon in the Riverlands is 2 episodes at the most.
There's probably an alternate reality where I'm complaining that this show feels too rushed.
Exactly.
So
which
it's
is
a
what
fine
one
line.
said last season was maybe a too rushed.
Mainly because of the time jumps, yeah.
Because of the time jumps.
It is also falling for the same things that last season fell for, with not enough time with each character.
Which is weird considering how few characters we have when compared to the original series.
The scenes are just too short, so instead of time jumps, we're now getting 2 minutes, and then half an hour passes, we get another 2 minutes with a character, then we wait till next episode to see them.
But they try, to their credit, they make sure every single one of those scenes is really good.
The fact that we've had Corlys for 35 seconds, last week he was sad for a second, clutched a thing, had a conversation with Baela. This episode, he puts a badge on, and then he has a conversation with his son.
It's definitely it's a shame, and obviously that's not like it's because the writers are incompetent and they've decided to short shrift Corlys.
Not incompetent, it's just the choice they made.
Is it even a choice? Is it just because we have 8 episodes and we've got other things that we need to do, and unfortunately Corlys is the one that has to be sacrificed? So we'll try and do our best with this Baela scene over here, and then we'll have to move on. And you know, and that's just the reality of what that is. It's just a production reality, maybe. But I think overall that this is a really competent, talented production team.
It's the best show on the air at the moment. There's still so many talented people behind it. It looks fantastic. It is a great thing
Everyone's
to watch.
10 out of 10 more or less
But
performance-wise.
it would be... I'm just greedy. I just want more.
I think that's what it is. It's a compliment to the show that we just wish we had more of it. And we wish every episode could be... We wish we had 10 episodes, and we wish they were all an hour 10.
I was wrong, though. It's not a TikTok. This week wasn't the big one. It was just more build.
But it was a better
It was
build.
a better episode, for sure.
It was definitely a really strong episode, and, you know... I mean, yeah, you just feel sorry for poor old Aegon. I saw a YouTube poll of a pretty big channel going, who's your favourite character? And Aegon was notably the favourite because he's the most interesting.
I thought they'd put, like, Ratcatcher's puppy.
Well, I thought that was the dog again.
It
with
is.
you,
It was the
hammer.
dog.
I think it was a different dog.
It was the same scrappy dog.
Go back.
It was the same
different
scrappy dog.
Different dog.
Same dog.
Let's see. Anyway.
Same dog. I'll cut that and I'll just show the same dog. Now show your reaction for when it was the same dog.
Oh, it was the same dog. Oh, I'm such an idiot.
Cool. I'll use that.
It was a different dog.
No,
Pay attention.
I won't need that one. I won't need that cut.
This had my favourite and least favourite moment.
Of the whole show or just the season?
Like season 2 so far.
Okay, what were they?
My favourite, I think the ending sequence was great. I think it's my favourite sequence of the season, more so than Rook's Rest. I think the Dragon Seed stuff was just really fun and entertaining.
It's like watching people die.
Yeah, and just like how it was done, and yeah, overall, I thought that was great.
Were there that many Dragon Seeds in the books?
We're told, like lots of Dragon Seeds, lots died and failed.
Okay, because it just seemed like so many when they were walking in.
You know, slight book difference. They just tell them to go out and find them in the island. Alan, being the younger brother, tries to get a dragon, then he gets burned, and then Adam gets sea smoke.
Oh, they both get a dragon?
No, like Alan tried to get sea smoke and failed.
Oh, okay.
But then Adam got him, and Alan's like, I'm not going to bother with the dragons because I've just got my whole back burnt by one.
I thought it was an odd thing to do. Like, she'd already seen the collateral damage that happened when Darkland got burnt, and she's still like, yeah, all of you stay down there. I'm going to be over here, though. All right, what was the dumbest thing?
Oh, for sure, Alicent. Like, all of Alicent is absolutely fucking moronic. For a Dowager Queen who's just been attacked, like a day or two before, to take one Kingsguard into the woods for a camping trip is fucking moronic.
I viewed it as dumb, yes, but people just do whatever she says.
Yeah, but he's a Kingsguard. He's not a Dowager Queen guard.
Okay, so he could have just said no.
Maybe he's sworn to her, but still.
They did say that she should have had a sworn sword.
Yeah, also the young one should have had a sworn sword. Look, it's once again, like I said, I'll allow the stupid moment of Rhaenyra in the Sept. This is another stupid moment because I think they just wanted the shots of her.
They wanted Ophelia.
They wanted all that.
Yeah.
And her, like, in the behind the scenes, they reckon that's a reborn thing. Like, maybe she's going in to kill herself, but then she looks up and feels reborn.
I didn't finish all the BTS, but I did see the bit where they say...
When her eyes open with a sense of purpose. I mean, what that purpose is remains to be seen.
So I guess next episode, she's going to be like, I'm going to do this. But it felt wasteful in this episode because it took less than 2 minutes.
As I've said before, the first version of this story was called The Princess and the Queen. So you decide to make these two characters the focus, but yet they've been nothing but sidelined, be thematically or because of plot reasons, because they don't have anything plot-wise to do. So then they're trying their best to kind of weave that in thematically. So last week was good because Alison's trying to connect with her kids. And then because I guess her going to the Sept, which was her like safe place, has now been completely ruined.
I guess.
She now wants to just get out of King's Landing. And we got to give Alison something to do this episode. So, oh, look, she's got a scar similar to how she gave Rhaenyra the scar.
Yeah, it's like poetry, it rhymes.
I actually have a George thing later. But yeah, to me, that was probably another dumb moment that I think a lot of people were worried about in the trailers when they're seeing it. They're like, what's she doing out there?
And then we've got to get her back.
Yeah,
so
you got to get her back, and considering it's really hard to get in and out of King's Landing at the moment, unless...
No, it's not. 45 blonde people can all just leave.
It's because they're loyal to Mysaria, aren't they? Mysaria has them brought. That's the logic, is Mysaria.
They're meant to be on Dragonstone like you say they are in the books, which is a simpler plot.
Why aren't they all just on Dragonstone anyway?
So that they can show us the small folk in King's Landing, but they've migrated that to everything.
Yeah, because then they want Hugh and Ulf to be representative of that.
I liked that bit, but having 45 blonde people in King's Landing, that's too many blonde people.
Yeah.
Whereas, like, if they're on Dragonstone, the king wouldn't care as much because he'd be like, oh, they're fucking over there. Like, they're going to try to depose me or anything. But if they're in King's Landing, it's a little sketchier.
Exactly.
But let's talk about Rhae. Let's talk about our main blonde person.
So she hits up Adam, and they have a kind of a Sergio Leone standoff.
Not at all.
Not at all.
It's a Western showdown, a scene out of Sergio Leone, Once Upon a Time in the West.
I was like, I can understand that, but I had no tension there. I suppose because, we've known Adam for all of 3 minutes, I guess, collectively.
And even then, we know the story behind it. So we know as soon as he says, oh, I'm Corlys's son, and I'm actually already working at your shipyards. She'll be like, dude, this is sick. This is the best thing that could have happened.
It's weird that this is still going unsaid. It's like...
For no reason.
It's being said without being said at this point.
Being a bastard is an embarrassment to a certain degree. Like, you wouldn't want to degrade that lord. You now have a dragon. You're now talking directly to the queen. It's not like you're boasting and they're going to get scared. You're going to try to take over Driftmark. That's the easiest way to tell them that you're loyal. And also Corlys knows, so it's not like a secret. So Corlys should be at least telling Rhae, especially since he wants her to ratify his bastard at some point.
It's probably next week where it's like just fully acknowledged, like with Alan going off to the stepstones. I think he's just going there to just make sure the stepstones are secure.
You good?
Because we are seeing the Triarchy next week.
Yeah, saw a bunch of pirates.
Being the free cities that are near the Stepstones, that's why they want to control it.
Yeah, they all look like Dario Naharis original, like coloured hair and stuff. So when Rhae gets back, after they do the random, Adam doesn't tell who he actually is.
My father's of no significance.
Yes, which, like, bring it up and then don't bring it up. But then she does what she seems to do every episode and goes to a library to do, like, heritage stuff. This isn't a character with momentum. She's constantly like, oh, I need to figure out this to figure out the problem. She's doing science, basically. But then her agency gets taken away even more because Mysaria says, just use bastards. Because Jace bothered to say, hey, we should use our bloodline. And then Mysaria has come up with the idea to use bastards. Like, Rhaenyra hasn't
more direct
come up with anything. She said yes to a few people, but she doesn't feel queenly. She has no authority in any room she's in, almost.
In the book, yeah, it's Jace was running this up, but then I like that in this they go, if a load of bastards get legitimised, it kind of hurts Jace's claim, because his whole thing was, I'm not a bastard, look, I claimed a dragon, and since everyone thinks dragons are these gods, and for you to claim it obviously means you're legitimate, it kind of... It ends that, but then, yeah, if you've got random, like Gutterborn, as Jace puts it, claiming dragons, because in this, they seem to be really hesitant to, like, Ulf going, I don't know if I'm exactly a bastard or not, and everyone just kind of being unsure, like, I mean, even Corlys going, yeah, I'm Valyrian blood, but maybe your mother. It's like...
Well, they do that twice. They seem to say that it's the mother's side that seems to carry it stronger.
Yeah.
Hugh is like, yeah, it's on my mum's side. I didn't know who my dad was, but my mum's definitely a Targaryen.
Because the mummies were told now, Sarah, who is Jaehaerys, the old king's daughter, because he had lots of children, and she became I think like a madam over the Narrow Sea.
Except apparently not in show world. She must have done it in King's Landing, because you don't go elsewhere. Be a whore, have a kid, bring that kid back to King's Landing where you're more in danger.
Yeah, it's weird that they went with that. Like in the book, it's just we don't know who you was.
Yeah, that seems easier than forefronting that it's the mother's side, but then occasionally dipping off that. Like it's like they touch on it and they don't. Like with Jace, I think they've tried to have it both ways, where they've thought Jace will come up with the idea to use the heritage bloodline, but then all of a sudden he's against it. But
he's against the use of bastards. He was okay as long as it was like
but then
royal bloodline. Like me, we're all royal bloodlines. Like
that would, I don't know, it just seems like that would make it, they would have just as much claim as him then.
Yeah.
Whereas this, I get him being upset with this, because then it's like, oh, I'm nothing special, I'm not a highborn, any trash can do this, which would have made sense if he didn't the week before already do this. I don't like him having both ways, basically. If Jace was always annoyed at the idea of other people claiming dragons because it tainted his bloodline, that would make sense. But again, we haven't had all that much time with Jace to like delve into that.
Yeah, because it's super interesting that he walks around all on about the legitimacy of things and the rightful owners, and he knows in his heart he actually has no business. Like it's an interesting character thing that they have no time for.
There's so much there for them to use with him, but we haven't really got it. It's more just been him being sad that he's not in charge of things because Rhaenyra is.
Yeah.
Mummy won't let me lead.
We've spoke a few times now that the show seems really hesitant of Rhaenyra seeming to be in any kind of emotional rung. I would have liked this to have been framed as an emotional thing, that everyone's going, this is really bad, to give someone with no power, who's only ever had like struggles in life, to hand them the nuclear codes and go, but on my side, right? And I think it's going to be because Adam was so willing to help her, even though Adam's been brought up in the shadow of his father, so he's kind of been brought up at least, but now you're giving it to like gutter spawn, like, you know, people who've grown up rough.
You're throwing 45 people in a ring and saying, I don't know you, one of you will emerge here with a nuke.
I would have liked that to be framed more as her, not saying that, oh, a woman, but a emotional, I'm gonna lose, my husband isn't fucking like replying, I need fucking help, the only thing I can think of is I need to get people on these dragons, and everyone going, this could be really bad, because if they do get it, what's stopping them from going, I've got the biggest dragon now, so I'm going to be in charge.
Yeah, and they don't even play it as a risk to her. She's either like,
she plays it like, no,
they're going to join me or they're going to die. And even then, she doesn't even really seem to think they're going to die, because she's very shocked when they start dying.
Because when it cuts to her, I couldn't help but think of George Lucas watching the first Phantom Menace edit going, I may have gone too far in a few places. Like, that's her going, maybe this wasn't a great idea.
Well, it would give her something to do, something to deal with.
But she's annoyed, that she's been driven somewhat annoyed and mad by the fact that, you know, I can't do anything. So this is her going, at least I'm fucking doing something.
Yep.
And it's a bad decision.
But it's not, because she's right.
Yeah.
She can never not be right.
For now.
Someone on the council, the
Celtigar, they are a old Valyrian house that no one gives a fuck about.
And unless you go on Wikipedia, you'll never know.
Yeah. Even the books are like, oh yeah, Celtigar.
Sure, that guy. But even that guy was like, we can't let these lowborn scum to be thing. And again, he's not bringing it from the angle of we can't trust them, we don't know them. He's saying lowborns, oh no. And it's all to give our old girl Rey, she can wax poetic, she can pontificate, she can stand up and tell everyone how grand everything will be if they can just become dragon riders.
I think it's a very interesting issue they've got.
Everyone's coming up with ideas except her, and she's just kind of like, okay. Yeah. And it's not in like a queenly, I'm going to send you to go do this. It seems like Masaria's come to her and said, we should use bastards. I'm going to go get the bastards. And she's like, okay. And then Massaria does all the work to send for the bastards.
I thought Hugh's daughter would have been dead and this would have been a big motivator.
She was dead.
Did she actually die?
Yeah. He says, I wish I could have saved our daughter.
That's so lame.
Yeah, it was off screen. It got an audible, "Aw," out of my wife.
Maybe they intended to show it like in the riots. Maybe she gets injured or that's too much.
No, I think she just died of sickness. She just died of being off screen for too long.
Why can't that have been on camera and that can be this like, okay, I'm going to go get the dragon?
I think because we had to go look at Alicent go for a swim.
There you go. So that's why it's even
They're
more
using
stupid.
time wrong.
I would have been fine if, like, to emphasize that Alicent's absolute hopelessness is that she's not doing anything.
She had so much to do last episode with the whole getting towards her kids, and it was the most she has had to do in a while. It was weird to see this episode her get so little.
To the point where she might as well not had it.
Yeah, I wish she didn't.
I didn't get the read that she felt reborn. Like, because it wasn't like she was holding her breath and then decided to come up. She's fucking just floating in the water and then sees a bird, which
I thought,
means
oh, she's going to
all.
drown herself. But she's like, no, birthday.
Yeah.
But guess who else I don't think should have been in the episode?
Who else shouldn't have been in the... Oh, no. I've got the perfect setup for that. No, I know it is. Just wait. No. So we see old Clubby and Ironrod finally out the council room. My boy's getting to stretch his legs for once. I think it's the first time he's not been in the council room. And he goes, oh, me squire's mate, dad's fisherman...
Works at Nintendo.
said... He reckons we saw sea smoke with Ryder.
How many people know what dragon is what?
I know, but like,
That's
whatever.
one of my
I suppose
things.
it's maybe because they know it's sea smoke because they live on Dragonstone, these informants.
I guess.
I was like, what's Clubby's motivation here? One, Aemond isn't someone to take, like, he only wants to be told definites. So we aren't going to give Aemond bad news if it's not confirmed.
I should tell him, but also I don't want to risk me dying by telling him a not true fact.
Yeah.
And if I keep this for myself, he will be less prepared for something later, and I can get Aegon, my main man that might like me, back on his feet.
But did you know, because Chloe brings up a fact, and maybe you lot didn't know either, but Dan, did you know that Rhaenyra tried to claim sea smoke, but failed?
The person that shouldn't have been in this episode, I honestly thought that was going to be a channel plug. I thought that was a big build-up to you guys should subscribe, and it was going to be sneaky. But
That's 3 times. It's 3 episodes now where they've went... Rhaenyra tried to look once. Oh, it's so weird that Rhaenyra never got that dragon. It's really weird.
while we're on Rhaenyra for 1 second, we'll just say Rhaenyra left the Eyrie.
Because they're pissed off there's no dragons. That hasn't been super made clear.
It's been exposited, yeah. And then she kicks him out, and then instead of saying bye to the kids, we don't get an emotional moment or like Rhaenyra thinking, should I, shouldn't I? She just runs off.
With no guards particularly on her. She's a princess.
No one noticed. I don't know.
It's another one of these moments where it's like these people would be highly guarded. Like they wouldn't be allowed to wander.
And I didn't even get her spending an episode thinking and trying to do something clever. She just run off into the distance.
And I didn't know that a sheep stealer stole sheep that fucking close to the bloody gate. Like he's just off to the side.
If they cut, maybe time passed.
Maybe. I was annoyed that we didn't get that claiming. I know that'll be next week, but like considering we had 20 minutes of claiming,
She's going to rock up on it in the last minute of the next episode.
the whole thing is that old May wants a big dragon there so she'll feel confident sending out her army.
Yeah.
So then Rhaenyra getting a dragon would then mean that she has to stay in the Vale because then
Yes.
they are like, oh good, we've got a big dragon. I'm going to send my army out now.
And that could have been the motivator she needed. Like, she's always wanted a dragon, but now if she doesn't get one, she lets down all of her family, and her 2 brothers get sent off to Essos. Whereas if she can get a dragon, they get to stay in the safe place. Like, that could have been like dude, you have 1 day. Like, this is your back to formula moment. Like, if you don't go get this dragon, your brothers are going to have to fuck off.
Back to formula.
Back to formula.
Hopefully those little boys don't get caught up in any fucking...
There's nowhere they're not. They were just abandoned. But
hopefully not.
they needed, like, a sweet scene with her or something. Like,
Just a sad looking goodbye.
She's just in every episode so far being like, damn, wish I had a dragon.
This was the most egregious, just stretching her shit out for another episode. Like,
Just don't have her in the episode.
you just have it be
Like-
next week, right?
Yep.
Just have that be the angle.
Or waste less of my time in earlier episodes. I am getting a little annoyed at this season for stretching it out.
I'm getting annoyed of it, because we got 1 episode. Like, I think next week's like borderline hour and a half. I think it's an hour 20.
It has to be at least. I hope so.
This episode just seems to be just setting up the blocks a little bit, which I've been saying, this will be 3 seasons. So maybe it's 3, maybe it's 4.
It might be 5 at this rate.
Yeah, because I'm surprised we're still where we are. When
Yeah.
we do a comparing book to series. I will show you just how many pages this has been, and I'm pretty sure it's quite shocking just considering how much left there is, and they've zoomed in so much on this section. Are they going to zoom in more? And I suppose it's HBO's interest to have the Dragon show continue.
That was my thoughts. If they can get this show to 5 seasons, they'll be a lot more happy with the money.
Because this is the only story where dragons are fighting each other. Like, I mean, you get a bit of Magor the Cruel, but that's not that interesting.
This is the most dragons you can get without going to not Westeros, which will have less brand appeal if you're like, by the way, it's in Valyria.
Yeah, if you did an old Valyria show, but there's not enough there.
It's all samey.
It's like that Krypton show.
Yes.
It's like, who needs to, the Targaryens are special because Superman, they've came over here and they're special.
100%.
Like, if you're Dragon Riders, no one's special.
Yeah.
Yeah. I like that analogy.
It's good. I like it. Quality. Another one of our characters that gets about 30 seconds of screen time is Aegon.
I like that they thought about this human connection of him being somewhat sympathetic to a fellow somewhat disabled person.
Bastards and broken things.
Yeah, I like that that's something that they thought about him as a person, that he would take sympathy on this. Particularly with maybe the brother who lived in the shadow of the bigger brother, even though Aemond's the younger, he's the bigger in a lot of ways.
We hope it's that. It could just be, this is an opportunity for power.
Yeah, and then there's a small thing that I didn't pick up on last week, that Aemond's wearing the Blackfire sword, which is
it's always with him. It's always out on display.
It's a symbol of power, and he gets rid of Aegon's dumb boys who started the riot last week.
It's not a bad scene. It's just, why did we need that?
Yeah, but even they were like, oh, just keep in the wide. We don't need to get down there and put the tripods on.
We see them remove their cloaks.
Yeah, we get it. It was nice of Aemond to do that. Probably politically, if you kill a Kingsguard who has...
They just wanted to reference the wall.
Yes.
They wanted to say, the wall.
Yeah, because I think we're getting, because we see the twins, I think we're going to see them on the way, and then I think we're going to see old Stark on the way down going, you are there, boys.
But does he get to Harrenhal? Is he fighting at Harrenhal, or is he for the next fight? I
think I'm worried next week going to be like, it's going to be so good in 2 years. I think that's what we're going to get.
2 years is too long.
I think next week is going to be long, but also feel like it's on fast forward. You're going to be like, oh, this would have been episodes 8, 9, and 10 is what we might end up saying.
In the time it's taken him to learn to walk after being crippled and falling off a dragon, Damon's still having nightmares, and the time that this man's gone through therapy.
Everyone's favourite king consort, Damon. Oscar Tully is now officially the Lord Paramount.
Oscar Tully has some giant brass balls on him. There is no little fish there.
And I've never really been a fan of the Tullys, but in this I was like, you know what? I can see why these Tullys would be in charge, because they are the most heavily respected. They don't have any grudges or anything.
And this kid's got the sauce. Like, if that's running in his blood and is before he got sick, grandsire was like that, it's like, this kid has my respect and I don't even know him.
Because he played it all very politically. He's like, my lords are pissed off of this whole Blackwoods Bracken thing, and we're all infighting.
Yeah.
And it's because of Prince Damon over here.
And I can't fuck with Damon because he's got a dragon.
It's a two-bird, one-stone situation. He has Prince Damon prove that he's an alright guy and apologetic by killing Blackwood, who was the problem, who was the egregious bit. So he's both going, I'm not fucking around, and Damon can be on side too.
I don't know if he actually knew this for sure, but he did say that, you didn't have to go all out. Like, Damon said, fuck shit up. He didn't say kill women.
Yeah, because there's kind of a ranking there where it's like, technically, your king or king consort, or at least your voice of your queen, has ordered this. So he, in a way, outranks your paramount lord, but also it's also made us all a bit fucked off.
Yeah.
And so it's him appeasing everyone and taking off a chaotic Blackwood, and it gives room for old mate Benji Cott, who will hopefully be friends with Oscar, the lads, next season. Okay,
I'm happy to see more of this Oscar kid. He was great. My main problem with the scene overall was Damon was on the back foot, which was good. Like, he knew that he couldn't piss everyone off again. But him delivering justice to Blackwood didn't really carry any weight on his soul or anything.
Well, it's meant to be that, like when he goes and sees his brother.
That's what I'm saying. Like, it should have had weight, and he should have been like, damn, maybe being king isn't so great because I have to deliver this punishment all the time.
And it was my fault.
But he doesn't give a shit about Blackwood. He doesn't give a shit about anyone. Why does he care?
It's something to unpack with, like, what they've done with Damon to what was done in the books.
I did see one thing that was saying Damon is meant to be George's favourite because he's equal parts hero and villain, but in this he's not really hero at all.
I think it would be fair. It's an absolute fair criticism to say Damon at Harrenhal has been fairly stretched.
Last season, I think he was pulling off that half hero, half villain shtick, especially like bowing to his brother and all that. And then like he'd go do something wanky, but then he'd do something kind. Whereas because he hasn't really been dealing with characters, he's been dealing with himself. We haven't had any time to show his kindness or his heroicism. He's just been dealing with his own stuff.
Yes.
But that's kind of been very one-sided. We've basically had almost a whole episode's worth of Damon, and you would expect him to start somewhere and end somewhere. Instead, we've spread that over 4 episodes now, and he hasn't really changed.
It's meant to be that he's looking back on the faults of the past and hopefully going to try and become a better person in the future.
But I would have assumed that would happen by now.
I wouldn't have minded a flashback of, for example, your favourite Rhaenyra, like, why don't you love me, Dad? Like, we had that whole thing.
Like him trying to be a good dad, but he's just not a good dad.
I think people need a reminder that those, like, you need a reminder going, oh, yeah, those 2 are his daughters.
Yep.
Like,
I
because
agree.
you don't get enough. Not that it has to be personal, because I have a wonderful relationship with my dad. Love you, Dad. Love you. But I always am a sucker for wanting a parent's approval, and that's what Rhaenyra is. So it's weird that they haven't, because we're all saying, oh yeah, we're always reminded of Rhaenyra, that we haven't used Damon to at least connect us with that Rhaenyra story.
Especially considering how many daddy issues this show has.
Yes, and
they don't
brotherly
seem
issues,
they're not using it.
Yes.
Like we're not using any either longing for that father connection or like lacking it in any sort of way. It's just like this person doesn't talk to their dad. Cool. Corlys has 2 sons he doesn't really talk to. Okay, we get like one little scene where Corlys says, I'm proud of you. And then I had a flashback in my brain to Baelor saying, I'm fire and blood. You need salt and sea.
I'm of salt and sea.
If we had more time and all time in the world, I wouldn't have minded if, when he goes to Baelor, I'd make you my heir. And she goes, that'd be nice. And then 2 weeks later, he's like, I would like to legitimize my 2 bastards who will now be my heirs. And Baelor's like, fucking what? We're doing this shit again?
Well, she's still not married, so she's still not queen to be.
Yeah, she's meant to be queen of bee. She's meant to be good.
But they haven't spent any time with her. We're just lacking so much time with so many characters.
It's a shame, because it's a compliment that because we're all interested in them. We'd love to see more from them. It was Paddy's idea to make it be the knackered on death's door.
He wanted to sit in the chair for 6 hours.
Absolutely, it needed to be that version of him.
We said last week he never really saw him that way.
Yeah.
Like he only saw him for 5 minutes with the mask on and then...
And how it resembles the, like, look what this crown did to me.
Yes. Do you really want it? It shows that we really should have got more of Damon maybe dealing with the politics and how much being king sucks.
I really would have, preferred that.
Yeah, your idea last week of he needed to be politicking and being like, oh, king actually isn't fun.
Yeah.
And then be like, okay, I will let Rhaenyra be in charge because, like, I don't like this side of it.
And you could have had the whole, maybe it's a bit obvious, but he's dismissive of Oscar in that the first or second episode he's there. And then after he goes for all this politicking and reflection of the dreams, Oscar comes in and he's a bit more humble. He humbles himself before a lord and goes, you are the lord and you understand this land more than me. And
you somehow give us a connection to Blackwood so that when he kills him, he's like, or before he kills him, he's like, I liked this kid. He did exactly what I told him to.
Yeah.
Shit.
And dealing with the consequences maybe of that. But small things, I like seeing all the colourful heraldry. Simon Strong repping that. I love the outfits, like that purple drip. It was great.
Simon Strong was fun to me. How he's just like,
oh dear.
Oh dear. I'm happy to see Oscar like that. And once again, it's a great example of in one scene you make this character memorable and interesting, and you're going to go, he'll be great to
I
see.
immediately loved Oscar.
Yeah,
I was straight up like, holy shit, the ball's on this kid.
Exactly.
And he's doing everything right and not winning.
Yeah.
So he's basically what Rhaenyra needs to be.
Exactly.
Which is very funny that they've accidentally given the correct amount of agency to a random kid that is in charge of like a small portion of land.
My wife was pointing out how she thought Rhaenyra is stupid. Surely she can put 2 and 2 together and know that Adam's a bastard of Valyrian descent because she has bastards herself. So she just felt that surely it shouldn't be this grand mystery of what's his lineage. Have a guess what his lineage is.
I don't even want her to guess. I just want it to be revealed. It changes nothing.
Yeah.
And if anything, it makes her go, oh, bastards. She could have figured out bastards that way instead of having Mysaria be like, I have an idea. Yeah. We need to use bastards because I know a bunch of blonde whores.
Yeah, I think all this Dragon Seed stuff has been background set up to further seasons down the line, which so cutting to them has always felt a little bit like out of nowhere at times. Like, hey, like Hugh Hammer's had
Heavy-handed.
what 4 or 5 scenes across the season of
Yeah.
all just reiterating the same point. And while it's nice to have faces and familiar names to the struggles of the small folk, and I can see that logic.
Yeah, Ulf himself was like, oh, I'm a Targaryen, talk it up. Oh, I'm suddenly scared.
I could have gone pro if my knee didn't hurt or whatever, you know.
I used to be a Targaryen like you until I took a injury to the knee. But then he swapped to being shy and not sure if it's going to be
Got
his big
peer
break
pressure
because he's
to do it.
afraid of change. But
Yeah.
because we don't know him, apart from, oh, he's a big talker.
I wish that him and Hugh had already known each other.
Yeah.
No, not that they were brothers or anything.
But they could have been like,
they've
you're
just been
blonde,
mates
I'm
or
blonde.
this like secret, we know what this is.
Yeah, if you know, you know. And
And then that connection going in might have been nice, that they were two friends who maybe grew up on the streets together and they were known
Yeah.
as those, you know, the bastard boys or something.
Yeah.
Just a little connection of them going in, like Uncle Ulf when the, you know, anything. Like
yeah.
he's like
Even
stole
just,
a bit of
oh,
food
shit.
for her.
But instead we get Ulf's friends telling him,
Peer pressuring him.
peer pressuring him and telling him in the first place that Rhaenyra is picking up all the Targaryen bastards
Rumour
and
has
shipping
it.
them off. And it's not even rumor. He's like, oh, you're going to Dragonstone. And the other guy's like, oh, yeah, to get a dragon. Like, everyone knows.
Yeah.
They wanted to make it more interesting by making him suddenly go, oh, shit, maybe I shouldn't. Like, that sounds risky.
Yeah, because you feel like this character then would go, fine, I'm going to go, and then just simply...
Not be a Targaryen at all. Like, that would be the interesting.
The way they set him up of like, fine, I'll go if you really want me to, and then he'll just dip out and go on a different boat and go to Essos or something.
That's the thing. It feels like he should be anything but, oh, he now wins a dragon. With very little effort, apart from a bit of spookies.
Well, okay, we'll get into the Dragon Sea
Yeah,
stuff.
let's do the Dragon
I
Sea
think
then.
as a whole sequence, it was really good. We get the monks being very annoyed since they've been kind of made as a monastic worshipping the dragons. You know, we have to respect them. Like, you know, you're gathering up all these people and you're not even confirming they're subscribed to Bergenbeard. Like, it's ridiculous. So we're out.
Subscribers only.
Yeah, subscribe. Yeah, that's it. Subscribers only.
You've seen Deadpool. Go watch it.
But that's it. So they're like, I'm out. We're not doing this shit again. So it's like everyone telling Rhaenyra, this is fucking dumb. And she's like, no.
But she's right. So it doesn't matter.
I wish it was more, get the fuck out my way. I'm doing this.
Yeah. What's that agency and strength?
And fuck it, as we were saying already, insert. I don't think she needs to be fat, but you know, I was there going, I wouldn't mind some A-train stress eating right now, just shoving, get the fuck out my way.
Yeah.
But you know,
That'd be an interesting character trait.
but that's neither here or there.
She's meant to be blood of the dragon and she has no fire. She's just making decisions quietly. Every time they set her up to be taking her agency back, I'm the queen, I'm going to go to war. Last episode, gets a sword, swings it around, and she's like, okay, I'm going to have to be a warrior queen. This is going to be crazy. This episode, she's like, sorry guys, can I show my friends the dragon pit? Yeah. Also, why would you go to Vermithor first? Use one of the littler dragons first. Obviously, Vermithor is going to kill most of your dragon seeds.
Ryan said, Emma, it was their idea to speak to the seeds like Rhaenyra was their shepherd, their apostle, I was like...
I didn't like it, yeah.
Maybe she's speaking to them like she was their queen or something. I don't know. I was quite impressed at just the scale of the dragon underneath the mountain.
It does look very cool.
It does look very cool, and I did it's dangerous. Vermithor is more or less just as big, and they say maybe even more deadly.
Well, he's more ferocious because Aegon's a lazy old woman.
Yes, that whole sequence felt really Godzilla-esque.
The dragons made cool noises. Vermithor got a lot of guttural Godzilla-y kind of stuff going on.
So cool.
I liked the scene overall, I guess, and from a visual standpoint, it's outstanding. I just found it kind of stupid that, she would bring all the seeds out within flamethrower distance.
Yeah, you thought they'd line them up one by one and just try.
You try.
Instead, she's like, right, well, according to the way Sea Smoke worked, I can't make him, so all the best.
She's not doing anything. She's standing back and letting other things do things for her.
It's also really fucking cruel to dangle lordship and power in front of people who've never had it.
Yeah.
And then for them to go and think, you know what, it's worth it. I'll take the risk.
Seemingly obviously, if the first person failed, no one else would try, unless they had a really good reason. So wouldn't you hide it? Wouldn't you be like, all right, you're going to go, oh, she was successful, next person. It's also a very long-winded part of the season to get us to 3 extra people now have dragons.
Yes, well, Hugh shows, a bit of bronze beard, bronze fury. He shows a bit of fury, so...
I liked Hugh getting it better, like willing to sacrifice himself to save another girl that he doesn't even know.
Yes.
So that's at least something, because it's a young girl, maybe reminds of his daughter. Not sure if that was what they were going for.
I wish we saw that rage of like, I don't know, maybe a few tears in his eyes, doing this for his girl, that frustration that this is what it's came to.
He seems very apathetic considering he lost his wife and daughter.
And also maybe, you should probably think that it's Rhaenyra's fault that they were starving in the first place, but whatever.
Starving didn't kill her.
Yeah, I guess.
It seems like there were so many other ways to get him to Dragonstone with a sick kid. Like, please. And she's like, all right, fine, have a dragon.
Old boy Ulf essentially does a donkey in the first Shrek film. Oh, you're a girl dragon.
Could not think of anything except that when she
Were you thinking that
when
was
she's
the
sneaking up behind him,
thought?
like the growl, like the hook. Silverwing looks cool as hell.
They all look great.
Like
Vermithor and Silverwing are, she steps on 2 of the eggs. They have been together because their riders was Jaehaerys and his sister wife, Alysanne. So they've basically been together as long as they've been together. Okay. So they've only ever bred together. So at first I thought he stepped on the egg, but then I remember
he just steps on the hutch. He steps on the hutch and breaks into the incubator. Why does Silverwing go, you stepped on my egg? All right, guess you're my rider now.
Well, Ryan was saying that, look, he seemed really defensive in the behind the scenes. Look, we don't really want to get into why or how this has happened. Like, they seem really keen on, is he really a Targaryen? Is he just some guy with grey hair who managed it? Who knows why the dragons picked their riders? Which I can see George being a little bit like, well, if that's the case, why doesn't every house have a rider then? Like, because the fan theory, at least, why didn't Valyria invade Westeros? Because of all the children of the forest, they were like, oh, we don't want to have people who can mind control the dragons. Like, that's our thing.
Yeah, fearing the old magic, considering they did blood fire magic to take over dragons. Like,
exactly. I would have liked it if he donkey trekked it a bit, like he used his old street boy pies. Like, hello, pretty girl, how are you? Oh, what lovely bony scales you've got. Like, he tries chatting her up out of nervousness. And
he's funny, he's cockney, let him charm a dragon.
Yeah, and fuck it, just go all the way and have a blow the smoke ring, the smoke heart at
beautiful.
Him. The complete reverse to what we've just seen.
Because he's charming, yeah, like one conquers it because Hugh's a big boy.
That's it, so Fury he's matched the Fury, so then maybe with her, Silverwing.
Give us a job, Ryan.
Yeah, like... that, but once again, that's minutes, that's time.
But that's not even bringing it out
time
too
we
much.
could have got if Alicent wasn't in this episode.
That's like what we're suggesting isn't changing anything really. It's spending 30 seconds of Ulf being like, "G'day, darling," and then like,
yeah, and it just shows a different way of claiming a dragon.
My wife was like, "Don't just let him get the dragon. Like he hasn't just got it now, right? Because he's just playing dead," which I did find funny that he's just like,
yeah,
and then. Yeah, we just cut away and we're like, oh, I guess he got the dragon then.
And then immediately flies over.
Yes, he does a flyover. An odd choice for the flyover, considering he has no idea what he's doing.
Yeah, he flies that far. I think,
and the scorpions don't go off at all.
Oh, they like try and catch him, like, Silverwing so quick.
But we like show some flying off in the distance. Show just how useless the scorpions are, unless they're going to come up later.
So we get Aemond, we get a little touch of like, oh, Lord Ormond Hightower is having such a trouble because the Beastburies are fighting against him. Like, the Reach isn't quite fully behind us.
And Daeron has a dragon.
Yeah, if only there was a fucking dragon.
I don't think the average viewer is going to know who the fuck Daeron is when he rocks up.
Same with Silverwing. Like, we've heard Silverwing and all these little things that as a book reader I get to enjoy is just, oh, it's all these things I like from the book come to life. Like,
you've heard reference of.
Yeah, the reason why I love the Watchmen film is it's that book I love come to life. It's not that I enjoyed the film itself.
Well, good news, you get to watch the exact same thing again, but animated.
The animation of the What If style as well.
Fucking the worst animation style.
Is this?
It's the cheapest, I think.
Yeah. Aemond sees, oh, fucking dragons came here. I'm going to go fucking show out.
Oh, I think it was panic. I think he's like, well, like, not panic, but this is the time someone's doing something.
Yeah, well, Aegon wants to go fight because she's old and ready to fight, but he goes, no, you will obey me. But it wasn't clear. I wish there was a more clear moment where Aemond was there and then he definitely sees, fuck me, that's Vermithor, that's Sea Smoke, that's Silverwing.
To start with, I thought, oh, he's just getting too close.
Like, he's realising he's being silly now that he's going into...
because he thinks, at most, that dragon he just saw, plus Caraxes, plus Syrax. So he's like, oh, I'm going to have to go up against 3 dragons. Not, there's 3 new ones.
Well, this is another thing that they definitely haven't made clear and won't, is that Syrax is the, maybe somewhat reflecting her owner in the book, a lazy dragon.
Hasn't seen it all.
Who doesn't hunt. Like, there's been jokes, like when she goes, oh, Cyrax is smaller than Vhagar, but she's quicker, and then cut to Cyrax being like, bitch, what? But yeah, I just wanted that sequence to be clearer, that Aemond generally goes,
I have a problem.
Hey, if Aemond takes the sky, it's game over. So now Rhaenyra's got, we have that shot at the end where we're all Power Rangers, basically, all the different colours.
Yep.
She's there looking very like as if she was fucking doing all the work.
Why didn't she do the flyover? Because then Aemond could have gone, the queen, the prize, I can end this right now. And then going back to Dragonstone and being like, I could take her on Dragonstone. Like, I just need to nip in, take her, and then fuck off.
Of it.
And then he's like, oh, that's 3 new ones that I didn't know were a thing. Bad day, bad day, bad day. And also, what's he reefing on? When he reefs on the...
It always gets me that exactly what are we pulling on here? Like, because she doesn't even have a harness. It just seems like it's ropes that she got thrown on her ages ago.
Yeah, slowly, because she's an old ship,
it's meant
basically.
to be that they're connected somewhat.
It's just a little funny visual, him reefing on nothing.
So there seems to be this, like, Pacific Rim plug-in type angle.
Na'vi.
Yeah, a little bit, maybe. I think it was almost a fillerish episode until we got that last 20 minutes. But then it is a bit spectacle-like, I suppose.
I think where we ended up is good, but I didn't love, the journey to get there. And it seems like they had to go out of their way to get everyone to King's Landing.
It's not a personal, like, what were they thinking? Like, it's just, isn't it a shame that?
I'm losing some faith in the series as a whole for this season, just because if you look back at episode 1, and we'll go more into it when we do like a whole season review, and we'll find out where we ended up. But I don't feel too far away from episode 1, considering we're 7 episodes through now.
In the macro stuff, but then also in the micro stuff too, there's been very little in both areas, right?
Yeah, not many people have gone very far. I thought Damon would be the clear standout of, he is leagues above where he started.
Yeah, and it's a shame because last season Viserys was your Shakespearean arc of like, he was your anchor arc point. So it's a shame that this season Rhaenyra's done nothing. Alicent's done. I don't mean nothing as in they haven't done stuff. I mean character-wise, they have done nothing. Other than lampshade, the fact that they're doing nothing. It feels, sadly, a bit condensed. Aemond, he was such a bullied boy and he hates his brother, but it's all implied. It's all, if you're not fully paying attention, you're not fully invested. A lot of this stuff might go over your head.
Yeah, like Aemond has become the king, so Aemond's had about the most big journey, but even emotionally, he kind of always viewed himself as this, and we really haven't spent much time with him once he's become king. Like, once he's become king, we had him doing king stuff, and then he said to his brother, play dead, I'm king now.
Yeah.
And that's it.
And now this has got Aegon privately rehabilitating.
Yeah. I don't know why the Maester's listening to him, but
Yeah, it's the Grand Maester. It's like, mate, this is actually my area. I'm in charge of all of this.
This is bad for him. I'm not, but yeah.
Yeah, it's a shame because there's a lot about this show that I really like. And I think they've done really... I think, obviously, the technical stuff, it looks beautiful. We say the soundtrack here is great. Some great tunes.
They're making dragons look decent.
So cool.
Like...
It was Jurassic Park-esque with the Vermithor stuff using the darkness and everything.
Yeah, but it wasn't too dark that you can't see anything. So I was like, thank God.
And you finally get that shot from like 2-3 previews ago.
Do you think we're getting the war next week? Like the Harrenhal getting attacked?
Well, I know what the book is, so I don't want to give that away. So maybe they're going off book or doing something a little bit different to the book.
But you think we're having a big episode?
In my head, I had a perfect, I know how next week will end. I know what the shot would be.
And we can't get there now, or?
I think we might, and I think certain things are going to be flipped around, but I think we're going to get what I think, and then I think we're going to get a fight, but I don't think it's going to be what maybe we're expecting, this Rhaenyra with the dragon seeds going up against Vhagar. I think there's some people out there who think the next week is going to be this, it's Godzilla versus King Kong, Vhagar versus Vermithor. I think you're going to get what the book is, and it's, you'll get some action, but it's not going to be I don't want to give it away.
Considering we've spent 7 episodes getting here, this is what we've been building up to all season. Every episode has basically been a build-up to this.
Yes, I really can't say, to be honest. I think there's a lot of stuff that could happen next week. I mean, we're seeing some shit with Alan at the Stepstones, it seems.
Yeah.
We're going to see some of the Triarchy. Because this is fairly off-book. I think Otto's been at the has went to the Triarchy and trying to court them, trying to set them up to come and do that. At least that's my theory.
So we'll find out if next week is the big episode that they've seemingly promised us because of the way that everything's been building to here. So we'll see next week if it all culminates. So we'll see you guys next week. Don't forget to like and subscribe and go watch our Deadpool review. Bye. So do you know what time next week's episode starts? Because that was not a finale.
How many percentage of fans are going to be like, oh boy, next week, it's going to go off next week.
It's going to go crazy.
And then being told, oh, did you enjoy the finale? What do you mean? I feel like you and I have accidentally colour coordinated here, black and green.
Yes.
I didn't wear this on purpose, but now sitting down, I'm like, no, I should, because I am in mourning of Team Green.
Because they forgot about them?
Because they just forgot that they were people with feelings and emotion. Okay, we're just going to go to probably my biggest, oh, for fuck's sake moment, is Alicent riding up to Dragonstone and that whole shit. And then it feels like they, as writers, didn't even know how to write that scene. Because you got Rhaenyra being like, why the fuck are you here? Like, absolute confusion and ridiculousness. And Alicent agreeing that her son will die. I'm like, fuck off.
She didn't say yes.
She fucking nodded. And then for next season, now that Aegon's been spirited away, we're going to have yet again another misunderstanding. You said you were going to let me chop off your son's head. No, Ray, you don't understand, please.
I kind of liked that scene in isolation. So I think the words that they were saying, the acting, the scene, because it's shot in the beautiful library. If you had just showed me that, like, I'd be like, oh, that's pretty cool. But as soon as it starts, I'm like, why is she there? How is she there?
I think there's some book fans like me as well who are annoyed by that scene because, assuming they follow along to what the book is, that scene happens not too far from this point in a much more logical place.
Oh, so they do meet up. Okay.
Not that exact scene, but this scene could have happened in a more logical situation and would have worked better there.
Yeah.
But instead, they put it here for whatever reason.
We know the reason. It's because you need your two main characters.
Oh, yeah, they are the main characters. Oh, I forgot. Yeah, sorry.
Just because they don't do anything in the show doesn't mean they're not the main characters. Sarah Hess wrote the episode, but the overall arc of the episode that would be like Ryan Condal's domain as the showrunner.
Yeah, the whole season.
Made no sense. Or like was completely ineffectual and was just another reason to get them together.
In the last season, there was a trend of when Rhaenys jumped out of the floor, everyone said, that's stupid, like it's a spectacle. And then like, who wrote this? It was fucking Sarah Hess, her and her stupid ideas. It's like, it's Ryan's stuff, or at the very least, Ryan's fumming it up. Like the director gets a pass, Ryan gets a pass.
Everyone's to blame.
Exactly, it's a team effort. They're all following a plan.
Hopefully.
Well, it's right there. I'm really shocked at my reaction to it because when we started this fucking 2 months ago, I was here going, the book's there, it's fine, the show's the show. Don't worry about it. That's the canon version. And now I'm here actually quite annoyed.
Look how they massacred my boy.
Yeah.
I'm not watching this show going, this is terrible. I'm still like, this is pretty good, but then it's just over. And it's like, the fact it's a finale, I think, is the main thing that angered me.
It felt like episode 9 and 10 were written and they went, wah, we'll do that next season.
It's a massive trend with streaming shows. They don't seem to want to rely on the fact that you like a show to bring you back. They feel like they need a hook.
That wasn't a hook, it just stopped.
I don't think anybody watched it, but season 1 of Sweet Tooth, I was like, you know what? This show isn't too bad.
Yeah.
The kid gets kidnapped at the end, and you're like, all right, now big man's going to go in, guns are blazing, and rescue him, and you're going to be like, my triumphant ending to my season 1. Because if you don't get a season 2, which Netflix loves to not give, then you're like, cool, I still got a really cool season 1. But then he gets ready, he gears up, and they cut. And then you have to wait 2 years till you get the next season. And it's like, that's not how you do things.
And that's it. It feels like this new streaming, of just like stretching out content.
I don't know if you noticed, but we had about 100 scenes in this episode, each lasting about 2 minutes, and some even less. Whenever we cut to Rhaenyra, we get about 10 seconds of Rhaenyra, everyone's favourite character.
I was laughing the whole time with Rhaenyra, and at the end I laughed.
I've ruined her for you? Picturing
your reaction that she didn't even get the dragon in the end. She just found it.
I didn't watch the leak.
I saw the little clip of her finding it. I thought, oh, that must be like halfway through the episode. I expected her to rock up at Dragonstone.
Yes,
and be like,
I thought
hey,
that would be the thing. Or maybe like Damon would be on the back foot somehow, and then his daughter that he isn't proud of.
Oh yeah, because you thought there would be a battle. I knew there wasn't going to be a battle because of just where we are in the story. They make it seem like everyone's converging on Harrenhal. It's really going to kick off, and it's not quite the case.
Well, now Rhaenyra is going to go to King's Landing instead, or at least that's what they allude to.
As Alicent said, Aemond's going to go fly to Harrenhal in hopes to take out Damon. So if you simply just, while it's undefended, you can just roll on in, can't you?
I think the big dick move of the episode was last week's trailer for this week was the last 2-minute montage at the end of this episode for next season.
Make it seem like it's all going to kick off.
They didn't do what they told us they would do.
I scrolled through the Instagram and there was a lot of like comments of like, you can't call that a finale. Like, well, what was this?
Like, title of the episode, it's going to be, this is not a finale.
Yeah, because it's not closing out this. It's like the last season was Death of Viserys and now the dance begins. Like, there's your arc. There's your...
No, now the dance begins.
Yeah. But then it's like, I mean, the reason why I can't get into like this anime stuff is because whenever I watch it, I always feel like it's like, oh man, next episode's going to be awesome.
Yep. You'd hate Solo Leveling.
I feel like I've just watched 8 episodes of, it turns out we were just setting up season 3.
Yeah, we were saying like, oh, the chess pieces are getting set up. They're setting up the board. But you end up saying that every single episode. And now it's like,
you put I put trust in them. Everything is like 10 out of 10 with this show. The production design, the editing, the camera work, the acting by large is great.
The minutiae of the writing.
The minutiae of the writing is great. I feel like the acting and all this stuff comes together and almost makes up for the fact. Like, I bring a lot of stuff in from the book that helps me fill in the gaps. But like, I was watching this with my wife, and at the end, when you see the purple beauty, you see her like, oh look, there's Daeron, and my wife goes, who the fuck's Daeron?
And where's Otto?
Where's Otto? Like, what was that? We'll just go for the episode.
Let's go through all 180 scenes.
Well, our first character, I mean, everyone's favourite, Thailand. I wonder how many people have sat there going, hang on, they're twins? Because they probably forgot.
They at least act very different in this one. As in, the 3 seconds we saw of Jason last episode, he was very proud, whereas this guy's like timid. He's a little bitch little brother.
Because he's the second son.
But he is...
in the triarchy in Essos. So you know the triarchy, the thing that is never really made clear what it is.
The thing they were fighting in season 1. None of these people showed up on screen. This is the first time we're seeing them this season. They've just been talking about them and mentioning them.
There's these little like crumbs of, here you go, book fans. Like, we saw one of the men of the triarchy had a purple beard styled in the way
Dario Naharis?
Of Dario Naharis.
But original Dario Naharis from the book, not the one we got on screen, and then definitely not the second one we got on screen. Both Rebel Moon actors.
That's it. He looked like book accurate Dario Naharis, which I was like, okay.
I only knew that because I've read the first book, and I remember all the photoshops of people being like, why didn't they just... And in fairness, it does look stupid as hell.
Yeah, it does. I can understand that. And there's another one later that I got excited for. I went, no, I'm not going to give you that, but we'll get to that later.
So Thailand is basically trying to get the triarchy on side.
To break the blockade that Rhaenyra has started.
Which we've never seen, but we have seen the effects of, at least, making King's Landing poor and hungry.
And Helena goes, but we didn't do this. No, but they expect us to fix it.
I didn't mind that scene. I like her just being oblivious.
Yeah, but it's also stupid, though, because then it's like, oh, how nice of Rhaenyra to look after. It's a whatever. She did this to you. Anyway, Thailand's there, and they go, oh, we're going to meet you with our ship captain, which is played by a YouTuber.
He's a YouTuber?
They've sliced the platform.
The character is a he. The actress is a trans woman.
Look like what I would assume is a woman pirate.
But then they got so confusing because they say he at the start, right?
His name is Lohar. The sailors are fiercely loyal to him.
Then the show plays on it where it's like, pregnant or what kind of man are you? It's like...
It felt like that thing where it's just like, oh, it's a woman and you were expecting a man. Haha, we got you, silly audience / silly Thailand.
It's not a problem. So basically, they've gender flipped the character into being a woman, and then they've got a trans woman playing a woman.
It's a choice. I don't think it really changes the story, but you do get a funny line of, I want to have babies by you. And he's like, oh, you want to have sex with me? And she's like, no, I want you to fuck my wives. And he's like, oh God, how many?
Yeah.
But like, again, it's just showing him as a timid little bitch versus strong pirate captain lady. Like, it doesn't matter, but he does get a fair amount of screen time this episode. I think he gets more screen time this episode than he probably has
the whole
in 2 seasons.
Yeah.
And all it's in aid of is he's a little bitch boy trying to get the triarchy on side.
But then he earns the...
By mud wrestling, though. It's not a cool victory.
Because I'm here with the knowing that this is a finale. So I'm like, why are we wasting our time here?
Every like 10 minutes, I'd look at the time and be like, oh, we are running out of time. Because I still thought we were having a battle until the 20-minute mark. I thought maybe we would start the battle and it would go on to this next season, but we didn't even start it.
So we have Thailand basically wins the head of the Triarchy's fleet to go and attack the Stepstones, which is where Corlys and his son are heading. Corlys finally off those fucking docks.
He's been building a ship for 8 episodes. But what we just said about Thailand, that he literally meets the Triarchy, meets the pirate captain, mud wrestles her, sweet talks her in the evening, That is over 4 scenes. That is 2 minutes a pop, spread throughout the episode for seemingly no reason.
I feel like there's probably a corkboard in their room where they're trying to figure out the timeline of where these things are, where they have to go, well, hang on, how many weeks is Rhaenyra at Dragonstone? How many weeks is Damon at Harrenhal? And then you're looking at Rhaena in the fucking Vale, where it's like...
You get 10 seconds. I agree that they're splitting up his whole adventure through one episode to convey the passage of time, but all it means is I have no time to connect to anything before I'm slammed into the next thing.
It would have been fine if this was episode 8 of 10. Wouldn't have even thought of it. I would have thought, some things are moving.
Well, this is the most forward momentum episode of the whole season so far.
In terms of macro, yeah. Turns out Rhaenyra, it's really easy to just fly to Harrenhal and see what's going on.
I don't have a problem. Yes, okay, she should have just gone herself instead of sending an emissary. That was pointless. But I don't mind dragons being the only way to fast travel, because that way you give your characters with dragons, your main characters, an ability to actually get around and do stuff. And that way you can kind of fudge things like getting from point A to point B and being like, okay, they had to do something here, but now they're back here. Because dragons would be quick. It's like, it's Taylor Swift. Taylor Swift wants to go from one town to the next town. She's like, I'll just get in my private jet. That is what owning a dragon is. Whereas everyone else has to go slowly.
Yeah.
But in this, apparently Alicent also can time travel sometimes.
They do a 300-mile trip in a ship.
Sneakily, after Aemond earlier in the episode says, don't let anybody out of the city or into the city without double checking it.
And then we have just one scene of going, Grand Maester, I need your help. I just imagine, even though it probably isn't true, and then reviewing the script going, we need to pave over this, quick scene with Grand Maester, and it'll just fix it.
They probably thought about it at the start when they thought about getting Alicent there. But yeah, they didn't think too hard. They just thought, Maester.
We'll just throw the scene in.
Let's cover out Rhaenyra's whole story so I can stop thinking about her.
Oh my god.
So Rhaenyra is split over 3 scenes and she gets 30 seconds total screen time.
It's split over 2 episodes because this began last episode.
Well, you made the joke of, I guess the dragon was super nearby because she runs around the corner and the skeletons is there. But no, it takes her 3 or 4 days.
Sleeping in the cold.
Yeah.
If you want Rhaenyra to go and find a dragon that's flying about the Vale because it's done it to go get more sheep, and she's going to choose to do that, just have it be that she slips out during the night and she has the proper provisions and she does a repeat of what Aemond did back on High Tide, where he goes out, finds it, and there you go.
Because she's replacing nettles, which is literally like she feeds the sheep, which I only know about secondhand, and it sounds way more...
It's cool.
Yeah.
It'll probably be 2 fucking episodes in season 3 of her figuring out, and she'll go, the sheep, and then the second episode will be feeding the sheep, and then the third episode will be claiming it, probably. Sorry, but the stretched out bollocks they've done this season.
Yeah. Aemond got Vhagar through bravery. Like, he was like, I have nothing to lose. I'm either going to get this dragon or I'm useless. So he gets Vhagar for that. Whereas Nettles, Rhaena, could be smart and be like,
this is a wild dragon. It's never been tamed.
Yeah, it's like bravery alone won't do it. I've got to literally treat it like an animal.
It's never had because Ryan revealed that in this world anyway, the harnesses are put on them at birth and kind of like grow with them.
Oh, he revealed that? Okay, because some of our comments were saying that there's bolts through the neck and you can see them in shots, which is cool.
I don't feel like that's in the book that they are bolted in.
I like the idea. I think it would have been cool to show a baby dragon get punched through the neck and you'd be like, this is okay.
Yeah, you're right. I like that Chief Stealer seems to look like a burnt dragon, like it's patchy or
like kind of fucked up.
Like a wild sort of dragon, I guess.
Yeah, so it would have been cool to just show her doing that, to give Rhaena some kind of actual arc.
Doing something.
Because I wouldn't call her not having a dragon and then running out to go get a dragon and us not seeing any of the trials and tribulations along the way.
And no one's chasing her going, where's the princess gone? It's like, are those guards on the way down just assuming she's right behind them?
It could be a comment on women are overly coddled, or like princess are overly coddled. She tries to run away to go get the dragon and they're like, no, come on, get inside.
My wife was complaining she feels like the women in here, except for Baela, are useless and don't do a good reflection of like womanly instincts or smarts or strength, that like they are all emotionally doing things. Like Rhaena has emotionally decided to go and do this, and Alicent has emotionally done this, and Rhaenyra is, in my opinion, not emotional enough considering the trauma that's happened to her. Obviously, we're 2 white dudes talking about how women are presented. The Rhaena stuff is dumb. Is basically the summary there.
It could have been so much more, though.
I can see why George probably was annoyed being told, here's what we're going to do, George. We're going to put Sheep Stealer in the Vale. It's going to take Rhaena 3 episodes to get round to it, because we can't have Rhaenyra get the dragon yet because the other people aren't where we need them to be. So instead of it just being, I don't know, she gets the dragon, goes to Dragonstone, and then she's there this episode. Hey, guess who's part of the team now? And there's maybe a bit of a Baylor's like, oh, your dragon's bigger than mine. I don't know, like something.
Give her something. I also feel like you don't have to worry anymore about, oh, if Rhaenyra comes, then the Blacks have too many dragons. The Blacks have so many dragons, and the Greens have 2, realistically. They've got Vhagar, and they've got Daeron's dragon that hasn't even rocked up yet.
Dreamfire, who's big, but Helena has no interest.
Yeah, who refuses, who we may never have seen.
We see Dreamfire and Aemond in his first episode, where it's like young Aemond. He goes into the dragon pit after he's been given the pink dread. So he then goes, and that's meant to be Dreamfire, who burns.
Yep. Who is a big gal, and they say is the Conqueror's...
was a hatchling when the Conqueror ruled, so just to say just how old and big she is.
I wasn't sure whether they were trying to say it was the Conqueror's dragon's baby, like Balon's baby or something.
Just saying to emphasise that.
She old.
So she's old and big.
So did she claim Dreamfire?
She had to have done. Her egg didn't hatch. Same with Aemond, so that's 2 kids who didn't have Tony, Aegon and Daeron. Their eggs hatched with them.
Okay.
So Aemond has burnt down Sharp Point, which is one of the vassals of, it's one of those Black Council guys who just sort of sit there.
Which we've never seen before and I don't care about. I was like, did he burn it, or is he just looking at what the new dragons have burnt?
I thought that as well for a second.
I don't think you should be as a book reader. Like,
well, it's because...
I know, but like, that's how little they've conveyed that even people that have extra information
this is what I'm saying
what?
is that as a book reader, I get to fill things in, but I really think there's a lot of like just visual information that isn't conveyed very well. It's hard to put the sense of just how far people are sometimes, because they don't do that. They can have Ulf on his first flight do 300 miles to King's Landing, then come back again.
And be completely fine.
And Aemond can somehow get on and follow them. And so it gives this an impression to people who don't know that they're really close. They're only half an hour away or something.
And a major plot point is Vhagar can't leave King's Landing because it'll leave it undefended, but keeps doing it. And they're not taking advantage, because wouldn't you have a lookout and be like, if you see a fuck off huge dragon go, you go?
Yeah, I guess it's meant to be that at least at one point they didn't have enough dragons to warrant doing that.
But even with one dragon, that's what I'd be doing.
Yeah. So Aemond, I think, has been really disappointing with what they set up at the end of last season, because in the book, Aemond is written as always an annoyed edgelord dickhead. Is how he's written in the book. We don't get more depth than that because we don't need more depth than that.
Yep.
So in this, it's bullied boy decides to become like his uncle, because he gets the dragon, he wants to live up to the dragon, he wants to be strong, he wants to be clever, he never wants to be bullied again. So he tries to make that I thing his strength by putting the gemstone in it, tries to make it a fearful thing. He kills his nephew and looks quite horrified. And so they made that interesting choice. That instead of him being like, yeah, I killed my nephew, he's horrified by it. So then I was hoping this season we get a little bit at the start with the madam that he is regretful and that's kind of his thing. But then now he becomes Prince Regent. It's like fucking Dwight in The Office when he becomes the manager for 1 week. He just fully goes crazy into his regime.
I didn't think he would go crazy.
Yeah.
The way they set him up was kind of like, he wears a face, but then beneath that, he's still the bullied boy. And that's way more interesting than the face just kind of taking over in this episode and him being a monster. Wouldn't it be more interesting if he was the good king? But that's too bad, because Aegon should actually be on there, and also Rhaenyra is going to come and get it.
All I wanted was him running away, and then this episode realising that for the last 10 years, he's believed that I ride the mightiest dragon. When I take to the sky, everyone bows down to me, and that's it. So then when he sees that someone else has got big dragons now, and all of a sudden it's not just I ride, I win, that scared boy comes back out again and that he's petrified. So I wouldn't have mind just a private scene of him looking petrified or whatever, just something to say. And they kind of try and do it with him trying to grab his sister to make her come fly. And then when he has that private conversation with her where Ewan is playing it somewhat more emotional. But what I'm saying is that this is someone who felt bad that he killed his nephew, and then a month or 2 months later, because Aegon drunkenly, obviously it's years of bullying, but Aegon drunkenly mocked him in a thing. He's like, you know what? Yeah, I will actually burn you. And the book specifically points out that Aemond styles himself Prince Regent. He refuses to say King Regent or whatever. So then the book is somewhat implying that he's loyal to his brother. because this whole bullied thing isn't in the book.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it needs to be as simple as that, but if you're going to do it, do it. Don't half do it.
I feel like they've done a lot of half doing it.
Yeah.
There's so many things that they haven't done.
I don't need it spelled out to me.
Yeah.
I just need it explored a bit more.
Yes.
Because when you see Ryan Condal and everyone talk about it in the behind the scenes, and they go, "Oh yeah, it's the first time in ages," and he finally, he isn't the strongest guy again, and he feels threatened by that, and he lashes out and freaks out his mum, and it's all these emotions that Ewan has brought into the character, because obviously he's had to think about it. He's probably had discussions with the director, so they know all this stuff. But then as a viewer, you're watching it, and I think some viewers will just go, Aemond being angry Aemond again.
Yeah.
There isn't depth there, which is happening a lot with characters this season, which is why Aegon sticks out, because for some reason they've allowed Aegon to be this multifaceted character who is kind of a drunk arsehole, who has done horrible things, but then he wants to live up to the father who didn't love him and the mum who neglected him. So when you get the scene, I felt relieved when all of a sudden Aegon starts talking again, and we get a scene with him, and he's like crazy.
But he's also healed very quickly. Did they realize that as well? They're like, shit, I want to do Aegon scenes, but we've crippled him. We'll just heal him.
Larys made it clear this episode, but as a book person, I knew what he was doing. When Aemond went, hey, I reckon a dragon's been discovered, he doesn't want Aemond to know, because he wants more time to get Aegon in shape, to put his plans, because he knows that when Rhaenyra comes here, you're the thing she needs to get rid of.
And then he found out there was 3 new dragons, and he's like, okay, we got to go.
Yeah, we really got to speed up. And it's true to the book. And I'm happy with the Aegon, and he finally gets his name, the Realm's Delight, which was Rhaenyra's name when she was a child. She was the Realm's Delight.
Okay.
The one princess, Viserys' princess.
It definitely feels like there's more to go into with Aegon. But again, we didn't have time.
I'm actually even went into because in the book it's like rumoured or unsure, but full on that his cock did burst.
And that's the one thing that would ruin him the most.
Yeah, because that's it.
That was his favourite toy.
The Untamable Beast. I think he's my MVP of the season, in my opinion. I think he had the most compelling scenes, the most interesting character, because they allowed him to be a Game of Thrones character, a morally grey, not really sure what we're doing.
He got to morally grey, I'd say. He started off.
Yeah, he started, to the point where I think they pivoted. They went too far in the first.
And if you include last season, he has had one hell of an arc.
Yeah.
It's weird. The Greens have had the best arcs.
They have.
Considering, I'll put the poll up here, but the HBO Max YouTube channel put up a poll with 53,000 votes.
And 95%
of people are on Team Black.
But then when you look on Reddit, you feel everyone's going, Aegon, he's probably my favourite character. But then also I showed that minor one of 3,000, 2.5, where the most hateful thing is the lack of agency in the 2 leads.
That's the thing. They're not meant to be our leads. I know you said that the original story, but they've made them our leads.
So the story wants to grow past them, and they're not. It's not. It's like they've anchored down the narrative.
These are the people from the posters, guys.
We get Corlys with Alan, and Alan kind of gives him, hey, fuck you, where were you, Dad? Speech.
Again, I liked that scene in isolation.
And then in the behind the scenes, no one speaks to Corlys like this. I'm like, yeah, I wish I had seen that.
If he said that an episode or 2 before Adam got the dragon, then maybe that would be why he didn't just tell Rhaenyra. It's
amazing how they haven't just spelt this out.
In this episode, Rhaenyra's point blank range. Do you know this boy with the dragon? Do you know him? And he's like,
wish I had known him more.
Someone told me he was cool. I don't know him personally though. He's definitely not my son.
It's really strange that they just don't spell it out. Maybe they think it's too obvious to spell it out.
They're oppositely highlighting it, but it has to come out eventually, and then what's it going to do?
But then he goes I saw you there. It's basically, it's what he's saying there. He goes, you came down to the market with your son, but now his son, now your son's died, and now you want to come get to know me? Fuck you.
We'll touch on Jace soon, but that brings me to, this is a show about bastards that refuses to be about bastards, because all of the most interesting characters are bastards, and they're suddenly trying to forefront them, because we've got Ulf's a bastard, Hugh's a bastard, Jace is a bastard, Luke was a bastard, Adam and Alan are both bastards, and it's kind of it doesn't matter where you come from, but also it is important. It just feels like they're not going in on that, and if they did that as the angle, we could have had Adam and Alan, Hugh and Ulf much more forefronted, and then you could take care of your whole small folk angle, but then you could do your whole, it doesn't matter where you come from, and Jace's story could be realizing that it doesn't matter where you come from, even though his whole thing was kind of always, it doesn't matter where I come from, I am a Targaryen.
Until the dragons
But
situation.
then, yeah, that could get questioned.
Yeah.
It just feels like they're not going in enough on anything. Like you said, they're half touching on everything, and then they're like, cool, that's good, I'll leave that. And it's also just, we get 2 minutes with everyone. I'm going to keep harping on about it, but I hate how much we jump around in this episode.
Hugh and Ulf talk like they've known each other for ages, so I was like, oh, this is like what I wanted. Like, when he goes, hey, like, we're hearing half the conversation when Jace walks in to see them. Ulf, all of a sudden, is really feeling himself. But it's been established in the lore that dragons, when a bond is made, can kind of... Like, the rider feels rejuvenated. Like, the good King Jaehaerys had a daughter who was ill or maybe looking like they're dying, and the king will rush to bond them with a dragon, so then they strengthen up.
Right.
So I'm there going, thinking... Ulf's probably, just feeling himself, hey, I've got a dragon, I feel cool, but then they're not doing that with you.
And he was always cocky, and then suddenly last episode he was really timid, and then now he's cocky again.
Yeah, because the thing that he kind of half believed, he now knows to be true.
I think all I really wanted from Hugh was just him saying to Rey, can I bring my wife? Just mentioning his wife, or like anything about his backstory, not just like, I am here now and I have a dragon.
And once again, Ulf immediately proving Jace's point. Immediately starts acting like
they're trash, yeah.
But then he was timid whenever someone was powerful in front of him. Like when Aegon walked in, timid. When any happens, he's ultimately a coward at heart. But now that he has a dragon, he feels strong again. Which, don't get me wrong, you'd all feel strong. 2 days ago, I was thinking, well, what I was going to eat, and now I'm drinking wine with the Queen, and I've got a dragon. So you would feel pretty good about yourself. But he's immediately proving the point of what Jace was saying, which is going to hand over the nuclear codes to whoever the fuck, and trust they're just going to follow you.
Which are they doing because that's what Ulf would have done anyway because he was a big talker? Or are they doing it so that Jace will have something to whinge at? Ulf was more of a prick in this episode than we've ever seen him. So I was like, team, fuck this Ulf guy. He's a jerk.
Yeah.
Like, he's not the underdog. He's a jackass.
I know what's going to happen. So they've already planted the seeds of that in that table scene of things that will occur later in next season.
Confirmed they fight each other. Maybe, I don't know.
I did like that I make you knights, and then she goes, a knight would know better. He goes, you best make me one then.
When he was funny, he was good, but like he felt too much of a prick.
I think it's fun to have like someone speak straight English when everyone's speaking in a Shakespeare style.
Yeah.
Like, that's how the posh people speak. In here, you'd think if you were being realistic, the Targaryens would all just speak Valyrian to each other.
I guess, yeah, because there's no reason for it to be a dead language.
Yeah, exactly.
Then Rhaenyra doesn't take Jace to go see Damon.
I get the logic because she wants the big dragon, and also Jace is her heir, and she's already lost a son. But that isn't there because we haven't seen Rhaenyra. This show has really struggled on follow-up scenes. When Ned Stark is killed at the end of season 1, we get this brilliant scene where Catelyn walks through the forest of the men and finds young Robb Stark hitting the tree, like so annoyed his dad's died, and he's like, "I'll kill all of them, Mum." And we get Jon trying to leave the Night's Watch because he's heard his dad's died. And then we get to see young Brandon be told his dad has died. So we get all this, we as the audience get to grieve with the characters.
Whereas this one, we get Rey says, I'm sorry. And then Corlys is like, I named my ship after her. I'm good.
Exactly. So we get that. Oh, God. Yeah, whatever. But
what? The
like
ship?
Just that. It's just like such a throwaway that they have to... Like, last season, she plotted a fake death, which involved killing someone in order to get her husband out the way.
Yes.
She did it with Damon. So then now in this season, it's like, why would they think I would kill a baby? I have no track record of being suspected of killing people. It's stupid.
And then at the table scene, she goes, we're going to kill all the innocents. And then everyone's like, I don't want to do that. And she's like, no, we need to. It's fine. And then she goes to Mysaria and says, we have to kill small folk. I'm sad. And Mysaria's like, no, we have to kill the small folk. I'm like, pick a lane.
Yeah, and it's just the lack of grieving. They had one episode where she grieved, and I guess they just thought that would be it. If we just commit a whole episode, because it's in the book that Rhaenyra is not around. So then they have that first episode is, where's Rhaenyra? She's grieving. Dad died. Only daughter dies in childbirth. Son gets killed. Husband leaves. Bereft.
She should be spiraling.
Spiraling through her tomes, finding all this stuff. No, my dad said I was the chosen one. I'm the prince that was promised. All this happened for a reason. She's going through all the tomes and realising, yes, of course. Yes, it's sad that Luke died, but it was for a reason. I have to save the realm. So then she's maniacal, maybe finds peace. I mean, Mysaria being a bit manipulative, bitch, like, exactly.
Or just Mysaria not around.
Yeah.
She doesn't need to be around
She's
either.
in the book, but yeah.
Okay.
So then when Rhaenyra, after maybe 3 or 4 episodes, Jason joined the ruling, Corlys is managing things, she comes back in and they have to bow to her and they realise that, oh, bloody hell. I'm not saying we have to go full crazy, but...
Well, isn't Targaryen kings and queens being crazy a thing?
To quote Alt Shift X, maybe incest is bad.
I don't think that's quoting Alt Shift X. That's kind of quoting history
life.
in general.
Yeah. Okay, so when these episodes leaked, someone watched it and she was saying in her video that overall it made a disservice to women because Alicent, she's more obsessed with her childhood friend / crush than the grandson she never named who died and her son who's now seriously burned and on death's bed, maybe. She's more concerned with her bestie boo than she's her family. If you kicked my dog, I wouldn't talk to you. If I thought maybe you murdered my son...
They are still very friendly.
Because Rhaenyra and her husband have a suspected track record of devious doings.
Like everyone says it's Rhaenyra that killed Aegon's kid. It's never said that it's not on the green side.
They should have doubled down and given these characters a little bit of shit. A little bit of messiness.
It was kind of just snarky.
The honourable characters in this show, because this is history, it's not a story, it's lore. So the honourable characters in the actual story, which all this is just for, are the Starks. They're your honourable good guys who struggle when they go down south because they can't play the politic game. It's right and wrong and nothing else. So with these guys, it's like, well, shit, they're both Targaryens. They're both southern political people. The book goes with the angle of maybe Rhaenyra is a spoilt girl who daddy always loved. So even when she had bastards, dad was like, it's all good, Rhaenyra. I love you anyway. And then Alicent, the stepmother, understandably, is a bit like, well, fucking hang on a minute. I'm following the rules here. I've had children to you, and now you're still going to give this girl who clearly has done shit, because Laenor is definitely killed, and we suspect it's either Damon or Damon and Rhaenyra. Basically, they haven't given either women any dirt, any shit, anything at all.
They do bring up all that stuff about how Allie always played the good girl and did what she was expected. That's why I like this conversation. I'm like, imagine this conversation, but actually in the show.
Yeah, imagine that just being throughout it. Exactly.
That was why I thought that was so well written, because I'm like, oh, it's all the bits of these characters that I wish I could see.
I feel like that was maybe in episode 10, and they went, oh, I love that conversation so much. We're going to have to lodge it in episode 8. I know what these next 2 episodes would have been.
Yeah.
And it would have been the shot that I thought it would end on.
Oh, yeah.
With those 2 episodes, it would have ended on that, and you would have had that conversation. Because that conversation, not like that, but an Alicent and Rhaenyra conversation happens at a serious point, and now that'll happen in episode 2 or 3 of next season.
2 or 3, Jesus. And it's going to be another 8, so that's halfway through the season.
It better not be another 8. I want it to be 10. Make it cheaper. I will happily have less dragons if it means getting 10.
Story is king. So you don't need to blow your budget. Someone commented last episode that they think it'll go for 5 seasons, and I think I'm agreeing with them now.
I'm amazed that they've managed to zoom in on this bit. It's weird because season 1 is, whoa, slow down, and then season 2 is bloody hell. It's like
do
that,
something.
It's like that image. It's a well-drawn horse legs and then a well-drawn tortoise.
Yes.
And I, in part, agree with that. Like, it is still incredibly well made, largely well written in swaths. Like the micro dialogue and acting, right? Just the plotting. It's like, we need to stretch out Damon's stuff, because if Damon sorts out the Riverlands too quickly, then he's just kind of stagnant and waning. We've already discussed what we would have liked the Damon stuff to be, and I think that would have been really good right now. When finally he's got everyone on side. He's learned how to be a good ruler.
With Damon, they gave us 6 episodes of him plodding around the castle through dark corridors, having visions, which seemed like they were leading him to a nicer conclusion, as in, like, it allowed him to face his past so that he could become a more complete character. But then they decided, we haven't really done anything with this. What if we just give him a flash forward? What if we let him watch Game of Thrones supercut?
He has a very meta moment where he touches George R. Martin's forehead, because George Martin's the face in the tree, and gets to see the story of Game of Thrones. And I thought that was absolutely very meta. And then when Helena's there, really breaking the fourth wall, going, it's all just a story.
And then it cuts to her perfectly, which means she actually was talking to him, I think.
So I think it's the same when this director was directing before. We have a lot of like audio and match cuts, like with Helena talking to him, cut to Helena. Now now she's here on the balcony, and you're thinking you're still in this dream space, but we're actually at night time on top of the Red Keep. So they do a lot of match cuts in this. Like the director clearly just has a preference for it.
With the vision, I hated that. That was the worst thing they could have done, because we know how it ends, and linking things back to prophecy kind of takes away from the characters themselves, because they lose even more of their agency if they're just doing it because the story said, because a magical being says they had to.
Okay, that scene has a few weird. We see a green man briefly.
A green man?
Part children of the forest, part person, who live on, and we see it in the wide when Rhaenyra's flying over. We see the Isle of Faces. The green men only live on the Isle of Faces.
But also it's possibly just a vision because he vanishes.
Yeah. So we see book accurate, nearly book accurate, Brynden Rivers, a.k.a. Bloodraven, a.k.a. George R. Martin's Elric of Melniboné, because Elric of Melniboné is...
Oh, The Witcher.
He's incredible. I love El. Yeah, the OG Witcher, the real White Wolf. I like you, Andrew Sapkowski, but fucking give acknowledgement to Michael Moorcock. Keep that in.
Okay.
So anyway, Brynden Rivers sitting in the tree. He is the three-eyed raven from Game of Thrones who happily helps Bran learn all his visions. The guy with the blood-stained...
Yeah, but he's giving Damon these visions. That's why we see him.
Potentially.
/ because he's in Game of Thrones as an older guy.
It's really weird what they're doing, because he's now an inconsistency, a retcon even. He's really disappointing in the Game of Thrones show. In the book, Bran's like, oh man, I'm going to go learn magic from a fun wizard. So he thinks he's going to go learn with Obi-Wan Kenobi, but turns out it's this weird part tree guy who's doing the Bene Gesserit stuff, like, we need to figure out the bloodline to bring her forth Azor Ahai.
Okay.
Real crazy shit.
Yes.
Welcome to the Weirwood Network. I've been manipulating shit for ages. And that's Brynden Rivers, who's Bloodraven, he's called Bloodraven because he has a wine-stained blotch on his skin, which you see, that looks like a raven.
Oh, okay. I saw scar-faced Targaryen man in a tree.
It turns out it doesn't really look, according to Duncan Egg, because he appears in Duncan Egg, that Dunk thinks of it just being more just a wine stain and not so much a raven shape, but it goes to show the power of stories and lies.
Yeah.
He has one eye. Because it's cut out by his bastard brother Bit of Steel, because Bit of Steel and Brynden really want to shag their sister, so they have a fight over it. But that's the Blackfire Rebellions, mate. Don't worry about it.
We see Daenerys Targaryen.
No, but hang on a minute.
Oh God.
I wish he had one eye, but I guess why they didn't do it, because they didn't want people to be confused with their one-eye Targaryen.
I thought it was Aemond again. Future Aemond.
I think it's cool to see him there, and I wonder if that's the actor who will be portraying him in The Night of Seven Kingdoms. Because I was there going, oh, it's book accurate. Oh, and then I went, no, you're not getting me on side.
Means nothing to anybody.
Yeah, sorry, go on.
We see White Walkers.
Yes.
We see Daenerys Targaryen's dragon eggs, and then we see Daenerys Targaryen hatching them.
We see Damon as well, sort of drowning. I wonder what that's about.
Well, Aemond also gets told that he falls into the God's Eye and is never seen again.
And then since Elaine always gets things right, I'm like, fucking hell, we're just spoiling it right now, aren't we, guys?
It was more obvious than her other ones, how she's like, the crickets stop chirping. Or one eye closes, another opens. This is the most you're going to die in the God's Eye Lake, dude, if you've been paying any attention.
Then Alice, one of the first Damon and Harren, I was like, you would die in this place.
Are they banging?
No, I think she was just sitting on the bed. In the show, I think they said.
Okay, because he just didn't seem to mind.
Alice is a character who works really well in the history book. I think they've really struggled to do anything with her.
They've shown her too much, almost.
I think she just works as a character where it's just it's fun to write about someone from a distance. This mysterious woman who hung around, who maybe was a witch. I think when they've zoomed in on her and tried to give her dialogue, you've realised it actually kind of loses some of the mystique.
She has lost a lot of that mystique, when she was disappearing behind characters and we're not sure if she's there. And now, I don't know, I think they have shown her too much, but they've also done nothing with her apart from...
Just be a information spout?
Yeah, so this one vision has changed Damon's whole thing.
He got spoilt Game of Thrones and now he's on side.
Because earlier in the episode, the emissary was like, so Rhaenyra is kind of crazy, which she isn't.
Basically, they don't want to say, he goes, fucking women, am I right, boy? Just say it.
He's just
sexist.
Say it. You can do it.
If he's being sexist, let him be sexist.
And then he's like, we need a king. And Damon's like, hell yeah, I will be king. Watches Game of Thrones, says, oh, I won't be king.
Oh, yeah, because that's after that, isn't it?
Yes, he gets the vision after. So he goes to bed thinking, fuck yeah, I'm going to wake up king, baby.
What's been the point of all this then?
Yes. They could have given us one episode of Visions, and then he could have had the flash forward to Game of Thrones, and we would have got the exact same result.
Because we didn't get a attack on Harrenhal, which did happen in the books. He, like, him flying in, I'm claiming Harrenhal, that was more of a battle in the book.
Okay.
And then we didn't get the battles in which he defeats the Brackens and then politically makes things work in the Riverlands.
It's like it could be budget.
It's just Damon was put on pause for a good few episodes.
When there was so much to do with him.
I am sympathetic. I know I'm annoyed, but they could have done more this season and maybe probably should have done more. You know, there's a scene in Adaptation with Robert McKee, and he goes to Nicolas Cage's character, just wow them in the ending and they'll forget all about it.
And they forgot to do that?
If they had episode 9 and 10, and 9 and 10 were the
the Harrenhal thing?
The Harrenhal stuff, what Rhaenyra does pretty much next, like what Jace does, all these things that happen next. You see Jace being a bit annoyed, being like, why aren't I going? But if you had episode 9 and 10, I think we would have been sitting here a lot more positive, because I last week was saying it'll be an hour and a half and they're going to condense 3 episodes into 1. Turns out they didn't. They just made episode 8 and stopped.
Yeah, I'm pretty disappointed with this episode.
It would have been a cool episode leading into episode 9 and 10.
Because Damon watched Game of Thrones, he walks down to Rhaenyra, who's teleported to Harrenhal.
Well, flew to Harrenhal.
Yeah. It's just, she sent an emissary. She could have checked in just as quickly. She sent a dude on horseback that took
a few weeks,
like several episodes, and then she flew over in one episode, and she could have accomplished what she wanted accomplished.
She could have flew in and said, you doing as you're told. And why hasn't Simon Strong just been sending slipping in the DMs earlier, going, hey, Damon's been a bit weird.
And he seemed completely on Damon's side, but now he's on Rhaenyra's side.
And he's just there for the drama, like, oh no. Like, he's always been implying that Rhaenyra's the queen. And
yes, he has said it, but he never technically dropped the knee. It's just very out of nowhere for him to suddenly not send a raven earlier, but now he sends the raven. Because it's not like Damon wasn't dropping hints for the last 4 weeks that he's going to be king.
I get the logic of them reading the book and going, so a kid dies, the brothers died, and then Damon immediately goes to the Riverlands and sorts that out. Surely he'd have some baggage. Maybe they had an argument. Great. That actually,
I love
that
that
works.
scene.
That's great. It's a great scene. But then it's so disappointing, like where they went with that.
Because he drops the knee and says, my queen.
And eerily somewhat similar to Matt Smith's other, where he's playing a man who wishes he was king but can't be, in The Crown.
Oh, The Crown. I haven't watched it.
Where there's like, he goes, you want me to bend the knee to you, but you're my wife. And I thought, God, this is very similar.
Is there anything we haven't mentioned?
Criston Cole's scene.
I forgot about Criston Cole because he also gets 2 minutes. How does Gwaine know that he's banging the queen?
For a second, I thought we just were seeing the second half of a scene.
We missed something? Is it so because he was sniffing?
We're meant to be, like, now it's meant to be implied because he's sniffing that. He's like, you dirty bastard. Or maybe it's just Gawaine's not an idiot and he just knows that this is what's...
But why wait till now? Because he was sniffing it. He, like, comes over out of nowhere.
At that scene, I was like, yeah, whatever at this point.
Like, everyone in the army is watching... Because, like, they wouldn't hear him draw the sword.
He goes, I'll send you to the war. He goes, I'm the Prime Minister of the country. You're not going to send me to the... I'm the hand.
Is he the hand anymore?
Oh, yeah, he's not the hand. You're right. Because Aemond has claimed... There you go. So he's back to just being the head of the army, I guess.
Yeah. It was just a weird scene. They just have to remind us that he's there. And Cole's saying, oh...
He's nihilistic now because of the whole... Which is fine. I like that angle.
But that happened 4 episodes ago.
But still, though, like...
Because we haven't seen him, I guess, in an episode or 2.
I think it's meant to be, for him, it's just... He's, as he said, you know, the dragons and men turn to dust. So it's just the horror of dragon warfare.
I like all of that, but why is it happening in my finale when the thing he's referencing happened 4 episodes ago? That's what I'm getting at here. Because, like, he came home and he's like, we won the war. Like, he knows inside he didn't win, but he at least hoped the people thought he won. But they're all like, oh no, a dragon's dead, we are all dead. So it should have been in that episode when he was cleaning his sword with the lemon. He should have been like, that amount of nihilism, and then I probably didn't need to see him again.
Is it 8 episodes because of budget? Because they wanted to build more sets?
It can't be because everyone's doing it.
They wanted to manufacturally stretch this out more? Do you think it's maybe they're going, oh, it'd be really good to have a strong opening episodes in season 3?
But then how are they going to get me back? Because every streaming service is doing it, like even Doctor Who's doing it. Like, a show that was 13 episodes is now 8. A show that was 10 is now 8.
Is it that they've studied, like, people drop off by 8 episodes?
But what doesn't make any sense about that to me is you're going to make me wait 2 years and you think you can keep my attention?
If this stuff was ready and loaded and back this time next year, I might be more forgiving, but we're not filming. And I'm looking forward to the Dunk and Egg show because that book... whoever's doing it, you do truly just need to remake that book. There is no need to do anything else.
Because it's a short story.
It's a short story. There's no fat. There's about 2 central characters.
Is it confirmed 1 season?
6 episodes, 1 season.
But they're not going to stretch it to 2?
Well, then the second season will be the second book, and the second novella. Then the third season will be the third novella. And then the 4th season will be creation, because we've run out of novellas. Because George has planned, I think, 9. We know where Dunk and Egg end up, because in the history book we were told what happens. I don't think we're going to see the completion of those novellas, let alone...
He's read 2 other books.
So I think the primary Dunk and Egg experience will eventually be that TV show, because by season 4 they're going to be going, hey, this Mandalorian Last of Us show is working really well. I think people will be confused because it's set 80 years after the dance, and they have to awkwardly not mention...
Ooh, not spoil anything.
Not talk about it, even though Joffrey fully spoils it. I guess with the scene, it's a little thing. I did like that we saw Alicent start chewing on her nail beds and stuff like she did as a... We saw Aegon do when he was on the throne. He it might have just been an actor choice, but the idea that maybe he picked up in his mum's habits of scratching, I wish that was in season 1. How good would that have been to have seen Aegon picking away at his skin because he can't live up to his parents, like Alicent couldn't quite make her dad happy.
Did you like the book reference?
What book reference?
Rhaenyra looks directly into the camera and says, Alicent, history will paint you as the villain, a cold queen who sought power and then crumbled.
And never subscribed to Bergenbeard.
That's a weird plug at the end of the video. Sorry. You've been saying that Alicent's a bitch in the book. She's referenced as the evil stepmother, and that's the way Rhaenyra is saying, they'll call you the evil stepmother in the history books. Wink, wink, hint, hint. The show's doing this weird thing with Bloodraven where it's trying to collide the 2 canons. And I have this pie-in-the-sky theory because in 20, 30 years they're going to go, actually, all these House of the Dragon shows, they're the new canon, and we're doing Game of Thrones again. Well, they're doing Harry Potter again 20 years later, so yeah. So then they do the little trailer at the end. Is there anything in there that's interesting? Because we kind of talk about it. Well, we see Thailand, obviously, they're off to the Stepstones. Well, we talked about most of it last week because we thought that was this week. And it's weird because I thought we didn't see where those 2 little princes were, what boats they're on. So I guess we'll just see that in episode 1 of season 3. And we don't know what the fuck Otto is doing. Don't know where Otto is, what he's doing. He's in a cage. Whatever they're doing with Otto is off book. I couldn't tell you who he could be with. Couldn't tell you. And the way they're cutting the trailer, it doesn't really give anything away either. I don't think they know. I'll go with that. Ooh. I think they've just put him in a cage and they go, we'll figure it out. We got 2 years. Because that is off book. Way off book. My worst reaction is Thailand at Essos gave Jaime and Dawn vibes. Sometimes, for me. As in season 5, Jaime going to Dawn. Or... being shit. Oh. So both Lannisters have had pointless off-book adventures in foreign lands that are weird and shit. We'll do a whole season wrap-up that'll go into more everybody's arcs. And we're going to go into the book differences and just how much pages this was compared to last season, how much is fucking left. This shit's going to be 4 or 5 seasons if they keep going at this pace. But this as a finale just wasn't. Yeah, I agree. As a finale to a season, this was not good. Yeah. I guess it didn't leave a bad flavor in my mouth because it's not bad, but by next week, I will be like, oh, that's right, the show's over. And then in 2 years' time, I'll be like, what happened last season? Definitely. I think overall, a disappointing finale to a fairly solid season. I say fairly solid. I'm not saying amazing. I'm saying it's a solid season of fantasy television. It's better than Wheel of Time. It's better than Rings of Power. It's better than any of the Star Wars shows. But it could have been more. I wonder if House of the Dragon season 2 is the equivalent of one of these One Piece, oh, you can skip that arc because not much really happens. You could watch a abbreviated version of this season, the same way people have done supercuts of Obi-Wan. Maybe someone could come along and do a supercut of season 2 of House of the Dragon and condense it to 4 hours maybe. If that, you could watch episode 1, 4 and 8 and you'd probably get the point. I also thought that you could just watch 1, 4 and 8 and be probably just fine. I think we're both of the opinion that this season started building up and then they just kept building up and then it just kind of cut. Yeah, well, I went over our old reviews in preparation just to see where our mood changes and my mood changes, and we're largely quite positive up until the end of Rook's Rest. And then you can kind of feel the chinks in the armour happening a little bit more and more to eventually we're just at the end. And we're like, oh, that's it. Every week you're going...
oh, that Damon stuff will make sense. It'll get good eventually. Like, we trust them. And then it's been 4 or 5 episodes of largely the same point being hit with Damon. I think the thing we need to ironically anchor this review about is the main criticism is that we need to anchor it around Alicent and Rhaenyra.
Well, the show does.
The show does.
Yeah,
so
the show anchors itself around Alicent and Rhaenyra.
It'll kill itself.
To definitely its detriment, yeah. It'll chain them together and then one of them will jump off a bridge.
Yeah, and they'll be happy. I watched this show with my lovely wife next to me, so I got to hear a woman's opinion. And in large, she was just annoyed that they were both so fucking boring. and that was her main complaint.
Yeah.
And I agree. I think they've neutered not just the book version, but the version of Season 1 Alicent. Like, if you watch Season 1 Alicent, the Alicent of the Driftmark episode, who when her son's eye's been taken out, that should be it.
I was thinking even the introduction to Alicent after the time skip, once we get old Alicent, it's Rhaenyra giving birth and immediately has to take her, probably a bastard son, to see the evil bitch queen.
Yes.
So I'm like, wow, this is an evil bitch queen.
Yes.
And now she's nothing.
And when you look back on that, it's like these people in the show version were friends for their childhood. Let's say that. Alicent was maybe a year or 2 older, but similar age.
Yeah.
I don't know if they intended or not, but I think the show, now looking back on Season 1, did a better job at showing their two perspectives and why both of them would feel disgruntled with each other. Obviously, Rhaenyra thinks that her best friend was only best friends with her so she could cozy up with her dad. To sleep with her dad.
It happens.
And then Alicent is annoyed because she allowed Rhaenyra to enter into her religion, like to basically share a very private thought, and for Alicent, a very religious person, to like share a prayer with Rhaenyra. And then for Rhaenyra to then use that religion when she goes, I swear to you, I didn't sleep with anyone, I didn't break my vows. But then when old mate Cole then admits that that's what happened, then that for her is a big no, like, oh, you just spat my religion and our friendship in my face.
It seems like they're going to go into that a lot more, especially in Season 1, but then they kind of stop. Like when Alicent is defending Rhaenyra to Viserys, and she's saying, no, she swore to me. Like, she swore on the gods.
Yeah.
We're fine. She didn't do it.
Yeah.
Nothing happened.
Because that's all
We're
they have
good.
at that level. Which is why I was a bit annoyed back when they almost became friends again at the end of Season 1. Season 1 should have been the king has died, and any chance of this being resolved amicably is gone.
Yes. Well, I thought that's what eating the sun was. I thought that was the spark that lights the fire that starts the flame.
Both of them, I would argue, have been placed in this pedestal of too perfect. Like, they are morally absolutely fine now. Like, they're going back on things that they set up in Season 1. Alicent agrees that her son Aegon needs to be killed after she forced him to become king.
Yeah, that screenshot where it's like, I don't want to be king. And she's like, you have to be king. And he's like, okay, I'll be king. And she's like, no, I'm going to be king.
And I know there's going to be some people out there who maybe are trying to understand or see what they're going for. But from what we know from the showrunner, Ryan, and Sarah, who is a fellow writer, I think it was episode 2 she wrote. That's with your favourite scene of the Damon and Rhaenyra argument. We were saying, how this was a really great talky episode and had a lot of that drama we wanted.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure that was written and directed by the same team who then did episode 8.
She's listed as executive producer, but it does seem like she's
a little bit more involved than just a writer in the room.
Has her hand in possibly every episode.
Maybe the overarching thing, and their perspective seems to be from, and you can get the quote up, that this is 2 women trying to sort things out, and really they're trying to make all this make sense, and it's women in a man's world trying to make sense of it all. And it's not interesting. And I think they're the problem that then, because they're dull, it then echoes out to everyone else.
Yeah, well, we focus too heavily on them to the expense of literally everyone else as well.
Yeah, because they follow the book in terms of plot point structure. So Rhaenyra sits in Dragonstone and largely does nothing for a few weeks while Jace, Corlys and Damon do things. So that's what they do. Instead of making Rhaenyra more active or doing more things within Dragonstone, it's just, let's just lampshade her going, why am I doing nothing?
But they also, because they were focusing on her doing nothing, they weren't able to show Jace or Corlys or anyone doing anything. They skipped over Jace's whole arc, basically.
Yeah, like, I can be a ruler.
He has this whole formative thing in the north that they're like,
then he brings back.
Shit, let's just bring him back.
I think what they've done, particularly with Alicent more than Rhaenyra, they've really made Alicent a really boring, just wet blanket of a character. Both sides have a somewhat legitimate claim. that Rhaenyra is, I'm legitimate because that's what the last king wanted. The last king said I was the heir. And Aegon goes, I'm the heir because due to Andor tradition, I'm the eldest son. And the only reason my dad was the king was because we all agreed in the vote that the male takes over the woman. That if there's a male there, he's in charge. So that was locked in.
It's tradition versus new ideas. So it's literally just because it's old doesn't mean it's right, versus it's been working forever, why change it?
They don't even make it Rhaenyra versus Aegon. They make it just kind of goody-baddie. Like,
with Rhaenyra being definitely the good guy, because she has she knows what the prophecy was. And I think I talked about it before, but I hate prophecies in most things.
Particularly when we know this in the show canon, it's a load of bollocks.
And it leads to nothing. Yeah. Because normally it takes away a bunch of agency, but there are a few ways to do prophecy interesting. You talk about the way George R.R. Martin does it in the books being, it's usually
misinterpreted. Which
is kind of the way J.K. Rowling did it, even in Order of the Phoenix.
Right.
Like, not everyone's favorite writer, not even a very good writer, depending on how you look at it.
Or person.
But... yeah. Harry in general happens because Voldemort misinterprets the prophecy as either it can be Longbottom or Potter, so then he tries to murder both of them. He's like, I'll cover all my bases. But then that becomes interesting again later on when they get a new prophecy.
Too bad Voldemort didn't use a gun.
That whole movie is about Harry having dreams and prophecies, and it's like, oh no, it was a trick. Like, you can do stuff with prophecies, but you don't just say, this is the correct way to look at it.
What George goes for in the books is it's not so much the prophecy, but how a person reacts to that prophecy.
Yep.
Which is what we had in the first season, that Viserys is so sure that he's going to have a son because he had a dream.
Yep. Sacrifices his wife.
Sacrifices his wife because of that. And we have this a lot in the show, in the Duncan Eggs books. We have a character who has a dream, who truly believes that this is it. For some reason, they've placed Rhaenyra and Alicent, and Rhaenyra particularly, as not characters, but as women. That they are the embodiment of women. So because of that, they don't get to be interesting. Aegon's just some shit man. So he gets to be interesting, which is why I think they were surprised at the fandom of Damon. Yes, because he's well acted. Yes, because he's attractive. But also because he's just a bloke. They allow him to be a bit of a dick, and turns out the modern audiences like a bit of depth to characters.
Yeah.
So what I would have done is, obviously what I would have done. Rhaenyra's been raised from a very early age that her dad, because he feels bad about the death of his wife, that you're the prince that was promised, and you're going to be queen because you're actually the special chosen one who's going to join the whole realm and defeat the darkness in the north. And she grows up believing that. She sees the fucking white stag as her, like, yes, I am the chosen one.
That didn't lead to anything.
Well, that was a show invention.
But we thought it would lead.
Yeah, but that was them. It was meant to be her seeing that and going, no, this is it. I am the heir.
I am God.
I am the heir. So being brought up like that would mess you up, because you not only do you have a dragon and you're one of these, you're the 1% of the 1%, but now you believe you're even extra special, which is in the Targaryen history. These people who, like Rhaegar in the history, thinks because he's born of the line, he's like, I'm going to go and manipulate a small Stark girl into believing that we're going to have a prophecy baby together. Yep. It's pretty fucked up.
Worked though.
Yeah, well, we don't know in the books, but still. But with this, instead of it being that Rhaenyra is now morphed and, as we were saying in the reviews, that the death of her son and all the trauma of losing her father and the stillbirth of the baby has meant that she's lent in further to, I'm meant to be queen because I'm the prophesied prince that was promised. She remarkably becomes very calm.
She wants less war.
Yeah, you wouldn't think she becomes so calm. You think she would become a maniacal person who's making really bad decisions, such as allowing randoms to become dragon riders.
Which in the show, the show seems confused about what it wants to do there. They do the shot of May with the fire in her eyes in the Acolyte. Like, they show her as the bad guy from a visual standpoint. Everything the visuals are doing is like, this woman is insane. Like, what she's doing, she's watching people burn alive in the hopes to win a war. Like, she's testing her bioweapon, basically.
Yeah.
But then everything in the narrative is doing the exact opposite.
Well, isn't that kind of villainy to see a load of poor people? You've told a load of poor people that they can become dragon riders.
You would show the villain standing on the opposite side of the glass wall as people, like, melt inside. We
said how Donkey was, Ulf was Donkey from Shrek. Rhaenyra was Lord Farquaad. It's a sacrifice I am willing to make. Like, she did do that.
She wins. She's right.
And she gets the hero shot.
Yeah, immediately after.
So the show doesn't really know. Like, it's going, oh no, Rhaenyra's the hero, and everything that she does is justified.
Yeah.
And then, but Alicent is completely neutered. You know, I read you a quote from a BuzzFeed article of all things saying that, like, there's plenty of examples in history and in Game of Thrones of women working within the patriarchy to their advantage.
Yes.
And the
like
Tyrells...
Eleanor banged everyone until she was on top.
Exactly. And they even say that the House Tyrell is more or less secretly ran by the women. That they are working within the restraints they have.
Yep.
And we see in Dawn, even in the more loosey-goosey, it's still women having to operate within a man's world somewhat. But that would be very girl boss over Rhaenyra and Alicent to have to work within the patriarchy.
Yeah.
So they're going to
break the wheel.
Just not do that.
But not like Daenerys.
And so Alicent gets this moment of being annoyed that Team Boy picks a boy. It's like, are you mad? Are you stupid?
Like, this was always a risk.
If they made her fully manipulative and not just, no, you know, guess what? He changed his mind at the last second. He wants Aegon to be king. Instead, if it was like, nah, fuck it. Ever since my son's eye got taken out and my husband didn't even, like, punish her a little bit, I went, fuck this family.
Yeah.
I'm making sure my son gets in charge. And then because she's raised her son and told her son, Rhaenyra will fucking kill you, the spiteful bitch, and her uncle husband definitely will.
That's a massive point that no one seems to believe. Like, at no point are we shown Rhaena even considering to kill anyone.
Wouldn't that be way more interesting, though, if we did that? That if they, even though you don't want to kill the gays, if you had Rhaenyra and Damon full-on kill her husband because she needed that political strength of Damon over him, then we would be going, that's a fair point.
She doesn't make any moves to kill Aegon.
Exactly.
Aegon sends a guy to go kill Rhaenyra. Rhaenyra never really makes a move against the crown at all.
Well, her move is to dress like a Septon and try and make peace.
It's always peace.
Even towards the end, she's like, I was hoping with us powering up with dragons, we'd have peace.
Because they have the two big moments, right? So they've got Aemond kills Luke. And that's basically like the big, oh, Rhaenyra wants blood now.
Yeah.
Rhaenyra's like, fuck this. They're going to try to kill us. They are trying to kill us. And then you've got Alicent going, oh, God, no, we didn't mean to do that. We didn't mean to do that. We don't want all that war. But then Blood and Cheese happens. So then Alicent should be like, oh, actually, I do want war now.
Yeah, because we've all went...
Yeah, they both get their big fuck the other one moment, but then they don't use it. They both then go, oh shit, maybe we should have peace. It's interesting that they chose to do that, because in the book, they tie Alicent up and force her to subscribe to Burgunbeard.
That's it. Yeah, that's real good. I like that one. It's been kind of a joke on the Reddit, is that the twink Bracken was more annoyed about the baby dying than his grandmother.
Babe killer.
What did you say?
Sir Twink of House Bracken is what they're calling him.
It should have been used way more propagandary as well.
And that is the case where the book version was seriously better, like I explained to you, with Alicent is in the room gagged and having to witness this herself.
Yeah.
Like, that would have been a, nah, fuck it. And both of them then would have been, no, fuck you. And then we could have went in. But I don't know what their motivation was, because how is Rhaenyra different, actually different? What is the arc of this character?
Right.
From the beginning to the end of this season. Not saying that because Damon kind of has an arc. He goes from being it's about me to actually it's about her.
He starts an arc gradually, and then they make him watch Game of Thrones, and then he immediately... That's why Damon sucks for me.
So, you know, when I think back to, like, classic television like Breaking Bad, there's typically a character arc of every season. Something has happened.
Definitely.
Where with Rhaenyra, I don't really feel like she's emotionally moved anywhere since maybe past episode 2.
It kind of brings up the nature of adaptation, though. So we could just say this was a horrible book to adapt, because...
Which it is, like, would be sympathetic.
But it's also the most free book to adapt. If you're going to adapt a law book, this is one of the best to do it, because they've given you a plot breakdown.
And options.
Yeah, and options.
Yeah.
So, and it doesn't even break the canon.
No.
Technically, it should be one of the best books to adapt, but have they just not put in the effort to adapt it? And is it their job as part of the adaptation to give every single character a character arc, or at least the mains, and have them move from point A to point B? Should they have invented more stuff?
Well, what everyone's worried about is that now in 2 seasons, particularly in this season, where both sides have done some shit, Rhaenyra has been absolved of any wrongdoing of Team Black.
She is correct.
Even sending Rhaenys off to war, which in the book, it's the only thing it's confirmed that she went to Rhaenys, you go and deal with this problem, and then Rhaenys died. They then spared her from that. They spared her from any ill decision. And knowing where this book is meant to end, if they keep doing this, I half expect the ending to be different.
The book almost takes it out of Rhaenyra's hands as well, because her, like you say, her dragon isn't a fighting dragon anyway. So she was never a good person to send. Whereas in this, she's like, I'll go. I have a pretty big dragon and could probably win. And they're like, no. Like, we'll do it for you.
Yeah.
Jace tries to have a character arc by saying, I'll go. And Mummy is like, no.
I kind of wish they had actually branched this out more, because I remember the first season people going, and you said, it's not like Game of Thrones to spend most of the time in the Red Keep, because that's what the drama is. But there is a world in which maybe they decided to actually span this out a bit more, where you could have been introduced to the pirate character earlier and had a whole narrative. I know it maybe just wasted time, but
I would at least care when they die.
the Jace arc of, like, my mum's distraught, singing herself into tomes, saying how she's the prophesized hero. So for these few weeks while she's dealing with that, I want to step up and be the ruler. I've already got the North on side, I've got the Vale on side, and now I'm going to try and get these dragon seeds sorted. Then he could have had a whole arc of that. And we might have been left going, which is what they don't want to happen. When Rhaenyra comes back in charge, it all starts going wrong, because that means that women are bad. Because for some reason, in the show, I'm not saying this is what the writers think, but the show comes across as they don't want to have Rhaenyra and Alicent do anything bad because they're women, because they represent womanhood. For some reason, they've decided to make these two characters represent womanhood.
Girls can't hate other girls.
Girls can't hate, which seems to be their problem. They've fought it. Well, we can't have two girls hating each other. I don't know why there seems to be this overthinking of it, because two men can hate each other just fine in the show, and no one's going, oh, we can't have boys hate each other. But for some reason they can't allow that. They can't allow women to be jealous or petty of one another. I remember when George was asked, you write such great female characters, how do you do it? That's why I tend to just think of women as people.
Whoops.
Like, and it's, he has so many great characters. He has, like, I forget her name, but a Lannister character who could easily be considered girl bossy, but she doesn't feel it because he explores her well.
You got Cersei, Marjorie, and
yeah, but then there's like there's other characters who would never show up in the show.
But that's just like three immediate ones. Like, especially with Marjorie, she starts out as sweet and innocent, but then you're like, oh, she's way more than that. Like,
she's playing into it. She plays the innocent lamb because that's what men want and
Mum
expect.
told her. Turns out boys are very stupid.
Oh, and I completely
OnlyFans proves that very well.
I completely agree. As a male, I can attest to we are idiots. I know we can get like stuck on this point a lot, so we probably have to stretch it out a bit more. I want to stress, obviously, that this is an incredibly, really good-looking show. And I forget the man's name, but the guy who's in charge of the production design, who's constantly on the behind the scenes, the guy with the glasses, a wonderful, fantastic job. The camera work, the acting, almost everyone, not you.
Writing is kind of the most pivotal thing of all. We're here for the stories. Everything else just builds around that.
It's an example of that, of like everything being a 10 out of 10, but the character arc and writing is where we're a little bit rocky. It's not bad, it's not god awful, but it's disappointing considering the strength they had in season 1. They really set up some cool dynamics in that last shot.
I think season 1's detriment was also its benefit. So they were all crammed in the Red Keep, but this allowed for a lot more scheming.
Yeah.
And this show is massively missing that in season 2. Like, Game of Thrones had it in spades. Game of Thrones was constantly scheming. As part of my Rhaenyra fucking sucks point, I brought up how much screen time each character gets from Game of Thrones. Some lovely Redditor has done my work for me. Tyrion Lannister had the most screen time in the 8 seasons of anyone by far. And it's because he's talking and scheming the whole time.
Yeah, season 2, Tyrion, like when he's the Hand, is one of the best bits.
And he's one of the most grey characters they've got.
In the book particularly, he's a morally grey character on the considered evil side. And in the show, they have it like, it's a character you love who happens to be on the dark side, if you will.
Yeah, this show is just missing all of that scheming and intrigue. There's no mystery. Like, you had a lot from the Night King, especially, and the whole what's beyond the wall stuff. You got a lot of mystery.
Isn't a real story, which is their problem.
But should they have done that as part of the adaptation? Should they have brought something in to add that to it? They're not adapting it word for word as is, because they can't. So how much should they have brought?
Well, that's a large problem. It's that not only are they not adding, not saying they need or should, but then they've also they take away interesting crinkles, like we talk about. In the original Game of Thrones show, and the books, obviously, there's a bit where they have a Lannister of the Lesser Branch who Jaime ends up killing in the cage. And he's like the peace talks guy. So he runs the King's Landing and gives Robb Stark's peace talks. And then they send him back where he gives Lannister's peace talks, going, oh, they're going to give your father's bands back. This concept of peace banners, which Otto does in episode 10 of season 1 when he visits Rhaenyra.
Yep.
Under a peace banner. So why didn't they just have Rhaenyra organise some peace talks with Alicent?
If you wanted to get your women together.
Yeah, like, can we just have a formal peace talk and just talk it out like Stannis and Renly do with the peach scene? It's a known thing in both medieval history and the Game of Thrones universe that this is a concept.
They can meet on a boat in the middle of the ocean between King's Landing.
Yeah, and they can bring all the dragons they want to make sure nothing goes wrong.
So that it's either everything goes wrong or nothing goes wrong.
Because if we still want the women who just want to keep peace, Alicent sucks in the show. She's now my least favorite character. It's the only problem is just how she's been written.
The last thing I'll say about Alicent before we move on is when she tries to drown herself, and they make a big point of, oh, this is a pivotal moment for Alicent. She's going to change. I guess she decided she doesn't care about one of her kids.
Well, no, that's it. All her children would have to die.
Helena, she's like, I can keep Helena. The rest can go fuck themselves.
Yeah, all of them have to go and screw themselves. Where people could have been here talking about her like she was the female Littlefinger or even a Tyrion. Like she's working the men around her. And you could have had people here bitching about how all the men are idiots. You know, like her giving feet pics to Larys. Could have been her going, God, it's, even though this is gross, it's so fucking hilarious that this smart guy will literally do whatever because...
Yeah.
And she just knows, she's learnt all their secrets like Peter Baelish. But instead of doing that interesting thing, they just have a bit of powerless woman annoyed that the patriarchy exists. Even though all viewers watching this know that the patriarchy will continue to exist.
For at least 200 years.
Yeah.
Because we kind of thought, Bran becomes king. It continues. It should have been all or nothing for her, basically. Like when she had her big zoom in moment, like freak out, she should have been like, okay, I'm going to go full on like conniving mode. I'm going to, like, maybe she's going to start breaking her own rules. So like that could have been her moment where she's like, it's either my kids or my gods.
And have her care about her kids, but also know how to work them. So even though you're like, because in the book, she seems to be, obviously we don't get all the details, but she's actively involved in all of this stuff. She has plotted, she's helping them rule council while they're there. So you can imagine her, you know, even when Aemond becomes in charge, he's still having his mum around because she's his mum and she maybe knows how to get through to her little son. Oh, little Aemond, now I looked after you. And
they think that they need her at the very least.
Mums are good at that. I don't know. We could go on and on about how, not because they're women, but just how they've misrepresented this character, how they've done poorly with this character. And regardless of the gender, it's not a good job. And I think, obviously, we're being fairly negative, which it's sad because the show, because we are doing a season review.
Are there any good things about Alicent or Rhaenyra that you can bring up?
Performances. They do what they do. They do what they can. I'm honestly quite worried that they aren't going to do... Eventually Rhaenyra has to end up doing some shit, and she already has, but they then have to actually go, it's kind of wrong, isn't it? And they have to not spare her of, like, you know, she didn't really kill her husband. She only killed the random guard or whatever that guy was. Yeah, I can't really think much positive about them. I got big whiplash because I watched the first episode again of season 2. And Corlys is on the fucking docks with Alan. I'm like, oh God, they never weren't on the docks all season.
We spent 8 episodes building a ship.
It's like The Office called The Docks. And it's just Alan being the fucking Dwight.
But we also
of it all.
don't see anything of that.
It makes the world feel so empty.
He just walks onto the dock, says something to Alan or Adam, and then actually never talks to Adam, says something to Alan, and then just walks off the docks. And then we cut away for like that episode, and then we cut back. He walks back onto the docks, says something to the man still scrubbing away, and he's like, is it good? And he's like, cool. And then he leaves, and then he does that at least once every episode. One time he's on the docks just so Rhaenys can come talk to him.
Yeah, and then the behind the scenes of that.
It sounds like a fucking nightmare.
They went to so much effort for just the fucking... They could have had that anywhere.
Yeah.
And it's like... Of course in the books he's like running shop right now. He's at council. That would have been fun, having him be there. Like, while Damon's off trying to secure the Riverlands, maybe Corlys is teaching his grandson, Jace, how to rule. And that could be the arc there a little bit.
We said a bunch of times how good it was whenever they'd cut back to the Green Council. Like, we'd be like, damn, the Green Council is carrying the show.
Doing a lot of heavy lifting.
Like, the council scenes from Game of Thrones had the exact same effect. Everyone was always, like, locked in when those happened. Whereas with this, the Black Council, we never once said, we're so happy.
What a great Black Council scene.
Yeah. We never said that, because it was always nothing. It was a bunch of bickering, and then Rhaenyra would walk in and go, guys, you're all being idiots. I'm the queen. And they'd be like, the queen.
Yes. Where, you could have had her, Corlys, Baylor is there. Like, they could have been some defining characters on the sides having opinions. So a lot of characters are just kind of hanging around this season. I think, quickly, Corlys is absolutely crap in this. His wife died, his legacy's a lie, and he just kind of gets over it.
He gets 3 scenes. He gets a crying scene, one talking to Baylor, and then one when he comes back, I guess.
Yeah, I named my boat after my wife. I've got 2 sons. I could have a whole arc about trying to reconnect with them, but no, we'd rather not do that. And like, I saw someone in the comments go, him having bastards is very normal for a man to have bastards. It's less normal for them to be a part of the household, but it's not unheard of.
But they're completely hidden.
They can be bastards in the household who are just bastards.
Ned Stark can have a ward in Theon Greyjoy, just living with them, and it's fine. Whereas Corlys is like, and
then have a bastard son hanging around. Yeah, like, why?
I guess his wife would be mad.
But now she's dead, and she already knew anyway. I'm not saying he has to then go legitimise these bastard sons, but he could at least, in the book he says, it's my grandsons, it's my son's sons, which is obviously stupid, and everyone says, well, your son was gay, and also the age doesn't really work out, because in the books they are 15, 16, they're Jace's age. So they're meant to be. But in this, they are full grown-ass men. So they do nothing with Corlys. I think, obviously, and the one that you'll cut to is Damon. In this super focused-in section of the book, Damon effectively goes to the Riverlands, gets all the River Lords, and then Season 3 will begin.
Yeah, the behind-the-scenes talks a lot about the Battle of the Gullet and how he wants to give that room to breathe. I don't know what that is, but they talk about that being, like, the reason why they cut this season when they did.
With the behind-the-scenes stuff from what we know now, sympathetic to it, they wanted Season 1 to be 12 episodes, but it was cut to 10. And then whoever the guy who's now in charge of Max or HBO,
that fucked
they
hard.
Very last minute told them, even though they wrote 10 episodes, no, it'd be 8 episodes. And then because of the writer's strike, they then didn't have any time. That's why this season just kind of ends. It doesn't have a resolution. It doesn't have a big moment where a character has either moved into a new position or has changed. Rhaenyra largely is the same, except now really fully, truly understands its war. But instead of it being anger, it's a reluctance to go to war. A reluctance to go to war.
Yeah.
Over the death of your son and all that.
And then, because you're the chosen one. Yeah. She could just not.
They took my throne, they took my daughter, I'll fucking kill them, is basically the quote from the book.
Because they've removed her seemingly caring about, like, the Night King coming and stuff, like, she could just leave things as they are currently.
She said that in Season 1, when she went to Damon, she goes, it's my job to make sure that we don't destroy shit.
I don't want to be Queen of the Ashes.
And then, when Lucerys dies, we get that look going, it's personal now. Fuck rules, fuck all that, it's personal. But then they walk that back almost immediately.
Yeah.
Really lame. So we keep going back to him. But Damon flies to Harrenhal. I was initially quite excited because we get to see Harrenhal in its proper glory.
You were pumped in that review.
And then we fucking stayed there. I thought it was going to be like a 1 or 2 in Harrenhal.
Because that means he spent 5 episodes.
The majority of his season there. Doing wiki dives.
Walking around a dark castle. Like, it's almost the same shots every time too, with it's him with his sword out and the camera's just trailing him down these dark corridors.
I feel like in a different era. I know obviously budget and stuff, but this is where you would have then introduced the River Lords. You would have had a Blackwood character, you would have had the Tully character and the Brackens, and they would have been a bit more like the same way you have the dynamics in the actual Game of Thrones show. Different houses wanting different things.
Yeah.
And how is Damon going to navigate all of this without burning them and making them bend the knee? And maybe that would be it. Damon realising that there's more to being a ruler than what his ancestors did, and that's riding him with a dragon and going, I'm in charge now.
Yes.
I don't know, I've said that like, there it is. It's way harder to write there. But what they did was so dull.
Especially because his opposition can do the same. He can roll in, burn everyone, but then Aemond can come in and burn everyone again. So it's like, that can't be the way you win.
Yeah, that can't be the way you win. Because, initially it was like, oh, it's cool to see some flashbacks and Damon's type of character who needs some self-reflection. You still could have had that, but I wouldn't have had it nearly as much.
And the main problem is that they're not what makes him change his mind. Prophecy of the future.
It's just George Martin's for it.
Yes.
Because even up to before that point, as you brought up, he's almost thinking about declaring himself king because one of her lords goes.
It's like, you'd make a great king. He's like, babe, I would make a good king.
And then Alice Rivers, super disappointing. The disappointment of the season.
Another person you were so hyped on.
Yeah, he makes him touch George Martin's forehead and he goes, like fucking Danny DeVito, I get it now. And then that's it.
She would have been much better served if they kept more mystery behind her.
Yeah, I like what her goals are.
Yeah. Like in that episode 1 and 2 that they show her, you're just like, who is this chick? Like, why?
What's her goals? Yeah.
And even seeing Damon losing time was very interesting. And it also explained away why he wasn't helping with Rhaenyra's stuff. Like, she's trying to get stuff done, but you've got Damon over here having his own little side quest fighting his brain. My main annoyance is, that he gets the flash forward.
And then that's what character changes him.
Snaps.
It's like, oh, it all makes sense
and
now.
It's all in one episode too.
Super rushed, considering it's an hour and a half episode, whatever, and an hour 10, hour 15. Another thing I was telling you off camera was, I think I would have preferred the Dragon Seed episode to be like a bowl episode. I saw a comment on a Reddit going, I think they overestimated people's recognition of characters just showing up a minute or two in an episode.
Weeks apart.
She was like, I was watching this with my mum, and she thought we only met Ulf when he claimed the dragon. She didn't make the connection that was Ulf in all those previous bar scenes.
I don't know if I would have noticed if you didn't point him out. When he first talks to Aegon,
you would have forgotten
You're like, it's Hugh the Hammer. And I was like, okay, I guess he's someone.
And so then Ulf, when he pickpockets... The only reason I knew that was Ulf was because I went on the wiki and saw who the actors were. But yeah, someone just watching that, not knowing, that initial him seeing the rat catchers, which for, oh, that's just an extra who got a line that day.
Yeah.
Like, lucky him.
And that's all you can really boil them down to. Like, you see Ulf look at the rat catchers and be like, oh, glad that's not me. And then his subsequent
get in the second episode where he walks in the bar,
he's just in a bar,
he's a Targaryen
like
bastard.
Every other time.
Yeah.
And then Hugh, we see talk to Aegon, and we're like, okay, he's a blacksmith. Like, he's a working man. He's a small folk. And then they cut to him with his sick daughter. And then they cut to him with his sick daughter. And then they cut to him with his sick daughter.
Cut to him with his dead daughter.
Off screen.
Then Adam is just someone who wishes he was a lord because he knows his dad's a lord.
Well, Alan gets all of the screen time.
Yeah.
Alan gets all the deep conversations and everything with Daddy. And then Adam's always like sitting in the background, then looks up at the talking and then looks back down at what he's doing. Or looks up in the sky and sees a dragon.
Yeah.
And while we're doing dragon seeds, Rhaenyra might as well. Not really a dragon seed, but same vibe.
I checked, by the way, in the book, she spends the majority of the dance up in the Vale.
Because of who she is, they make a big point of, I need to send my young sons and you away to protect you. But no attempt has been made on anyone except Rhaenyra that one time. And they're not really in any danger on Dragonstone. So it's like, why do I care?
Those two boys, like, they have an important bit, which will be in season 3.
They're getting sent away so something can happen.
Yeah.
Like, if they stayed put, they would be stagnant, but instead they're getting sent away.
For whatever reason, she becomes so fearful that the war's going to get too much that we send them to Essos.
You could do that via paranoia.
Yeah. Like, I want to send my kids away because I'm worried they're going to get eaten by a dragon because I've just lost one son.
Because one's name is Aegon.
Like, reasonably implies that she's lost a son and a daughter because of this.
Yeah.
So she's worried that if they stick around, they'll die. So I best put them away and then I'd rather lose a year of parenting than them forever. So Rhaenyra is been morphed in with nettles. And so far we have a mixed response to that because Rhaenyra hasn't done anything. She spent episodes being annoyed and then 2 episodes running for the dragon and then still didn't even get the fucker.
She would have been better off disappearing and not coming back. Like, zoom in on her in season 3. Let me forget.
You wouldn't know this, but they're twins in the books, Rhaenyra and Baela.
I don't know if they are in the show, but they have never mentioned it or they
Made
look
that clear.
They look
Nothing
10
like.
years apart almost.
Yeah, Baela in the book is more of her father's daughter, like more aggressive. She's a little bit neutered in this, like she's a lot more hot-tempered.
She's motherly in...
Yeah, well, she's a lot more hot-tempered, and if you don't want to have 3 characters or you think it's pointless having Rhaenyra and then for her to go up to the Vale, but I would have just simply just had it be Baela's an only child. Damon had a bastard daughter called Nettles, and then she gets introduced, and then it's like the legitimate daughter, and then it's the bastard daughter, and then there you go. And maybe that's what I would have done. If you are thinking in terms of economic storytelling, for the sake of this story, Rhaenyra doesn't necessarily need to exist.
It's a show about bastards, though, so yeah, removing Nettles is weird.
It's weird.
/ maybe Rhaenyra's not actually a bastard, but she's a bastard to her father. As in, like, she doesn't have a dragon, so he's like, you're not my real kid. And then you could, like, morph that bastard thing into people that don't belong, I guess.
Exactly, and just it's frustrating that we don't get anything else, and for somehow in an 8-episode season with less characters than Game of Thrones, they managed to not find any time for them, which is really strange to me.
Yeah.
They have hours of stuff, and Rhaenyra's collective minutes of the whole show can be 10 or 15.
I can probably double check, but I think Tywin Lannister gets more time than Rhaenyra. Just in his final episode,
he had more.
And a couple of little spots in the Green Council. I think overall he gets more time than Rhaenyra. And he's inconsequential.
And Baela's so disappointing. Jace gets some cool moments. And Jace gets to have these, hey, this is really wrong, we're doing this, Mom.
Jace wants cool moments. He doesn't, I wouldn't say Jace gets any, though.
His thing's going to be like how he's, we get to see him be diplomatic with the phrase.
That was his good bit.
Apart from that, it's him sitting around being annoyed. It feels like everyone's sitting around annoyed during this part of the book.
And then I'm at home watching the show, sitting around being annoyed. It's immersive.
Leading up to Rook's Rest, we had like a 10-minute, so we had the blood and cheese, we had Eric and Eric, then we had Rhaenyra sneaking into...
Stuff happens the first 2 episodes.
And then we have Rook's Rest. So they were like, every episode needs to end on something. And then I couldn't tell you what the ending of the next 8
Rook's Rest, yeah.
The next 4 are.
Episode 5 is Corlys holds the badge of the hand.
See, it goes away. I can't remember what they are.
We were moderately condemning the fact that everything needs to end on a high, like a big punchy for next week, because it can become too much.
It can.
Without it, oh no, that's worse.
Almost like they were really working towards Rook's Rest, and then they went, oh, now what? And what should have been, you could have done what those 4 episodes did in 2 episodes. I personally believe.
100%. I said it back when we reviewed episode 3 or 4, like either Rook's Rest or the previously. I was like, should this have been the first episode? And you said no. But now it kind of feels like maybe everything should have been shoved up a little bit more.
Rook's Rest could have been episode 2 or 3. Everything could have been moved back 1 or 2 episodes, potentially.
Yeah. And we could have at least ended at the start of the next big fight.
Imagine if Blood and Cheese was halfway through episode 1. And then you combine those 2 things together.
Part of me thinks earlier, because of the 1-2 punch of Luke dying and then Blood and Cheese, maybe it should have been they were both in the same episode last season. Just more punchy rather than we forgot about it because it was 2 years ago.
Yeah, exactly. So Damon being very disappointing was shame. The dragon seeds being just largely quite forgettable up until the point they become dragon seeds, which in the book is the case. They just get the dragon seeds that are on Dragonstone because that's where it is, because the Targaryens have been on Dragonstone for hundreds of years by that point. So it was normal for those young men to go down to the villages and the small towns of Dragonstone and have their way with the women because they were like worshipped as gods because they're the dragon riders.
Yeah.
So I would have rather have just had a fully focused Dragon Seed episode where we introduce the characters, and you can have 1 or 2 really good scenes and an audience will be on side. A example would be the first Tywin scene in the book is when he's gutting the stag with Jaime. That's one scene you immediately get and like this character in that one fucking scene. Ulf and Hugh have more time than Tywin did in that one scene. And I know you're comparing Tywin, you're comparing one of the great characters of modern fantasy.
But they could have made him...
But that's what I'm saying. Like, they should have approached it going, if Hugh could only get 1 good scene, how good could we make it? If Ulf could only get 1 good scene, how good could we make it?
Well, I mean, we did semi-get it. Like, he was a small folk blacksmith with a sick daughter. We got it.
Yeah.
But then they showed us that scene 3 more times.
You could have had that in the Dragon Seed episode.
It's a good moment of being like, oh, I'm poor, please help me.
Because there's empathy, then there's sympathy. We can be empathetic to you going, man, yeah, if I lost my daughter, I'd be pretty upset too. But we aren't sad. We aren't sad that character died. We aren't like, oh, I love that character, that's sad she died.
Especially because she died off screen.
Like the same way when we're upset that Rhaenyra went, because we got to know Luke a little bit. So we felt sad when he died.
I think we spent a lot of time with him.
So we had that sympathy, not that empathy. You know what I'm trying to say. Yeah, I guess moving into things that I like, I think Aegon's probably my favourite thing of the season. I think in terms of changing things from season 1 to season 2, this was probably a good choice, but also if you're watching them as a binge, as we've said, you know, you watch episode 9 with Eric and Eric going off on their adventure, and Eric's trying to show Eric all the horrible, heinous things that Aegon does, and then 2 episodes later, it's him going, be calm, Hugh, your king welcomes and would love to help you. It feels so, like, out of... It feels like a 180. I think people sat down and were ready for Joffrey in that scene.
I was, for sure.
So I guess it's meant to be this, okay, that's nice that he cares about them, but then it feels too little too late because you've made him, and for some reason audiences by their large decided to be Team Black, fuck Team Green, meh.
Well, because they made it that way.
Yeah, I guess, yeah.
Is it partly because it's been 2 years since they've written those characters, or since we've seen those characters? Yeah. How much of a snap change is there going to be by next year?
I'm not saying this is a problem that I could solve or necessarily need to solve, but last season was too quick and this season's too slow. So then my overall complaint would be they can't seem to get the balance right. We see 3 versions of Aegon in season 1. We see Baby, Ty Tennant, and then now the fully grown up version.
So pointless using Ty Tennant.
Yeah, I think they cast him and then he got a growth spurt because he's taller than the actual than the current Aegon actor. But we get that one scene in episode 8 of season 1 where after he's Great Diana, he then has this scene of like, you and father never liked me. It's like, oh, how are we meant to feel sorry for you if we've been introduced to you as the woman abuser? They had lots of ideas where to start, and maybe now, with the benefit of hindsight, one maybe would have started with the fully grown-up versions. The first scene being, you know, what you're saying, going off to Evil Queen with
Drops
the baby.
And then you're like, wow, how did we get to this bitchy relationship?
And you spend 10 episodes with some flashbacks, not just for Rhaenyra and Alicent, but now you get the dynamics of Aegon. How Aegon is the son who desperately wanted his father's attention, but his father was either too busy with his Legos or doting over his spoilt brat daughter from his other marriage.
Which would give Aegon a dislike for her instead, because Aegon doesn't know her.
Yeah, and then Mum Molly coddles him and tries to make him feel more important.
And Mum says, look at this bitch, Rhaenyra, getting all of your, like, if only Dad loved you as much.
And they're doing a little bit with Aemond of, like, the boy without the dragon. Like, his brother's got this awesome gold one. His sister claimed this old, ancient one, and yet his egg didn't crack. And these bastards over here, all their eggs cracked. They kind of do that.
You say with the benefit of hindsight, but they wrote the scripts. They could read them. Like, they were all laid out on the table for them to read. They had hindsight.
They decided, which felt like a good choice at the time, we're going to make Alicent and Rhaenyra the anchor points.
Yes.
So everything else is just around them. But then those anchors have sunk this ship now because they've done nothing with those anchors. That's a completely fine theory. Like Breaking Bad revolves all around Walter White. If you're going to do that, revolve it all around 1 or 2 characters. You have to do shit with them. Walter White is changing constantly while the world kind of remains the same. The world kind of remains the same, but the characters need to change.
Well, like, we both kind of agree that Viserys is the main arc of season 1. So it's like he ends up being the anchor character. He's the anchor being of House of the Dragon without them meaning for him to be.
Yeah, he was he's the guy everyone talks about. My point there being that do that, make them the anchors, but if you do this now, you slow it all down, which is what's happened. Then it makes me go, well, I really like Aegon, but I can't get in the back of my head that we had fuck all from him except that he was a drunk rapist.
He sucked,
from season 1. So now when you've got him here going, oh, well, I just want the approval of my mum and I want the approval of the people because I've been starved for attention all my life.
Yeah.
So now here it is. I didn't get that from season 1 except that one fucking scene in episode 8. And then when he asks his mum, do you love me, in episode 9, when he's being carted off to the procession. The habit I'm seeing a lot, it was in season 1, it's a lot here, where the showrunners are explaining in these behind the scenes what it all means.
It's every show recently.
How about you just put it in the fucking show for me?
They can't. Yeah, I don't know why, because Russell T Davies of Doctor Who does the exact same thing.
The Bear season 3 struggled a lot as well.
The Bear
it's
does
this
it.
writer's strike. I have to think that had some kind of effect.
I don't know. It's hard to say.
It's hard to get behind Aegon because Aegon has the most happen to him.
Yes.
There's some great moments, and the actor Tom, I think his name, when like Alicent walks in and sees him just crying and she doesn't know how to comfort him, so she leaves. And that's like the High Tower, like her dad doesn't want to comfort her, so she doesn't comfort her son. So then we wonder why he isn't the most like comforting man in the world.
Yeah.
And you hear these stories of Tom and the actress for Helena had to fight for that fucking staircase scene, apparently, where they just cross each other.
Literally for one glance.
And I watch it and translate that as they don't know what to say to each other. But they wanted that to come across as a linking of, me and you have just lost a son together. Imagine being a writer and having your actor go, I think it'd be really important for Aegon, the primary fucking antagonist of this show, or whatever, however you want to put it, maybe he should have a sit down with his wife and have them sort of mourn together about the loss of their son.
Yeah.
And what could that do propelling forward for this show? Because we talk about Game of Thrones, how you've got like Tyrion who's on the bad side. And then, you know, you also get characters you hate on the good side, like Roose Bolton, absolute weird vampire creeper guy. And yet he's like Robb Stark's right-hand man.
Yeah.
And so you get all these interesting things. So they opted to make Aegon the worst possible version, tried to step it back, but then couldn't go all the way. Like, if you want to talk about perception and that book being propaganda, when Aemond comes back after killing his, you know, becoming a Kingslayer, Aegon throws a banquet for him, saying how great it is. And Alicent has a fun line going, you only lost one eye, how could you be so blind? Fun line. You could interpret that Aegon, worrying for his little brother and his condition, maybe, throws a banquet to try and make it a good thing. You know, my brother defended himself against, like, the horrible bastard who tried to attack him. You could spin it any way you want if you want to play the spinny game, where Rhaenyra is actually really nice. So to do that, Rhaenyra is actually Jesus in human form, or whatever. is Jesus come again? But Aegon's actually a prick.
Yeah.
It's no. You're making choices here, and I think they're wrong. Like, we haven't even spoke about Aemond yet.
I was about to say Aemond, I think, is the last one we have to cover.
Because what the fuck really happened there? We get some fairly cool stuff at the start. It's meant to be he's fiercely loyal to his brother, which is what he kind of is for the first few episodes. But then because his brother laughs at him drunkenly for being with a whore, he thinks, you know what, fuck it, I'm going to burn you.
I think in the show, for me at least, it came across more of like fiercely loyal to the rules. So like, my brother is the king, I'm not the king. In Ep 10 of season 1, you've got him saying, I should be king, but you're supposed to be king, so you're king. You don't get a choice. The rules are you're king. So that's why I've always seen Aemond
like
as...
he said, if they come looking for me, I won't hide.
Yes, he's like the ultimate rule follower. So he's like, if you fuck up, then I'll be king, then that's okay.
The whole idea that he claims the dragon and his dad still won't go, hey, nice one, son. You know, like that's it. Like, and I know they can't give all the focus to everyone, but they managed it. In those early seasons of Game of Thrones, you managed to have 12 characters who all felt like main characters.
Yeah.
And I know they had more stuff to grab from because it's a real story. There's still stuff here that you could grab from because there's less characters.
And again, the nature of adaptation, they should have added that stuff.
So you could have a season where Jace is learning to rule, and the parallels of Jace trying to run Dragonstone with Aemond finally gets to be king. But anyway.
Yeah, if HBO wants more episodes, you can give them more episodes.
Have them be good
by doing things with characters. You've got the characters there, but they decided that everyone should be pretty stagnant. Because like Aemond,
once he becomes king, just kind of stays there.
Yeah,
well,
like I was very interested to see what he does when he becomes king. Like, will he be a good king? Will he be a tyrant? Like, what will he do? But he's preoccupied with war. So he doesn't actually rule, really. He sits in the chair, but he doesn't really do anything different to what he was doing before, because before he was king, Aegon was in charge, and he was still plotting with Cole to do the war. So he's just doing the war in a different chair.
They could have had a scene that echoed Aegon, where Aemond is finally sitting on the Iron Throne. Small folk come to appeal to him, and he's like, I don't have time for this.
Yep.
And it's the difference from Aegon. I know, obviously, politically things are a little bit different now, a bit more wars going on, but still, I have time for the small folk.
It would have been interesting to see at the very least.
Yeah, like, bring me the lords to talk with. I don't want to speak with the small folk today.
Yeah. You could use Hugh the Hammer again. It could be like...
Hugh goes, yeah, I'd love to get paid. No, fuck off.
Yeah, it's like, no, you're doing this out of loyalty. I'm not the king because I get paid. I'm the king because I have to be.
Fuck.
You make weapons for me because you have to.
And that could have been the good scene we're talking about, where Hugh goes, this is fucking stupid.
Yeah, and then he fucks off.
He fucks off.
He's like, actually, don't love
My daughter
this.
died because of the promises of Aegon.
Yeah.
Fuck. That'd have been good.
Could have been anything, yeah.
But instead, we had to get Alicent sneaking off to Rhaenyra again, or I'm not saying you have to get rid of the Alicent stuff because it's bad. I'm saying you have to make the Alicent stuff good.
Yes. If you're going to send her into the forest for most of an episode to drown herself and have a realization, she should have come out of that like Damon came out of watching Game of Thrones. Like, she should have come out of that a very different person.
Yeah.
Not just the same person, but more boring somehow.
The example I'm saying of a good scene is Jaime is like that Shrek, Prince Charming arsehole guy. But then we have that bath scene after he loses his hand. And we finally get to see that he actually did the right thing. He killed the Mad King to save others. But because everyone spurned him for killing the king, he's kind of wore that like armor. Yes, I am the bastard king killer.
From the beginning, in fairness, the things we do for love, like, he doesn't view his love of his sister as in his control.
Yeah.
So he's like, he's done awful things and he knows he probably shouldn't be banging his sister, but he's like, it's just the way it is.
She manipulates him a lot, particularly in the book.
Yeah, it definitely doesn't help.
So she loves him because he's basically an extension of her. She absolutely loves herself to a fault. But that's what I'm talking about. You give Jaime one good fucking scene and we're on board with him just like that. It's a great scene. Same with... I could go on about it, like how Pedro Pascal as
Oberyn
spends 29 minutes in season 4. That's how long it is. He's 29 minutes, but he has such an impact. One of those scenes is when he sits down.
He lives for 29 minutes. Wow.
You have that incredible scene where they move the conversation to Tyrion in the prison, where he goes, I met you when you were a kid, and Pedro does a wonderful job where he says, that's not a monster, I told Cersei, that's just a baby. And you're like, that's wonderfully performed. This guy's fucking awesome. He should be so lame. This, like, you killed my father, prepare to die. Like that in Game of Thrones shouldn't work, but it works so wonderfully. And once again, one really good scene. So then in this, Hugh Hammer could have been as awesome as Oberyn. Ulf could have been as awesome as Oberyn. These roguish characters who then get dragons.
If you gave Rhaena any of the Nettle stuff where she's a bad bitch, like, Rhaena could have been your Arya Stark. Like, she's your smart mouth little fucker that you're like, you know what?
Yeah. Like, if you're going to change things for the narrative,
give it to him.
I think overall, this is one of the prettiest disappointments. It's shot well. It's acted well. It takes Alan 8 episodes to go, fuck you, Dad.
Yeah.
Like, and on the fucking docks. Like, on the docks
and
again.
we don't see them as kids, even though they would have been kids in season 1. So, like...
Yeah, if they were really planting seeds... Oh, yeah.
Planting
fucking hell,
seeds. But yeah, like
imagine that.
You were in that timeline.
Planting seeds for the dragon seeds.
So you might have... Like, I don't know if they'll be able to bring it back for season 3. There's probably going to be some incredible moments in season 3.
But season 3's where...
The writing might not improve, but you'll get all your dragons and all your murder. You're going to get your gullet.
You're going to get all these big moments. You're going to get Benjicott Blackwood. You're going to get the Greybeards coming down. You're going to get all that stuff. Like, it's going to open on the gullet. That's a strong opener.
Don't know what that is, but yeah. It's the next battle.
It's the boats. It's the pirates.
Okay.
It's we're seeing it. And they're going to go into...
So that's why they waited till episode 8 to set that up.
Yeah, because then they're going to go fight Corlys. They're going to go break the blockade at the Stepstones.
So the Battle of the Gullet is literally the thing that they've set up for 8 episodes. As far as Corlys goes, of him, he makes a boat.
Yeah.
And then Tyland gets some boats in episode 8. That's a crazy way to set that up.
They reckon now Otto has to be with the Beesburys, because where else would he be?
Which we've never seen.
He's a captive of the... Yeah, well, Beesbury's the guy who got killed when Criston Cole kills him.
Yes, okay.
So then his family are like, you fucking killed our dad, so we're rising up against you fuckers. So then they're trying to fight the High Towers in the Reach.
That's going to have no bearing on anything, because we haven't seen it.
So surely on his way down the Old Town, he would have got intercepted by the Beesburys. And now they're going to have a Daeron hero moment, where Daeron comes in blazing and goes, grandfather. And then Otto's going to be like, we're rolling back up to the Red Keep, because you're a grandson I can fucking be in charge with, I think.
I'd say that's pretty much everything. We spent so long talking about Rhaenyra and Alicent just because they are the key points of the show.
They're who we want us to focus. They're on the poster. They are what they want us to be talking about.
And you're able to break down everyone else's arcs so quickly because they have so little, unfortunately.
But then the Rhaenyra does too, because they're afraid to give her anything.
I guess most of it is us talking about, what should have been.
Ultimately, it's an example of being afraid to do something with your characters because you're viewing them as what they represent rather than who they are.
In the modern age, too.
Yeah, you're bringing a modern lens to a medieval fantasy. Where a woman who is born of incest believes she is Jesus or believes her family is of a chosen line. And you aren't thinking about how that would fuck up someone's perspective on the world.
Girls have to be kind to girls.
Rhaenyra is doing all this because she was friends with someone for a few years in her childhood.
Yes.
They were enemies. Alicent did some fucking horrible shit to her.
And
I want to see your
time.
baby the moment it's born.
Yep.
You're dragging that shit up with you. That shit burns friendships.
And she's been on Dragonstone longer than she's been in King's Landing.
Yes, you're
from
doing
an episode
all
standpoint.
this because for your childhood crush. Basically.
Yeah.
And that's why the show is this season really, I think, fell flat because of those anchor point characters, ultimately.
Yeah, lives and dies by them, unfortunately.
And it's their fault. Thanks for sticking with us on this.
We'll make another one about something, probably.
Oh, we're going to, well, yeah, the next one.
Let us know if you're interested in The Witcher. That'll be a very different style of review.
Yeah, that'll be different. Yeah, they've got the Witch animation coming out this year.
Oh, that's true.
I finally get to hold the book.
Yes, this is the episode where Stephen tells me how off book we are. Without spoiling what's going to happen in season 3, we might allude to it, but we're not going to just outright spoil anything.
No.
This is a very small section of the book, I've been told, like 30 pages or less.
Surprisingly small section. Like, I've awkwardly shown, like, hey, here's the start of the dance and the end, and then this was season 2. And I am quite surprised. I mean, I am and I'm not.
Because money.
Yeah, and also I can see why they thought, hey, let's zoom in on this, but when we left the last season with Rhaenyra with that look going to kicking off, and then we've had 8 episodes of it not kicking off, and even in the last episode, Rhaenyra's still going. I was hoping the dragons being here would mean that we wouldn't have war.
After the episode 6 where she says, we're going to have war.
To book accuracy, I've said this in other videos, but for those who are new here and maybe don't know, that this book is a very in-depth history book of, at least this book is the first 100 and so years of the Targaryen dynasty.
Which is what, like 3 major events? The conquest?
In terms of big points. Conquering, Maegor the Cruel, Jaehaerys' good golden age, and then the dance.
You said there was something after the dance. Oh, Blackfire.
The Blackfire's on in this. The Blackfire's will be the next one. I think the next volume is called Blood and Fire. So we've got Fire and Blood and Blood and Fire.
Creativity.
Yeah. When people got this book, at least for me, and I imagine it's the same for most people, I went straight to the Dance of the Dragon section.
Okay.
Because I knew dragons. Because Aegon's stuff, while interesting, is like Aegon came in and took over, and everyone was like, "Yay!"
Yeah.
I want to know the details of the dance stuff.
Armies can't stand up against dragons as is, but then you have Balerion.
Yeah, but exactly. So I was pretty keen to read about the dance stuff. It is a fairly dry, like, history book.
I heard you reading through, you trying to read off some bits to remind yourself, and yeah, it's. This person did this. One guy thinks this happened because of this.
You almost are better off if you were interested. You'll get a fairly similar experience watching summary videos or reading the wiki articles.
Well, the main name I've been hearing is Nettles. Tell me Nettles.
Nettles is essentially one of the dragon seeds. So you've got Ulf, you've got Hugh, and then you've got Nettles, who is a bastard of uncertain birth, who's a brown girl, who in the series, the Valerians are white. So she's the one black representation dragon rider.
Because Adam and Alan are also white.
They're all white, which is why the bastardy stuff is a little bit muddled, because Rhaenys is brown-haired because she's Baratheon and Targaryen. So in the book, it's not said this, but it's like, oh, they just take after their grandmother. They just took the brown hair. Like, there's a bit more muddled, which is what some book fans and maybe racist, pretending to be book fans, were annoyed about black actors portraying the Valerians, because it makes the bastardy thing so obvious. But in the book, Aegon, and in the show says, we know they're bastards, father. Just look at them. It's still painfully obvious to everyone, which is the point. So I didn't mind it.
But we think the community thinks Nettles has been taken over by Rhaenyra.
Definitely. Which has led to frustration by the author and fans.
His main annoyance is that Nettles isn't on Dragonstone. It's that Sheepstealer is in the area.
It's a character he came up with who he probably would have liked there, but then they're thinking, we've got these 2 actresses right here, and in the book, particularly Rhaenyra, does nothing during the dance. No. She goes to the Vale and stays at the Vale until the dance is over.
knowing nothing about it, I like the idea of Rhaenyra taking over because Game of Thrones, the series, throws a lot of names at you.
They changed some names for that
Shrinking
reason.
it down a lot isn't a bad idea in my opinion, especially since we spent season 1 growing up with this kid.
I think there was just a disappointment because Nettles felt like she would be a really interesting character to zoom in on in a series, that she's a foul-mouthed, streetwise, kind of like cheeky 16-year-old girl amongst these like white erudite type people.
So I guess she would be the Arya.
Sure.
Like, as
we'll
in,
go with that.
Yeah, self-sufficient, sure of herself, is a bit of a badass that everyone can get behind. But there's no reason why they couldn't make Rhaenyra as cool as Nettles, except for the fact that they're giving Rhaenyra 0 screen time.
Exactly. Particularly this Rhaenyra. We had, when she was young, she talks to her mum going, he doesn't like me because I don't have a dragon, in referring to her father, who she shares no scenes with in this season. Baylor has a brief a drive-by, like father, and he's like, whatever. And some people were annoyed because Damon had I think you used the image of it, they deleted the scene where after their mother died, Damon comforted them and like hugged them, and people were very annoyed that scene got cut because it, as you brought up, it didn't show the balance of that Damon character.
Yes, because everything I've heard about Damon from book fans is that he's equal parts hero and villain.
So maybe that could have been a fun thing, is that he's a good dad, maybe.
Yeah, it's a redeeming factor.
Yeah.
You could be like, God, this dude sucks, but his daughters love him. He's a real sweetie.
I think I'm not too annoyed by the lack of Nettles. There is like future stuff that happens with Nettles that, in me talking about, will maybe reveal whether some characters are alive or dead, which I don't want to talk about. But there's some stuff there that Nettles can be used to reflect other characters' relationships that won't be there. But who knows, really? They might use Rhaenyra to do some stuff there then.
It kind of feels too late for Rhaenyra, but we'll talk about that in the season arc one.
Nettles flies off to Essos on Sheepstealer to never be seen again.
At the end of the dance?
At the end of the dance. Or like before the end of the dance. She flies off to never be seen again, and no one knows where she went. And so I'll be interested how they're going to have Rhaenyra lose Sheepstealer. Because at the end of the dance, Rhaenyra's dragon finally hatches, and it's just like basically a lizard on her shoulders, so it's more of a fashion piece.
Oh.
And it never grows beyond that. She just comes down from the veil and goes, finally. And like,
check this thing out.
I'll be interested to see how they get rid of Sheepstealer, and if they simply just go, fuck it, we'll get rid of Rhaenyra too. In terms of book stuff, they have stretched out this sequence that, I mean, I read to you last week. Damon taking over Harrenhal and the Riverlands is a page and a half, and they've went, let's zoom in.
And I can see why they'd want to zoom in on that, because you could show so much with Damon, especially because you've got Matt Smith, and he's fantastic. Damon's a fan favorite of the books. Yeah. Matt Smith is a fan favorite of the show.
And we've got, as we've said in the review, having an argument with his wife/niece. His daughter's just died in childbirth. His stepson, who he's had a hand in raising, has died because Aemond ate him. And then his brothers just died. So it makes sense that he would go with a lot of baggage. And we could say that, as I was saying, that Damon will run away from problems and will go make war, because that makes sense to him. George is thinking about these characters in his head, what they were probably thinking. He's George. I won't be surprised if he, in order to figure things out, wrote some bits of dialogue down to just figure out what characters were thinking. And since Damon is his favourite character, I can imagine he's probably giving that guy a lot of thought.
You'd think so.
Yeah. He, for me, has lost a bit of his, like, oomph. Like, there's a bit more there. And they flicked a few things around, because in the book, Damon starts sleeping with Mysaria, but in this, he already had slept with her. And then Rhaenyra was apparently all good with it, that he was shagging around with Mysaria. But now they've kind of moved that to that maybe Rhaenyra and Mysaria are hooking up. Because I think in the book, if I remember correctly, it's like maybe they were having threesomes or something.
Right.
So they've kind of moved things around. Your big difference here that I've talked about a lot is the relationship between the princess and the queen, or the two queens now, the queen and the queen dowager. Yes. In the book, they are stepmother and stepdaughter, and because the book is maybe slightly more black leaning, but they are both like, you as the reader can make up your mind about how you think about these people.
It's weird that you say the book is black leading, because it's written by Greens. Like, isn't everyone involved?
I don't want to go into the lineage of who this is for. This book, in terms of lore, is written by this book here is lore written by a maester, and this book is written by a different maester.
Yep.
And this book will have excerpts from this book going, we're still transcribing it, so here are some paragraphs from it.
It's hard.
It's Grand Maester Munkin's, like this in-world is like the masterpiece of Targaryen history.
Okay, so it's not so much that it was written by Greens. Okay.
That book has a bit of bias because it's a gift to King Tommen.
Right.
So it has a bias towards the end when Robert Baratheon comes over. It's like the glorious reign when Robert Baratheon fixed everything because it's a gift to King Tom. He really overthinks his lore books. Like
Good on him.
Tolkien is the king of overthinking. He died before he released his lore book, and his son had to finish it for him. But that book's the Silmarillion is written like the Bible. Like, here's concrete what happened.
Yeah.
There is no if, buts, and maybes. This is God telling you what happened. Where this is all if and buts. So when George goes, who knows why this happened? Here's 4 options.
It's fun, but weird.
And so it must be fun for an adapter. It's probably what maybe he was thinking about. Someone comes along and adapts this. I've given him some choices.
Yeah. Or he's just terrible at making decisions.
Maybe.
Which
And
is probably
goes,
why the
"Who
books are
cares?"
still going. Maybe he has 4 versions of Winds of Winter, and he's like, one of these will be the real one. I just don't know which one is going to end good.
He was talking about, he was inspired by this because when he was looking up a building that was in New York that's like, that was knocked down but was there in the 1900s, he found conflicting reports to how many floors there were. And he thought, that's so wild that I can't even get a concrete of like how many floors the building had.
Yeah.
So imagine medieval history. Imagine the if and buts of that. So that's why he brought it to this book. In that, it's characterized as evil stepmother and bratty stepdaughter. So she's the spoiled realm's delight who can do no wrong in her father's eyes. Viserys is not dying like a leper king until like the last 2-3 years of his life. And the equivalent of when Vaemond gets his head chopped off, he goes, "You lot were warned," and trips and cuts his fingers, and they have to cut his fingers off. And he's weak and he has heart problems, but that's towards the end.
Okay.
Which is a problem which they fixed because it was a big problem for me and a few people where it's like, so hang on, the High Towers were just kind of running things while the king was just in health. In the show, and
you get Paddy.
George has said, and everyone I think agrees, that the Viserys of the show is a better version than Viserys of the book.
Cool.
And George has said as much, that he wished that if he had 20 more years of time, he would have done that. He would like to think he would have done that for Viserys.
I love that he can admit that.
Yeah, a humble man while he collects his millions. So,
Yes, but also like while he gets salty about a dragon having 2 extra legs on a flag, he's also like, "You guys did this really good,
yeah,
but this is too far."
Like I remember a Reddit post 2-3 years ago going, "Hey, no matter where the show goes, they at least got Viserys. Like we can have this Viserys arc."
You can pretend that was in the book, yeah, because you say the book is the book, the show can't damage the book. Do you allow the show to improve the book?
But that's it. Like as a fan, and all this is. And this is my philosophy or opinion as a writer, all this is made up anyway. So if I want the Viserys of the show to be the Viserys of anything, he is.
Yeah.
Because he's made up.
Yeah.
So he is. For me, the Viserys of the show is the Viserys of canon, of my head canon, rather than the jovial king that we got who just wants everyone to get along.
In the finale, they do go into a little bit of the, not evil stepmother.
You'll be remembered.
And they at least try to say that Alicent tried to be good and you were a bratty kid that just threw off your responsibilities. But that's almost the first time it's come up in the show.
The big change was that Alicent is a plotter.
Yes.
There's an illustration, I'll get it for you, of her in that first council when the king's body is dead and no one's moved it because we've got to figure out what we're going to do as a council right now. She is a part of it with her father, the two of them in cohorts, because since everything's a bit more muddied, we need to, you could argue, protect our sons because Rhaenyra, who's married to Damon, who actually killed her last husband.
That's the linchpin in her brain there, is that Rhaenyra has done a murder to get what she wants. She's going to do it again.
And also, fuck it, I want power too, because we're all conniving. It can be any reason you want in the book, which is why it's good. And Criston Cole only gets Aegon on side where he says, if Rhaenyra takes the crown, she's going to kill you and your kids. So you need to do this, is what encourages Aegon. And Book Rhaenyra might do that. She is, and Aegon and Damon too. So in this, they have made them best friends, potentially even like had a crush on each other, is what they talk about outside of the show. In those, like the actors have talked about that. But in doing that, they have killed any kind of, there just isn't any flavour to these characters in the show, whereas they are in the books.
Yeah, I like the idea of the books there. And with the Damon thing, the whole Damon's sweet and evil at the same time, him actually loving Rhaenyra, or at least, I'll do anything for you, babe, I'll even kill this guy.
But it's like
that's kind of like, oh, he's bad because he's killing someone, but oh, look how nice and loving he is with Rhaenyra.
But then it's also a manipulation of he just wants to be close to the throne. So Rhaenyra's been hailed. Fuck it, I'll marry your daughter then, brother, because I'm getting that fucking throne. It could be that.
Which the show does touch on in season 1, where he's like, did you bang my daughter? Like, did you ruin everything for me?
Yeah, because he did that. He wanted to bang her. They go, I've banged her, so you have to marry her to me now.
Yeah.
So now I'm
Except the show says, I didn't bang her, but you still should marry her to me, because then I can bang her.
Yeah, exactly. Like, she's been perceived as being besmirched, so you might as well marry her to me.
Yeah.
Because no one wants to marry a flower that's been plucked.
They are a little vague on whether he actually did or not.
Well, no, he doesn't. Because he walks
between
off.
him and Viserys.
Yeah.
How he's like, I don't know.
Yeah, like, there's little differences, like Helena, after like the difference that we don't have Maelor. So when Helena chooses to
Maelor is
the son that doesn't exist in the show, the youngest boy. In that, Helena always goes to visit Alicent with the grandkids, but Blood and Cheese climb up the inside or the outside of the tower and enter into the room. They kill the guards, gag Alicent, and then tell Helena, pick. She picks the youngest because he's a baby, he won't know what's happening, but then they kill the eldest. So then Alicent is there.
And the baby's also a boy?
Yep.
Okay.
So
continue.
Alicent is there. She's directly seen her grandson just lose his head. The grandson she was just having a nice time with. In the show, she's banging Criston Cole.
So people aren't mad at Blood and Cheese, because I've been on the internet. People are mad at Blood and Cheese. They're not mad at Blood and Cheese because of what they did or the Maelor not existing. They're mad because it takes away from Alicent being messy.
I think just overall, I was mad because of what it takes away from Alicent. Having Alicent there, gagged, crying, going, fuck Rhaenyra, would have been good.
Yes.
Would have been good.
Okay, so that's what it is. It's another
women can do no wrong, which is the problem with this show. It's not so much women, that Rhaenyra and Alicent can do no wrong.
Although really almost no characters are doing anything wrong, because even Aemond didn't mean to kill his cousin.
Yeah, but that's it, because when he kills his nephew, it's that Aegon celebrates it and goes, hey, great, because Aegon wants he wants to get this done quick, so the whole I want to spill blood, not ink, that's true to it.
So is it even women can't do any wrongs in the show, or is it no one can do any wrong in the show?
Damon has directly done things wrong. Like he stoned his first wife.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
Like, so he's done direct things that are wrong. He's manipulated his niece into marrying him.
Apart from Damon, because he's our bad boy that we love.
Aemond now has directly like burnt shit down. Aegon in the book, you're given the choice of like exactly just how perverse he is. Like, he's doing perverse things, but it's up to you if it's illegal, creepy, or just kind of normal perverse.
And they chose very perverse, and then they swapped to not so perverse.
Then they've dialed it right back, which is a bit. I think Aegon was the best thing of this show, and the way they adapted him. It feels like he came out of a better show where everyone's a little bit more iffy, because you've got you've got people going, this guy's kind of funny and likable, but he's on Team Green, fuck him. And then Rhaenyra's over here being really boring. I think their problem was that Rhaenyra spends this time being in grieving, understandable grieving.
Yes, sorry, you said Rhaenyra spends most of the dance grieving, or just the start?
This section.
Okay.
Because of all what's just happened to her in a very small space of time.
Yes. You wish the show went her spiraling out of control.
Realising she's the shepherd, the prince that was promised.
Yeah, so book went... She just kind of cries a bunch.
She has one episode when she's really upset, tells her husband, I want Aemond Targaryen. The next episode's like, not really. So you told us, you said one thing to us, I want Aemond Targaryen.
Yeah, that was her one thing in that whole episode, wasn't it?
So, and then we get son for a son, which then gets repeated at the end. So obviously it should go without saying, at least, even though it's the histories wouldn't know, George would not have had, because the relationship is not there, he would not have had them fucking Scooby-Doo around like they've done in this show. Like getting into costumes and sneaking into places, and it being so easy to get in and out of King's Landing and everything. And that to me is season 7, 8 nonsense of we need something to happen, so fuck the realism, which is why we liked those early seasons and why we liked the books. It's why it takes George so long with this shit. because he's kind of got lost in the granular detail of how all these things work.
So he comes up with an idea, he makes it work, whereas the show says, I want Alicent to get to Dragonstone, let's chuck the Maester in between there, and then that gets her there.
But then also, why would they do this? Once again, it's the whole...
It's to make them have a scene together.
They both think each other has been a part of something quite bad. Like, when she crowns her son, she goes, perhaps the whore will die in childbirth, hopefully, that Rhaenyra dies giving birth.
Alicent says that in the book.
Yeah.
Dang.
So she really doesn't like Rhaenyra for the obvious reasons that we see in the show of like, I followed the rules. I married the king. I've had legitimate kids. You have had bastards. You've got what you've wanted. You've kicked and you screamed, and your father's always given in to you, and he barely gives any of my kids any attention. Fuck you. So they still could have done that.
They had all the pieces in place. They just didn't give it to her.
Because I said at the start of this, I thought it was a positive change that they were friends in childhood. I'm now here wondering what stepmother and stepdaughter would have been like.
And it also means that we could have fast forwarded a lot more through season 1, so we could have maybe given more character to season 1 rather than jumping.
I think with that, it's like they thought, well, who's likable then? A bratty stepdaughter or the horrible stepmom? It's a bit cliche.
Paddy. In Game of Thrones, Ned is kind of your through line of that first season to get you...
They won't kill Ned, he's the main character.
They could have done the same thing with Viserys instead of making it the two girls, but...
I think also, yeah, but then it's weird that they go, well, we don't want this typical, like, they're all just vying for the man's love and attention. They don't want to do that.
Yeah.
Okay. But then their solution is to have them do nothing.
Yeah.
To not give, and then to invent scenes because, well, they have to do something. Otto, when he gets deposed, just sits in the Red Keep and waits. So, while it's interesting that waits for whatever, but he waits. Probably because he thinks they're going to want me back anyway, so I'm just going to stay here and maybe at least try and control things. Or George just was like, I don't fucking know what to do with him. So whatever Otto going off to go see Darren didn't come, and it's a shame. I think it would have been cool since they were doing that. Maybe have Otto go to Old Town, and we meet Darren, and we get... It could have been across 2 episodes.
We've had 10 seconds with Rhaenyra. Why not give us 10 seconds with Daeron? It'd be the same.
Yeah.
You got 5 minutes to tell me about Jace and the Starks, because that was a big change. In episode 1, you told me this really cool story about how Jace spends a bunch of time up in the north.
Yeah, Jace spends...
Having an arc, basically. Having a whole leadership arc. Because
it's this whole, like, it still takes a while to get around and particularly get up there. So this whole sending of the dragons and the war of the words, like of the letters, it's weeks of time. Like they think they call it the War of Ravens, and then it was going to be the War of the Dragons. So while Otto's sending all these letters, because we see him in the first episode going, we don't need to go to war. As long as we have the numbers, Rhaenyra's just going to go, oh, we can't win, so we won't bother. Like that's his plan. Before actually he wanted to just send assassins to go kill her. Jace goes up to the north. He links up with Criston Stark. They bond, they hunt, they have all sorts of fun times together. And there's all sorts of options that they had where Jace marries Sarah Snow, who is potentially a bastard sister of Criston. Criston's really annoyed until he marries her. Like, he sleeps with her, then he marries her. Criston's like, okay, then that's fine. They make a pact of ice and fire that they agree that our two will be linked together. And it's just if we had time, we could have had an episode of him there seeing a young man like him leading.
Because that's what's interesting in the book that you actually get.
It says, like, Criston just came into it because his uncle was regent and thought, why can't I be in charge? Criston had to overthrow his uncle, going, because the whole rule of you can't lead until you're 16. Because in this world, like, that's what it is, 16's a man. So while Criston was, we see it with William Blackwood, I'm regent until my nephew Benjicott is of age. So the idea, I think, would have been cool that Jace sees a boy of a similar age to him, slightly older, but still similar, successfully ruling and thinking, like, maybe influenced by Criston. So when he goes back to Dragonstone, and in the book is a lot more active because his mum is in grieving, maybe we could have had this feedback of, like, inspired by Criston, his potential brother-in-law, potential lover even, if you want to go that deep. There's even a weird thing that's mentioned that Mushroom says that Vermax has laid eggs in the Stark crypts, but Vermax is a boy. But still, like, all these ideas that if we had 10 episodes, maybe we could have fit some of this in. That we could have had that episode be him there, but I guess they just thought, ultimately, it's just, it's a side adventure that doesn't really...
I feel like it would have lit a nice fire under Jace, though.
Because then he's coming back and he's frustrated that nothing's happening. He's just saw a guy...
he can do something. Instead, he just walks around holding a sword. But then you also...
Looking really cool when he's holding that sword, still.
You get that added in episode 1. At the first scene of episode 1, Jace and Cregan says, "Oh, I'm going to send you my Grey Wolves. This is great." And then we don't see them again until episode 8, where we see them marching down the twins.
It's meant to be in the book that because the North is so big, it takes a while to organise.
Completely okay.
Yeah.
But we haven't even thought about the Starks for 8 episodes. Now we have to wait 2 years, and then maybe they'll rock up in episode 3. Like, that's what I mean. This is insane.
They're pretty awesome, the Greybeards. There's plenty of awesome shit. That's the problem.
You can't zoom in, but then just like, kind of like...
If this season had what 9 and 10 would have been, I don't want to talk about it, but people might expect book spoilers. But we know, us book people, we know what 9 and 10 would have been. We know what that shot of episode 10, I'm doing it, should have been. It would have been good. Zooming on my hand. Please. It's a chair made of swords. She probably fucking cut herself on it. That would have been the fucking shot. But still, it's a damn shame that that wasn't the last shot.
I don't think even just 2 episodes would fix it. We'll talk about this in the season 1. But you needed to clean up these 8 episodes we had as well. That's the main book points?
Main book points is that everyone is kind of has hung around in the same kind of energy. I think is mainly the issue here, that everyone's just kind of... There's a lot of things that happens with Jace, Rhaenyra, and all of them that have been held back. Like, this season has ended just as it's about to get interesting. And it's pretty disappointing that we've spent 8 episodes where I would have thought we might have been at this point by episode 4 or 5 going in. I expected they would have got rid of the Cregan stuff. I maybe imagined a little bit more, like 1 or 2. I mean, they're so quick of going, here's a scene, so we've covered that. One scene of him at Winterfell or at the Wall, and everyone's really respectful of the young man, and he's making decisions, and Jace is like, fuck yeah, I should be doing this.
It's very weird to zoom in so far on such a short amount of time in the book, and then seemingly not doing anything with it. And just like set up the pieces.
Damon's just been rotating for 4 or 5 episodes.
Yeah.
And as we spoke about how I would have liked that to have been Damon dealing with the River Lords and still having some of these dreams.
But he doesn't do that in the book either. Or at least it's not confirmed he does in the book. So it's not really
confirmed.
A book
in the book, it leads to believe that he takes some forces to Harrenhal, lays siege, takes over Harrenhal.
Yeah.
Gets the Blackwoods on side. Grover Tully, who's dying, he's like, we hail for Aegon. And they're like, he's crazy. We're just going to shut the gates and hope no one says anything. And in that, you have Oscar's dad in the show has been killed, Elmo Tully. But it's Elmo becomes the new Lord because he's alive.
Yeah.
But I guess they just don't want to have a character called Elmo.
It's a weird choice.
Also, Kermit. It would have been fun to have had a young boy called Kermit going, oh, hi there, Damon. It would have been fun. In that, then, it's like, because they've closed it, Damon's like, oh, well, if you aren't going to do shit, I'm going to do shit. So the Blackwoods, the Battle of the Mill, that happens, then they have another battle. And then when the Brackens retreat to their place of Stonehenge, it's sad it's not there, but Damon's like weighing there with the dragon like, oh, is this your house? Oh, you're going to have to bend the knee, aren't you? Or I'm just going to burn you. Oh, I'll burn you anyway. And it would have been nice to have had Damon actively do a battle this season.
Yes.
Instead, they put all the money into Rook's Rest, which was cool.
He could have had this battle and found that it didn't fulfill him. And he's like, oh, I can't solve everything through
battle. And that's the thing, is that Corlys has been really neutered here. It should have been you, because Rhaenyra sends Rhaenys.
Oh, he says it should have been you.
Yeah, because Rhaenyra actively tells Rhaenys to go do that.
Which she doesn't do in this. Rhaenys volunteers, so that's another change.
As we've said before, that her dragon isn't a war dragon. She doesn't even hunt. She just sits and waits for food to be brought to her,
but in this
reflecting her owner since the dragons and the bond and all that.
But in this, seemingly is a war dragon. Next up is the whole season review.
Where we'll go deep dive, I reckon.
Yes, that'll be a long one. See you there. Love you lots. George R.R. Martin says that not having a specific character in episode 1, Blood and Cheese, and not having it play out the way it did in his book will send ripples throughout the rest of the seasons. And he does drop a couple of hints that season 3 and 4, he's already not happy with the talks that they're in and the way that Ryan's going to play it out.
If he has plans at all.
Yes.
If someone's saying it was very Olenna Tyrell, like...
He's a sassy bitch. I got to give it to him.
He's the guy who invented Olenna Tyrell. George went to his Not a blog, which, even though I'm a fan of the books, I'm not a avid reader of the Not a blog.
You're a bit more kill the author?
Partly, I am that, but also just because the only news I want to have is wins here yet.
Right. You don't care unless he brings it up.
Yes, unless Winds of Winter is being mentioned and is being released, I don't think I really care what the man's up to.
Yep.
The books are famous, not necessarily he's famous, at least in my eyes. So he'd been teasing at, I think, WorldCon, which was in Scotland, a big fantasy event. He was down there, and then he was at the Oxford. He was hyping up the blog post, intentionally or not. Like, I'm going to make a blog post about this, maybe several blog posts, who knows?
He's a drama queen for sure.
It's a sad state of affairs that we are looking forward to an author's blog post about an adaptation of his work rather than a new release of his ongoing potential magnum opus.
It is interesting, though.
Yeah.
It
is interesting. The Blood and Cheese event, which happened in episode 1 of season 2, had been slightly changed for television, and while it still had a gut-wrenching effect of we've chopped a lad's head off, and there was, to book fans like me, that there was a few little changes that I felt prevented it from being an ultimate gut punch.
What were those bits? What sucked away from it for you?
For me, it was Alicent not being in the room, which we mentioned, because that takes away a lot from her character, and, well, she needed something this season.
She needed the fire.
So it would have been good to have had that, the Alicent who whips out the knife. We're going to try and not talk about it, because we already have a video. We have hours of videos discussing our thoughts and opinions on the season, so you should go watch them and come back here. But he was annoyed that Maelor, who is in the world, is the youngest child and second son of Aegon and Helaena, about 2 years old in the book, a baby, was omitted from the scene. And his reasoning at first seems, which I would think, and you also having experience on a set, and anyone reasonably would go, having a baby would be stressful.
Yeah, well, that's what Ryan Condal, the showrunner, pointed out to George. And apparently the budget was already pretty stretched. They needed to save money anywhere they could. And apparently having a 2-year-old on set would be way too much work.
Then you've got to have parents on set. You've got to have handlers.
That's also a bit dramatic. Game of Thrones left a baby in an ice thing and just left him in the snow.
There's that infamous scene in American Sniper where I think Clint Eastwood, a very classic man, has a dislike of working with babies and children. So Bradley Cooper is quite obviously holding a plastic baby and has to work the thumb to just give it some movement.
But also, robot babies exist now.
One can work around it.
Yes.
How many seconds would there be of a baby, or not just the back of a baby, or a bundle, or something. Ryan had hinted that maybe Maelor could make a appearance in later seasons.
Yeah, to satiate George, Ryan said, we're not deleting Maelor, we're just pushing him back. She's going to give birth at the end of season 2 so that he's in season 3.
Which obviously isn't the case.
Because his pee-pee exploded.
Yeah.
Some people were loving the idea of, because then they're like, did Aegon bang her the night before? Or is it actually Aemond's baby?
Well, that's it. You could work the Aemond thing in, yeah.
Because there's always that fan theory. Gives a bit of spice to the fan imagining of the show. And George says that once he heard that, he's like, all right, I won't fight. It doesn't seem like that big of a change. He kind of plays it off that he didn't think it would be as dramatic as it ended up being.
Which then leads him to talk about, the big point is the butterfly effects of that, and then he goes into spoilers, which...
I think we can touch on spoilers, because I read it, and honestly, it's barely a spoiler as is, but it's also... We're getting further and further off book that most things that he mentions probably aren't going to come to pass.
There's certain horrifying things that will happen to Maelor later on in the story that is quite horrifying and disgusting.
Yes.
Which I imagine maybe people who are playing a television show, it's one thing to write about it in a distant history book than it is to actually show that.
Basically, Maelor gets ripped apart.
Yes.
Because Alicent sends her children away in fear of the castle getting sacked. In a real Rhaenyra moment, sends them off with very little protection.
And since Helaena, who at least in the book is a happy, cheerful woman who likes to ride her dragon and is loved by the people, whereas Rhaenyra at this point in the story isn't that much loved by the people.
Is a huge thing in it, from what I can see. But basically, she sends her kids away. One of them makes it to where they're going, and the other gets found out in a tavern, and then the townspeople, because Rhaenyra has a bounty on the child's head for alive, she didn't say murder this baby, but there's a reward for the baby, so people are all trying to grab the baby. They tear the baby apart. You could say that HBO doesn't want to show a baby get torn apart, but also you show a crowd hunching around a thing and you show bloody rags flying or something. You can do it like a cartoon if you really want to.
Like the way they did it with the sound of the carving. A baby squealing and then suddenly not squealing.
And it does seem like a powerful moment, but to me, that doesn't matter. I think George is putting a lot of stock on it the way he wrote it, because obviously that is the way he wrote it, and he would want that story to go ahead. But I don't think they're lacking for dramatic moments they could do. Like, they could have the little girl get torn apart.
And it's also strange that this is the point that there's so many things that this blog post could have been about, like the changes to Alicent and Rhaenyra.
Yes.
There's so many things that this could have been. I mean, I think he wanted to use it as it being the thesis statement of the little changes can lead to bigger changes.
And it's just a good punchy statement.
It's a good punchy statement. Like, for example, a butterfly effect of a author failing to finish their work, so therefore leads those adapting it to making really bad decisions.
And not having 3 books to work off.
Yeah, maybe that's more like a dragon wings effect, maybe.
You're meant to be the book fan. No, that's the funny thing. It's like, he's putting a lot of stock in it, and a lot of people are more, I think, using this blog post, not going in on what he said. They're more going in like, oh, he's going after Ryan, he's going after HBO.
Sarah Hess.
Yeah, he's putting a lot of stock in this one change, and you're right, he's probably doing it so that it's more punchy. Because if you try to explain what went wrong with Rhaenyra and Alicent, it took us an hour. You're not doing that in a blog post. Like, that's so intricate, and it's also ongoing, and it's more correctable, whereas not having Maelor is not really correctable.
And he's using it as imagine where all the other little changes they'll be making.
Yeah.
And then he kind of gets a little bit petty with the whole, who knows if Ryan has any plans for season 3 and 4. I try and subscribe to the death of the author stuff, because ultimately the books will last and these people will, you know, like, I mean, it's nice to see the interviews, but when I'm wanting to look up an author interview, I want to see the author just talking about the book they've written.
Yeah.
I don't want to see the author having opinions on other things, because if I want opinions on politics, I'll go to my politics page for that.
Yes.
I just want you to be author man or author woman talking about the book.
For me, it's also, I'm a big kill the author, because everyone seems to be turning out to be an awful person.
That too.
And everything I love won't exist if I write people into it.
If you do the rule of I'm going to look up this person before I read it, you'll, sadly, because people are assholes.
Yeah.
You know, it turns out authors are too assholes. So I say this as a preemptive that I'm about to go in and make some assumptions other people have been making. Since George was in Oxford, which is the place of Tolkien, he went to go see J.R. Tolkien's grave, and he wrote about it on his blog post, and he was saying how he was quite surprised to see letters there that Tolkien obviously will never read, like assumingly thanking him for his wonderful work. And George, being a 75-year-old man, is considering his own legacy and what will people leave at his grave. Probably letters saying any news on wins.
We all know the one thing that would be left at his grave is subscribe.
That's the only thing that matters. But he's become incredibly concerned about his legacy, and people think that he is believing that the HBO productions will be what he's remembered for.
Yeah.
And so that he's concerned that this world that obviously he's put a lot of care into, but with him going, oh, what was my legacy? Will it be like Tolkien's? I think Tolkien would probably say his children were his legacy.
Yeah.
And George doesn't have that. And George is deeply concerned about how his work will be perceived. And I feel like if Tolkien was alive and was annoyed to see they cut Tom Bombadil from Lord of the Rings, or
well, he's back now,
he might then privately go, well, at least the kids are looked after financially, like, at least, you know, where George doesn't have that. George is financially covered. He's 75 years old.
So you're thinking he's trying to distance himself from the production through these snarky comments?
A little bit. I think, well, he kind of has, hasn't he? I mean, he deleted it, but that's too late because people can screenshot and Wayback Machine and all that stuff. But I think this is what it's coming from, is that it's him maybe trying to strangle control back. His advice wasn't being taken, and he was becoming incredibly infuriated. It
does seem a bit of a way that you could put pressure on Ryan Condal and HBO to make some changes, because like he can rile up the fans basically.
Well, that's it, right? Because then you get fans of varying qualities of character.
In reference to his own blog post and his own book, Fire and Blood, I don't know whether this went on his brain, I just thought of it then. He talks about how Helena was loved by the people, but Rhaenyra was definitely not loved by the people at that point, which then made the people rise up and kicked Rhaenyra out of King's Landing and back to Dragonstone. So is that him being a cheeky little, like, everyone loves me, people don't love Ryan. If we kick Ryan out, like, that'd be very heavy-handed.
And then you get, you know, the clips of early Ryan talking before season 1. We just want to stay as close to the book as possible. And
But he does reference that in his blog post, and he says, like, me and Ryan talked a lot about season 1, and it seems like he was very happy with season 1. Yeah, and it's like that's maybe that's again why Blood and Cheese is such a sticking point for him, because that's the first big deviation.
Yeah, and well, we say this, but then he went on record saying that the shows for Viserys is a better Viserys.
Yes, I've seen some discussion on Reddit where people are really for or against the Rhaenyra and Alicent being friends rather than stepmom, stepdaughter. Some people are like, oh, it worked really well in season 1, but they haven't done anything with it. Yeah. And I'd agree with that. And that's the way we kind of felt in previous episodes as well.
Yeah, he's a guy because it's his world. He cares about every element. He cares obviously about the story and the themes, but then he's also really happy that the dragons are different colours and different shapes, just like he described. He's a big nerd for his own stuff, which is fine. He's like an OG nerd, like was that the first Comic-Con sort of stuff. I mean, his first published bit of writing was him writing into Stan Lee to Marvel Comics, and it got, on the back, fans writing. I think if anyone has a writing plan about an adaptation, it's probably the guy who wrote the original work.
He's completely found it. Don't blame him at all.
But then also there's a level of professionalism, and that maybe it was said behind closed doors, but then also it should maybe stay behind closed doors, because now you're going to rile up fans of various character who will now use this as a shield behind maybe, not saying all fans, but there are some fans who are maybe still annoyed that, certain characters are black.
It's giving them ammunition they don't need.
So they get the hide going, well, George doesn't even like it either.
Yeah.
And it kind of halts discussion. And obviously I've seen extreme fans on the other side who, George better shut up about my girl Rhaenyra. It's like, well, he created her, so he can do whatever he wants discussing that character.
That's another interesting thing, is that the blog was removed. It survives via the Wayback Machine, which is, he knew that would happen. HBO surely knew, but they still needed to kill it. But it's also very potentially he said something he shouldn't have said about season 3 or 4. Reading it, there's nothing specific. He barely says anything. Yeah. But it could still be in breach of contract, because lawyers can grab onto whatever they want to.
I would say an example of someone who is maybe has more rights to be pissed off would be the author of The Witcher, Andrew Sapkowski. While he was annoyed at The Witcher because he didn't get enough money from the games initially, he has now got enough money. He's famously a bit of a miserable sod. I think that it's just his character, but he is someone who has no involvement in the Witcher adaptation, nor does he want involvement in the Witcher adaptation, and all he asked for was that he be notified of what they are doing in the season, and he has no veto powers. He just wanted to be politely told, here's what we're planning, and he goes, oh yes, thank you, and how much is that? And then he gets paid. And that's partly his character, because he probably doesn't care as long as he's getting paid, but also Sapkowski finished his Witcher books. So he knows that those books are the actual body of work that will be recalled.
Well, Fire and Blood is finished, though.
Sure, but it's supplementary material to a main story.
Yes.
But still, I'd say when you look over at Andrew, who's like, whatever, oh no, they've really done a bad job with that Netflix series, and they viewed it more as a product than actually a story.
Yeah.
Just, we need fantasy product.
They needed a Game of Thrones.
We need a Game of Thrones, so let's do, something that isn't like Game of Thrones at all, and let's just do that. And he has every right to go and be bitchy about it, but he isn't. Instead, he quietly collects his checks and has now finished another Witcher book that'll be out next year.
George has given himself a weird amount of involvement where he's listed as executive producer, but he's not a writer on the show itself, and he doesn't seem to have any say in what happens. Through talks, he can say, hey, Ryan, I don't like that, but Ryan can be like, I'll do whatever I want. He's also going to the set itself and getting tours, getting filmed, and saying, oh, that's really cool, like talking about his face on a weirwood tree. It's just a very strange amount of involvement that means people can get view weird.
They even said that behind the scenes, someone involved in the production said, oh, we were told that we should always have George around because it's the equivalent of having Tolkien on set. Like, it's good to have his approval and his wisdom, which just feels like promo just to go, hey, aren't we listening?
So it's a way to appease the fans, really. But again, back on George saying that the butterflies are moving, he does also say that it probably won't matter to anyone that isn't a book fan because they won't know any better.
I can agree with that.
Yeah, and which is most people watching the show. Like, the actual book fans are a very small subset of the show. Say someone that had never seen either, had read both, or watched the show first, then read the book. they probably wouldn't be able to put one above the other. The only thing it changed, in my opinion, is the Alicent thing, because he doesn't reference Alicent in his blog post at all in regards to Blood and Cheese. He doesn't say that she was in the room, like you said, which is exactly what she needed for the show. She needed hatred, but the child seems very insignificant. And again, I get that's the whole point of his post, where he's like, the little thing will add up. But if that little thing never happens, then the big things will never happen. And those big things don't actually affect most main characters except the uprising after Helena's death. So that's kind of the only thing they need to keep for story reasons. And they're already getting Alicent trying to leave the city before it gets sacked. Like, they're already setting up all that stuff. So I just don't think that this is a problem with the show. The show has so many other problems.
Yeah, it's not the problem of the show. It's just a problem. I saw a guy called Crusader Chris said it's like 20 on my list of problems, and it's like below Targaryen eyes not being purple.
Fair, yeah.
He goes, it's like not having Maelor's not the biggest thing.
If they were purple, you've seen Ahsoka, right? Painful to look at. Like, does not look good.
Well, Daniel Radcliffe apparently had an allergic reaction with one of those rare few.
And Hermione Granger couldn't do the buck teeth. They tried it and she couldn't say any lines. So they're like, it's not worth it.
Not worth it. It's kind of a bit of a crater. I was already feeling pretty down post season 2. I didn't enjoy it much. So to now have the author go, yeah, and I can't even have any control. They're not letting me be in there. It feels very George Lucas after he sold Disney. Very just.
I think George did it pretty gracefully. He just doesn't talk about it. He just pretends it doesn't exist.
For me, I love George Lucas, and he's always right in the end. And I mean, we're going off talking about different George now. He realised 20 years ago, no one's fucking happy with Star Wars. They say they are, but no matter what I do, they're going to be pissed off.
Yeah.
I'll say it to Disney, and then they can be fucked off, and then I'll just enjoy my billions of dollars.
$4 billion, crazy.
And so then he gets the last laugh once more, and now everyone's going, bring George back. The prequels weren't that bad after all.
Yeah.
And, we've all kind of had a bit of a post-prequel, oh, well, actually, Revenge of the Sith, it's a pretty strong ending. I think, George, my advice for him would be, and I know this is the obvious thing, but if you're concerned about your legacy, there's something that really is your legacy that needs a lot of tending to. So maybe instead of writing blog posts and having people getting hyped up about your blog posts, they should be getting hyped up about your Winds of Winter release. And then a dream. We are dreaming of a dream of spring.
But again, it's a very small subset of fans. So realistically, he probably would be remembered for the TV show.
Because that's the greatest show of all time with the worst ending.
Yeah. I've seen pretty much season 8 levels of backlash for season 2, which is kind of... It's an exaggeration for sure.
It's people just being guarded. It's like, we've been here before.
Yeah, it's interesting seeing how quickly it turned and people are just like suddenly mad. There are still a lot of casual fans that haven't noticed. That's still like, it's a good show. Like, this is fun.
Oh, it's not horrendous.
Yeah.
And also I'd argue that watching that show will just, for various reasons, guide people to the books.
Yes.
Which is what's happened with Sapkowski with The Witcher. It's already a popular series that has now become more popular because people are watching the show, playing the games, and going, oh, I'll go buy more of these books.
He probably should finish the book so that in 30 years, when they remake it like they're doing to Harry Potter, they actually have something to go off.
That's exactly it.
It kind of makes no sense that he is a man with writing credits, and that was what he did for years, was work on TV shows.
Showran. He knows the pains of adaptation because he's adapted works before. He did Beauty and the Beast. He's done episodes. Like, he's done stuff.
Yeah.
And also, he's adapted his own work because he wrote a few Game of Thrones episodes. In season 2, he wrote the Blackwater battle.
Oh, everyone's favourite episode.
Yeah, he wrote an episode for up to season 4, and then he stepped away to focus on that book of his.
I think he should get himself in the room. It's fair enough. He's allowed to have his blog. He can do whatever he wants. Yeah. It is just riling up the fans. Like, it doesn't matter so much as it's just kind of interesting to talk about.
Well, there's another example we could bring up alongside Andrzej Sapkowski, is that Brandon Sanderson, in the watch-alongs, but also in his podcast he has with his friend, I forget what it's called, Intentionally Blank, he very politely and very professionally brought up points when he was on set saying, do you think that's a good idea, particularly with the character of Perrin killing his wife? How that is not in the book at all. Perrin does not have a wife. And just they're all 16, 17.
I know very little about Wheel of Time, but watching that felt so strange.
Yeah, and he said, but that's impossible, because now he either has to be grieving forever or he gets over it quickly.
Yes.
And you'll bug it either way. If Brandon's a planner, George he would describe himself as a gardener.
Yeah.
Where he'll plant seeds and he'll follow them. But now, instead of walling off his garden, he just keeps buying more acres of land for the garden that's now out of control to keep growing. So the books, he's wrestling with them. And he was saying at the Oxford thing, rather melancholic, he referred to a incredibly famous and a wonderful piece of sci-fi fantasy fiction, A Book of the New Sun by Gene Wolfe. I'm a big fan of it. He said how Gene had a normal job and would work, look after the kids, and on the weekends would work on A Book of the New Sun, which is a smaller 4-book series. But when he did the whole draft, he went over it again and then made all the little corrections and all the little things to make sure it all worked perfectly together. And now he wished in an ideal world he could do that with his work, because there's so many things he wished he could go back and change, like Tyrion doing a front flip in his first chapter.
I didn't know that.
Oh, yeah.
Fantastic. He's not a jester. He's a serious character. Also, front flip.
When Tyrion meets Jon Snow, he slides down the banister of a staircase and does a front flip.
Wow.
And hey. And everyone's like, what the fuck is that? And then later on, he has to explain that, Tyrion's uncle taught him how to tumble and stuff. So that's why he did that thing that one time.
So dumb.
I think overall, George is very sad that his creation's getting away from him. And I think he ultimately thinks that the HBO shows will be his legacy, because he, in his heart of hearts, thinks he isn't going to finish his actual work.
But also, season 1 would not have been as popular without Paddy and the way they did Paddy. So maybe it's the swings and roundabouts.
And if he wanted this stuff to be better, in an ideal world, he would have finished A Song of Ice and Fire 15, 20 years ago. And I don't know if he said this but I feel like this maybe would have been its own set of novels, maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe it would have been 1 or 2, a duology or a trilogy of just, here's the Dance of Dragons, where he could have fleshed it out, but he didn't have time. So we got Elio and Elio's wife, I forget the name too, the OG fans, and he had them help him write the histories. So, without being cruel, maybe you should have wrote a better book, George. I mean, as much as I brought it out, it's not the greatest read in the world, and there's plenty of sections of it that are dull. The pre-dance stuff is dull, and they fix that.
Yeah.
And you can't deny it. And I would say that first season is better than that section, and now it's reversed for season 2. I think the joke is it could easily still rebound.
Yes, I think they still have all their pieces. They just got to
use them. They just got to use them.
Yeah.
And hopefully with the fan feedback, and maybe George, maybe we'll get first episode, you've got Rhaenyra kicking a kid in the face or something.
It will be very interesting if season 3 comes around and we have a Maelor. We're like, shit, all right, the blog worked.
We're just pretending Maelor was there all along.
Yeah, everything we said today completely doesn't matter if Maelor is in the first episode. The internet bullied Sonic into becoming a normal character.
George, you are one of the most important, influential people in fantasy. I love you. Your writing it's incredible. He's such a good writer. And I think your work will be what will last. And these blog posts will disappear. And they'll be archived as the ramblings of a man whose creation got ahead of him. Unless you knuckle down, load up that weird, he has an old school computer, load it up. No, there's no internet access. And there's no autocorrect.
His legacy will probably be the books, because that's actually him, whereas everything else is going to get a remake. No one's going to rewrite his books, but we're definitely going to get another 2 or 3 Game of Thrones in the next 50 years. The whole reason they're doing Harry Potter again is they're saying we're sticking to the books this time. Even though books 1 and 2, very similar to the movie.
The first 3 films you can watch instead of reading the books.
Yes, 100%.
But Chamber of Secrets is basically the book.
Chamber of Secrets, the book is... Something happens, a fuck ton of filler. Something happens, a fuck ton of filler. We have nearly headless Nick's birthday party.
They at least go to that. But the Chamber of Secrets is very much the book.
It's a 2.5-hour kids movie or something. We also want to know what you think. Let us know whether this changes your view on the season. If you were just a show watcher, hearing that the author of the books doesn't love what they're doing, does that tweak how you feel? Or you just don't care and the show's the show? Or are you an angry fan now?